Hello, family. Welcome. This is Gina with Bijoux Noir. You are tuned into the Blackness. I'm really happy to be here with you guys today or tonight, wherever you are in this world. Really excited. I'm gonna be having some fun with you guys tonight. Not gonna be on here long, hopefully. I always say that. Tonight, I'm gonna be really. It's just another episode of rediscovering my identity. I love these deep dives with you guys. I've been deep diving for the last couple of weeks because I had an update with mytrueancestry.com. I'm telling you guys, if you have not ventured into mytrueancestry.com, and it's really simple. It's just a matter of if you've had taken 23andMe or if you've had Ancestry, you would just upload your DNA. And yeah, there's a couple of upgrades, but it's truly worth it. There's some discoveries that I've made here that, man, you can't make anywhere else. I'm here to share yet another one. So I hope you guys are excited. Like I'm excited, probably not as excited as I am. Again, this is me rediscovering my identity. I hope you guys are having a very good evening again. Like I said, for those of you that are just coming in, please hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed, and to my already, subscribers, to my family, those of you that have already subscribed, I want to thank you. To those of you that have just subscribed, my new subscriber, I do see I have quite a few. I want to thank you and welcome you to the family. Please hit the notification button, guys, if you have not, to make sure or to ensure that you know when I'm going on or when I come on and, ready to, blurt out some of my stuff with you guys. I also want to also tell you that yeah, check out some of the old videos, guys. If you haven't, those of you that are just coming on, or those of you that have been on and haven't really ventured into the old stuff, I have to tell you, some of it I'm not proud of, but I'm not going to take any of it off. It's all been me, so 100% me. There's a lot of good stuff in there as well. So as we journey into rediscovering me, we're talking about my DNA. We're talking about this deep dive that I do into my true ancestry. I've familiarized you, if you've been on this channel before, with my true ancestry and what I've learned so far. Well, I had a little email from them this week. Well, 3 weeks ago, actually, saying, "Hey, we got an update. You got another connection." And this connection was something of different because, me being Caribbean and me being familiar with my African and even my indigenous, because from Haiti, I got that Tayano, I got that that Indian, and I'm comfortable with that because I know the history on that. But this one was a little different. Interesting, welcoming, because I already know that, learning a lot of what I'm learning right now, and it's all starting to come together, that intercontinental slave trade. Yeah, that was happening. There was a lot of movement of our people, and it continues to be a lot of movement. And that did not change. And the more you dig, or the more time that goes by, and people are, sharing what they know, and the bones are starting to talk. It's funny, because these ancestors of ours, these people that lived in the past, they're really starting to talk to us. And so let's begin. All right. So a couple of weeks ago, I got an email, and you get these updates from my true ancestry.com that said, "Hey, we found a connection." And let me share that with you guys right now so we can be on the same page. Only see 4 people in here, but that's great. Just let me know if you could hear me. If you are listening, put a 1 in the comment section so I'm not just talking to myself. So once we get that on the way, I want to share a couple of things with you guys. I have some great facts here that I cannot wait to share. And the reason that I do this is because there are some folks out there like me, at least I think, that are in a position of wanting to know. We've heard the stories, and we know that there's a lot of talk out there about, the history of what happened to our people, what did not happen to our people, where we belong, where we don't belong. And even now there's so much talk about where we belong and where we don't belong and who are we and what we're not. And you really do not, you can't wrap your head around everything unless you really dig into it and try to see it for what it was, what it is. And once you get what it was and what it is, you definitely understand what it's going to be. And so that's where I am. And history for me is like one of the most fundamental things. I'm all about foundation. I'm all about what's underneath it all. I'm all about the roots. It's all for me. The most important thing is to know where it all began and what happened before me. It's really quite impossible to know what's going to happen tomorrow, but nothing is stopping you from trying to figure out what happened yesterday. So, and for that, I'm very grateful because I am really learning so much about myself. I'm really inspired by some of the people that came here before us. I'm um, I'm enlightened by some of the actions that and some of their responses to a lot of what they had to deal with. It's really making me realize that some of the things that we are going through right now seems real minimum in comparison to or in contrast to what they were facing. And because of them, I am grateful because I know that they endured so we would not have to so much. Not that we're not enduring now, but not as much. And for that I am very grateful. So let's go back to what I got. So let me share my screen. Those of you that are here, this should be very interesting. If you've seen me go into my deep dive before. You know that I'm a fan of this site right here, My True Ancestry. Well, if you're one of those people, again, that has ever taken DNA tests, let's say through 23andMe, through Ancestry, this site is an option where you can just go ahead and upload your DNA for free. And what it has in its database is basically it's an archaeologist site, meaning that it deep dives and connects you to bones. It connects you to burials, bones. They have found and connects you to. By doing that, you are finding your tribe in many ways. You're by doing that you're able to see who you could have been related to or what people you are connected to globally, not just in one place but globally. And this is it has inspired me. I'm telling you, with 23andMe and Ancestry, you can probably go back a couple of generations. This goes back millennia. I promise you. So it was great because what it's doing is anywhere that they have found bones, they're taking tests now on these. Be it Egypt, be it now in America, be it anywhere that they find a bone that matches your DNA. You get an email, you get a message, and it says, "Hey, we found somebody, we found the match." And that's what happened not too long ago, and it's happened a couple of times. You see these dashes where it says, like, I don't know if you can see it. I'm gonna try to blow it up a little bit. The blue, the pink. Right now it's on the furnace, Antebellum, Maryland. Well, each of these are indications. Okay, so if you look at that, the gray area, I have no connection, meaning that they couldn't find anybody in those areas that I connect to, far as DNA wise. Now, the ones in the blue, they're new. I may or may not have connections in them. I don't think I do. But all of the pink, yes, I have. They basically have matched me up with people in these regions, meaning that my DNA. is connecting with some of these people. Now, what this means is that they don't necessarily have to be my grandparents or great 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 grand. They could be cousins. They could be basically we're somehow connected through some great 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 somebody. It's not something recent, trust me, for the most part. And sometimes it is. Sometimes it's not that far. Sometimes it's the 1800, or it can even go back to BC. But there, basically, you come through that bloodline. Basically, somewhere along the line, um, you were one. You were from one person, and you shared one person from that line, and that is amazing. So, that being said, let's look at it a little bit. I got this message, and it said the Colton Furnace, Antebellum, Maryland. So I got all excited. Me being this full-blooded Haitian American, I never thought. Well, I did see a connection in Maryland, but I didn't. I never saw where that was coming from. I didn't give it too much thought. And so when I saw this, I kind of clicked through this, and I saw that this was basically a reconstruction photo of the two of the bodies that they found there. Now, in essence, everything in green here, they said they found at least 100 bodies in this site. These bodies would have been slaves in this furnace, this metal furnace site that they had in Maryland. Um, and so it says that evidence indicates many laborers, so these people, they're calling them laborers now, skilled smelters and blacksmiths who knew how to operate the Colton furnace. Surviving document reveals the workers were provided supplies for overtime work, visible. Okay, so that being said, this is an indication of two of the reconstructed. This is what they would have looked like, and I thought that was amazing. But that being said, um, full if you read the full article, which I did, I went online and looked it up and read the full article. They found at least 100 bodies, and I matched up to one, two, three, four, five of them. Everything in green. It gives you the genetic distance. Um, Eventually, it will let you know who else matches up with it too. Like if anybody else in the database matches up with it too. They haven't done that yet. But right now, they could definitely say, hey, this person's connected to you, and here's the genetic distance. The genetic distance talks about how distant you are from this person. That speaks for itself, I guess. So that being said, that was quite exciting. And what was another thing that was exciting was this was in Maryland. But for me, I was like, well, that can't be. How can that be? I mean, when was my people in Maryland? I had to go find the proof. And that's something that I just have to do. So once I got that, I needed to go and get some information on this place, this Colton Furnace, Antebellum, Maryland. Found it very interesting, and I could not stop. And it took me a couple of weeks, y'all, to really dig it up. But let's get off of here for a moment. So again, y'all, this is mytrueancestry.com. It's my go-to, man. I promise you, because they connect you to actual bones that they're finding in the ground. These bones are talking. When people say ancestors are talking, well, this is one way that I feel like they're talking to us, because when they find these bones, the DNA, I don't care how old, as long as they can read that DNA in the bone, they could find you, and they can say, hey, I was here, and you were a part of me, and I belong to you, type of thing, which is amazing. So let's look at this again. I want you guys to pay attention to, again, the reconstruction, the faces, because this was the first place that I saw these faces, and I thought, wow. And it just kind of made me sad to look at them, because they looked, I mean, they reconstructed the faces, and yes, they look sad. They look like they were overworked. So that being said, we're going to get off of here for a minute. And we're going to go over here, and I'm going to introduce you to some of the research. First and foremost, let's get into who they were. And then I'm going to show you how I connected to them, because that was the part that was amazing. Because for me, it was like, well, I'm Haitian. I need to go figure out how I got connected to these people. I can understand if someone here found some relatives that was, found in the ground in Maryland, somebody that, had, ancestry from here, but mine's come from, Haiti and Africa. At least that's all I know. And maybe St. Croix from my dad's side, a little bit from way, way, way back. But let's take a look and see what could have happened that might have done that. But before we go into how I got connected to these people, I want to share something with you guys. Let's talk about these two people. Keep that image in your head. Remember those faces, those reconstruction faces that I showed you. And now let's look at this. Before I do that, let me put in, and I'm sorry because it has some music. I couldn't find a clip that wasn't, well, they had a lot of clips, but they were too long. And I wanted to find one that was not so long. So I share it.
It is said that every face has a story to tell. For those who visit the Museum of the Ironworker in northern Frederick County, a story of a darker time, a story of pain, a story of passion, and a story of hope and growth awaits. These stories are told through two facial reconstructions.
So the faces. And when I found this clip, I just was like, it felt like, okay, I'm on my way. So this right here is about to give us more insight on who those people were. And all I really did was research the name of this plantation, the name of the person that had the plantation, and a little bit more digging. Included the word slave and slaves on the plantation, and there they were. So the same, as you can see, we could go back real quick to the image of the screen, and I don't think I really should have to do that, you guys. But so this is what I got. I got this. Got a pop-up email saying, "Hey, Gina, you're connected to these people. These people, we found genetic connection for you, and they were basically metal workers or slaves at the Catoctin Furnace Antebellum, Maryland. And at first I didn't even understand what that was. I was like, Antebellum, Maryland? What is that? Okay, so getting out of here again, and back to here.
Of an enslaved man and woman who lived, died, a story of passion, and a story of hope and growth awaits. These stories are told through two facial reconstructions of an enslaved man and woman who lived, died, and were interred in those hallowed grounds. Travel with us.
So right there, how many of us really get to take a look and see where maybe a relative might have been enslaved, or where they might have been buried? Amazing stuff. I promise you, these facts, they're coming to us. And that's why I say let's not negate some of these tools that everybody else is using to find out who we are. It's important that we take advantage of these things and leverage this information for ourselves, because I'm telling you, it's not for nothing that these bones are starting to talk. Okay, so let's finish.
To meet these faces and watch as many hear their stories revealed for the first time.
This is Frederick County. Take note. I want you to remember Frederick County. There's a reason I'm specifying that.
Once I got inside the museum, of course, my eyes saw the artistry of the beautiful bust of these two slaves, but I have mixed emotions because these are my people, and they were brought to this country into industrial slavery to do back-breaking work.
Seeing these videos for the first time, it was shocking. It's real life, it's lifelike, and you see it and it makes you feel connected to the individuals who were here.
This experience is going to cause me to dig a little deeper into my own lineage, into my own ancestry, to really find out who I am, where my family comes from, and just get a better understanding of our history.
The Catoctin Furnace Historical Society commemorates, studies, and preserves the rich history of this historic industrial village. Studies such as the Recovering Identity Project are helping to identify the legacy of the African Americans associated with the late 18th through early 19th century operation of the ironworks. What an African American worker at Catoctin Furnace really experienced in the late 18th and the early 19th century is really hard for us, I think, to imagine. The enslavement is unspeakable. What we do know about the conditions is partly because of the accident of history that meant that the graveyard was found as part of the archaeological survey that preceded the construction of Route 15. And the skeletons of these individuals have given us clues about what their lives were like. The idea of having the facial reconstructions made was to create an opportunity for visitors to look into the eyes of these individuals and really see their pain, see their lives, and see their legacy. And so that's what here at the Museum of the Ironworker, this is what the Catoctin Furnace Historical Society hopes that the visitor is able to experience. It's a personal, it's a personal experience.
Walking in the room and looking at these faces, it was eye-opening, it was shocking, really a speechless, loss for words. A lot of emotions bottled up quickly, and even after reading the description of the faces, it really is a challenging piece of history to look at.
When I walked in, I saw the young man. It looks like he was looking at me. You know, it's like a person that I know. You know, he saw my soul. And then this beautiful young lady, the bust of her. I mean, here's a woman, 35 years old, nearly half my age, and she also endured the harshness, you know, the labor of working here at the furnace.
I think the
Okay, so let's stop there. I wanted to take some time to say this. One thing that I want to say about the Maryland plantation, something that I learned, and there's longer documentaries to watch with no music about the Catoctin plantations or the furnace, metal furnace facilities, they called them, or I call them plantations. They were breeders too. So what that meant were they were working these people like to the bone. I mean, these people were doing the hardest work that they could possibly do, but they were also, and I heard about this in the past where in Maryland that they were interbreeding people and selling the slaves, you know, intra-America type. A lot of people were buying slaves through Maryland that way. Well, a lot of people may be connected to these people that were on this plantation because they were breeders, meaning they had breeder farms right there. But that's not how I got connected to them. There is a Haitian connection to this farm, and I'm about to share that with you now. But before we do that, I'm going to put this link out because through research, I have a couple of people that did my true ancestry. But of the couple of people, I've checked at least 5 or 5 people. I only have one person that actually had another connection with this family on their my true ancestry, and they are actually on this channel now. So if she wants to come up, she could come up and we could talk about it together. Because you see, one thing you need to understand is, like I just mentioned, this particular this site that they were, they had this facility where they were metal workers. They not only were metalworking these slaves, they were using these slaves as breeders, meaning that they were having these people, especially the women, have babies and then sell the babies off to many different places, and some and a lot of times a lot of the women would be dying young because they had so many children. Very, very, very disgusting stuff, y'all. So I wanted to share that with y'all because I want y'all to understand that's why a lot of us, especially along South Carolina, Maryland, Virginia. That's why you see, like, if you ever did a DNA test and you say, why are so many people related? It's because in these states, especially in those states, they were breeding a lot of their slaves. Horrific stuff. So let me go ahead and put this next clip on so you can understand the Haitian or how, I mean, this took me a long time to find, y'all, because it's something I was supposed to have this discussion not too long ago. One moment. So sorry. These dogs. All right. Okay, so I was supposed to have this discussion a couple of weeks ago, but I didn't because I could not, because I felt like something was missing, something was off. And it was because I, in my heart, was like, where the hell did this, how did I get there? How could I be connected to anybody in Maryland? For me, I know the intercontinental slave thing happened, but I still needed to find the way it happened. I want to welcome Amina to the discussion. Welcome, Amina. Tell me what you think about what we just saw and tell people what you would like to share.
Good evening, everybody. Hope all is well. Gina. I hope you're doing well, sis.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I owe you a debt of gratitude because without you,
Aw.
I'm sorry, I would not have found out all that I found out. And thanks to you, I found out that I do have ancestral connection to the Catoctin Furnace.
It's going to be quite a few of us, sis. And it's
Yeah,
because they were breeding them like crazy. And
yeah.
you know,
I definitely have a DNA connection
yeah.
to a male, to a couple males and a couple females. One specifically was designated as an adult female and was a adult teenage was a teenager,
Yeah.
and there were a couple other
Yeah.
DNA males and Y chromosome males and mitochondrial women. Like Gina has found, I have found like 6 connections of people who were forced to work at this furnace.
Yep. And breed. Oh,
Yeah,
it's a breeding farm too.
I didn't know that part of it, Gina.
Yeah.
You're sharing something with me. I did not know. I did not know it was a breeding farm, amongst other things.
Yeah.
So you're really, and I didn't even know about the Maryland connection
Yeah.
either.
It's in Frederick, Maryland. Yeah.
Until you told me about it, until I got the updated version,
Yeah.
and that's when I saw the Catoctin Furnace, and I'm like, what is that? Because that wasn't there before.
Yeah.
So when Gina said, no, check it out, it's been updated, and I said, you're kidding me. And I just, when she was showing me hers, and I'm sure Gina mine, I'm just like, I had no words. Gina, I was speechless.
It's amazing, because I feel like a lot of people don't understand. It's like, for me, it's like with everything that happened to them, they're talking to us again. They're telling their stories. Um, and it's funny because they went. I mean, there were so many players, y'all. There were so many players on both sides, on the continent, off the continent, that did all that they can do to keep our history from us. And I say that to say that there were a lot of greedy chiefs and kings that benefited and didn't care, did not record history, did not make sure that it was noted that this person existed. Um, and then the same thing happened when we came over. It was like we became animals. We were just mules. And to think that the creator, um, something greater than anything on this earth, preserves something in our bones, in our marrow, in our blood, in our hair, in our nails, that would help to identify us. I mean, thousands of years later, it would connect us to each other. I mean, just amazing. I just want to welcome Big Dog. Big Dog, to welcome to the conversation. Tell me what you want to, how you feel about what we're talking about. What would you like to include before I go on to the next clip?
Oh, thank you very much for allowing me to be your platform.
You're very welcome, and thank you.
Okay. I'm from Nigeria.
Yes, sir.
I live in Nigeria, So when I see this DNA, I just want to ask a few questions. Um, how do you feel about such a DNA? I know most of your DNA are Africans' DNA, but due to the traveling or what happened in the past,
Yeah.
people have some kind of communication with other type of race. It's pretty long, 400 years. 400 years, right? But how do you feel? Do you feel more? Because what I'm saying is, in this YouTube on internet, um,
Mhm.
it kind of like a little bit confusing. Sometimes, we Africans, we feel one way, and that one way is where we're coming from, the tribe, because you're born into that tribe, and you don't have an excuse to say, "Oh, I can feel not be a tribe." No, no, no. You groom into that tribe. You're born into that tribe. And what you should understand is the women that actually hold the culture really in Africa.
Mhm.
So let's assume my mom married into my father's tribe.
Right.
She already know much about my father's tribe, and she already started grooming us to the culture of that my father's tribe, because we Africans more lean to the father. Is our father's side is really our tribe, not the mother's side. So he start grooming us through our father's culture, and the strictest way of this culture actually is be guarded and be executed by the women. So he knows where you don't have to go to, what to do, what kind of food you eat in that tribe. So what I'm saying, because it's a little bit confusing when I hear, I understand you're pro-African and and all these things. What I'm trying to say is that concerning the slave trade,
Yeah.
you have to understand that we normal Africans actually don't know nothing. When I mean nothing, zero about slave trade. My grandfather never told us about slave trade, but he only told us study good so that you can know much about the white man and you can be like the white man. When he mean be like the white man, he just said for you to read good, because they were fascinated that this white man can just hold the paper and pen and let it run like that. And the way they dress, the
So,
khaki.
so your people only told you to be fascinated with the white man.
No, 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 not fascinated.
Okay.
Study,
Uh-huh.
study to know what they didn't know about the white man. You understand? Because they believe through education, you can know the white man brain. You understand?
How did that work for Nigeria though? Is that work?
Ah,
Is that working?
it works because it allows us to have our independence.
I know,
You
but
understand?
so you feel like it's working. This thing of just
It,
studying to be better than the white man.
it works for us to have independence, but it also work against us because the corruption. Because you have to understand, they take it to the next level. They want to live in castles like the white man. You understand? That's what the class system the white man brought. That's why it worked against us. But for the slave trade aspect, we don't know nothing about the slave trade. We never be taught about the slave trade.
You don't know anything about Bonny Island. You don't know anything about.
No. You see, if it doesn't live, if it doesn't live close, if it doesn't live close to those territories, you never know nothing.
So that means you don't know anything about your history. The white man knows about his history. That's why he's so that. Do you know what makes the white man so intelligent? Are you still with me, big dog?
The British did change the size of our landscape or the size of our tribal land.
Did you hear what I said? Do you understand what makes the white man so intelligent, so like, do you understand that he understands his history? He understands your history. He understands everybody's history. And not only do he understand it, he plays both part. He understands the weakness of it and he understands the strength of it. You see, where your parents were wrong, or your I believe what happened, not just to Nigeria, but a whole bunch of Black people throughout the world. What Nigerians did is not different than what, let's say, somebody would have done, let's say, in anywhere in the world. Black people was doing this everywhere. They did not want to remember slavery. They didn't want to remember colonization. They wanted to put that behind them so they could move forward and prosper. They felt like that was the thing to do.
Yeah, but you have to understand, it's not the honorary people that participate on it. Is some of these kings and their commanders and their associates. When I mean associate, these are top cabinet members in this king's cabinet. They have a large army. Don't get me wrong. The white man, the jungle is thick, and these kings have a very large army. The formation of army you see today is not different from the formation of those army of those days. Also, they have their spies, they have their people. But these kings, you see, they were already fighting each other anyway before they came. So the Oyo was fighting the Dahomey. The Oyo was also fighting the Benin. The Dahomey was fighting the other ones. The other one was fighting Ashanti. So it was like a war of supremacy. They were fighting each other. So
How could you guys not know about slavery when you had slaves before you started trading with the white man?
no,
You had slaves in Africa, right?
they're slaves in Africa. You have to understand, slaves is not what they just measure like that.
Right.
You can be talking to somebody, you will never understand his descendants are slaves, because slaves in Africa is kind of, they guide, some of them are like the guide of these kings even. You understand? Some of them do the housework. Slaves don't just serve ordinary people. You know what I'm saying? Slaves serve the king. You understand? Slaves serve the king. It's generation of battle. Some of these people they took or they captured become like the king servant. It's not just an honorary African citizen or honorary black man or woman that stay in his house, that slave just coming to help that. No. These slaves actually helping the king for farming, helping the king. Some of them are even battle commanders even. Then these slaves, they call slaves, now have what called their own type of tribe in that area. So that's part of kind of like their tribe. But come a time also, these slaves also marrying into the royal family also. You understand? So some of these slaves become even far more powerful chiefs also. So that is, I'm trying to give you the the concept of Africans, what you call slaves. So you don't just hear, oh, that's a slave. Oh, that's a... No, it doesn't go like that, because the access to the king is like the access to heaven. You cannot just not. So will you mean, oh, why you don't know? No, other citizens don't know. Or so you have to be in the cabinets of these kings. And these kings, for you to get there, or even get information to there, it's kind of like secrecy. So when I mean that we don't know, doesn't mean that my sixth generation great-grandfather didn't know. Their man knows. But yeah, what can they do? They're powerless. But in fact of slave trade, by the time you start growing up, you start seeing the effects of what happened 400, 500 years ago, really in the society. When you start looking deep, like the Igbo people, you start seeing a tribe called Osun. Those Osun was being raided during the time of what's called this Atlantic slave trade. It can be somebody just hates you, and that person is very powerful, or your land are very fertile. You just want to have it. He will just call these middlemen or the commanders and the soldiers. They'll just get rid of you. So people started running to the gods. The gods are mostly in the market square. And those people today, they're still there. They will start hearing the people themselves say, yeah, we're not slaves. This is what happened. That the so-called free, what they call the freeborn, the one who run to the gods, cannot marry to those people. That's when we started saying, that's when we started getting the picture of what really happened. It's not like you just hear it, because they say, oh, so this is still going on. But honorary people from outside that tribe or that village can come and marry these women or men, but without not really know what is happening. Even when they know what happened, because it's not wrapped into their mindset, into their culture, they just say, you know what, it's honorary human being anyway. So that's how some slave aspects marry into others people family and become even more very powerful. But don't get me wrong, some of those people they call slaves in the Igbo land, called the Osun people, are the billionaires, something you hear in Nigeria. So nothing pull them back, only that some people just say, oh, they are the children of God. When I mean Osun, doesn't mean they are untouchable, just because they are gods. If you marry them, the gods will be angry because they were dealt with. The gods are not the one protected them. That's just the meaning of it. Doesn't mean, oh, they're not touchable. They're very touchable. They do business, they do everything. But the ones who do run to the gods, say, be careful, the gods protect these people. So when I mean most Africans really don't understand what happened in the past, you have to start, the elite cover it up. It's not the honorary citizen, but once the king gives message, you all follow.
So when you say that, you said something interesting. You said the elite covered up. What do you mean? What do you mean by cover it up?
Covering up is they don't want to speak about it.
So
if they speak about it, you know,
they could be put to death, or they could
they could be revolt.
So there could have been a time where people were told that you can't speak on the people that are being sold. You're not allowed to speak on it.
For my generation, for my grandfather generation, they didn't say nothing. My grandfather said they even know nothing about it. Even the man is even late. You can call a man of about 110 years, 110 now.
Yeah.
15 years old guy, man. He died at the age of 90. But what he was more focused on, doesn't mean he knows about when the white man came, how they fought them with the cow. You know, they were having bull cows there, how the war went on. Later part, they now have peace. And they saw a religion, which is called the Christianity. Yeah. You have to start, most West Africa does not have direct contact with the white man. Let me just tell you the truth. The colonization of Africa doesn't mean that the white man is carrying gun everywhere, working like security. No. It's from the top, might be one governor, and then the chiefs are the one executing. And what the white man did do, it did really it erupted into their languages, into their tribal way of organizing, into other things. But we also believe the commanders of these kings and their proteges.
So you feel like it was a business for them?
It was a business for them because you don't have to be enemy. You have to be conqueror. You don't have to be anything. They just don't like your face. Somebody can just say, let it go. You understand? So that will lead to chaos. And that will lead to other things. And some of this tribe thereafter, they might be the minorities tribe. You understand?
Yeah.
That
So if you
tribe,
wanted somebody's land, or if you wanted some,
yes, that's what I'm trying to say. So there might be the minority tribes who might be also traumatized. Let me just tell you the truth. Slave trade also have kind of like infect in most Africans when they started talking about it really deeply,
right,
that most of them lose who and who. So it's not like, oh, even the kings even start losing their own people because other tribes are also fighting back. You understand? So it was like a war of anything. But how did they settle this peace? When they started, they settle this peace. They also have to come also with the white man who also came towards this process also. You see, he want to rule and make money. He starts settling tribal wars. These people started saying, wait a minute, this guy came to start settling on. They start settling themselves also in a way that what happened, it can be traumatized also to them. And to keep that peace, they have to start intermarrying with each other. Before it was war to marry, because what we call fresh blood. I mean, what we mean, you cannot marry close to your people. You understand? You have to go far to the other village. You negotiate a wife. There, you pay the buy price. You present yourself good. So they start. There was a battle, but they start negotiating this thing by intermarry. Will you intermarry from the other tribe? Are you going to kill your cousins there? No. Then you start settling things with mouth. You understand? So they start having in-laws and in-laws and in-laws. But that doesn't mean that they are so like coming together, but they're mostly like talking with mouth. Even I could see here my grandfather, not my father, my grandfather started saying, will you have problem? Because he was the last man that fought a tribal war. He said, will you have problem, my children? Nothing will make you to fight. Settle it with mouth. Mouth. Settle your problems. Sit down together on the round table. Settle these things. They start settling their problem by meeting the chiefs, not the kings, because in Africa, apart from the kings, you also have what called the elderly men. The elderly men in these tribal lands, in these tribal zones, are far, far, far more powerful than the king. The king is just far away, but the king have a very strong army. But you have the top men in the villages also. These men started, these are the men that write the codes, and these are the men that write the rules. It's unwritten rules, but it's a culture you just followed. You understand? So that's how peace started coming. Come to the English aspect of it about slave trade. We were already in secondary school. It's just about 2 pages. We start talking, they start with slave trade, Atlantic slave, this will happen.
1 or 2 pages. And you know how many people were taken from the continent?
No, they don't teach us those how many people that has been, you have to start TV was not a general household.
Right.
You have to start when the TV came. It's our late 70s, early 80s, when the ordinary man started having TV, because TV was like an elite something. Sometimes you don't have, you stand by the window of somebody else that have, you start watching TV. It fascinates you, the advertisement, or those other things that you see. You more knowing about yourself in your own place. You don't even know what's happening in Togo, in Benin Republic, or in Ghana. You only know the area you are, which is where the king control, the king of the, it's not the king of a tribe, but it's a king of the town. So you only know that zone and the next tribal land close to you, their behavior, their culture, and all those things, and how to respect the spaces you are with them. It's a very difficult process. You navigate space, settle peace. When somebody offend you, you can go to the other side to report the person to the other side. That's why everything is being controlled, and it's very, very controlled. And you as a king, you're not allowed to ask too many questions. You just follow the rules and follow the culture. But the women are the most powerful ones that hold this culture. The men just observe. The men just observe. That's just where it goes.
You're saying this culture was upheld by women mostly.
By women, 100%. by women. By women, they marry from other tribes. The women that came from the other tribes, they already knows much about the culture, because when the man is already grooming to marry her, her family already tells this is the culture. It's not the culture is the same. The tradition is what is different. You understand me? The tradition, the culture is the same, but the execution of the tradition is the differences. So when this woman comes into this family, they start holding the culture of this tribe now. You understand? The women start having also position to position to the position to the position. And it's all done by ages. How old are you? They're to the top level of the woman. The top level of the woman, which is the oldest woman in that village, have more power than the men also. You understand? So let's assume the husband is misbehaving. They can summon the husband immediately.
Let me ask
You
you
understand?
something. Let me say
So,
this, you know.
So it's not about women are being oppressed. No. Every people have their right there. So when you talk about what they did, why did he tell you people all these things? It's just because we that grew up in that culture, we don't know nothing until we start seeing TV. TV was the first time I saw Black America. Let me be honest.
So you didn't know anything about the people that were.
I didn't know nothing about Jamaica. I didn't know nothing about.
So
I didn't know.
you don't know like the slave castles that you have. You have ports in every, and especially in West in Nigeria.
Yeah, because I'm not from Lagos. You have to understand. I'm not from Lagos.
So you're not from Lagos, but you don't know about historical sites in your state,
No,
in your country.
no.
You're not taught about them.
No, you look, slave trade studies when you are 18 or 19. You have to, when you're like in the secondary school, final year of your secondary school. Then they just teach you what happened. That was a bad story. They'll teach you like it was not good what happened, but they'll never really blame anybody. This is what happened. Then you start thinking, whoa. So where did it take them to? You know, because we in the internet.
Can I ask you something? Because you said it's. Do you remember what they taught you? What did they teach you?
Yes, they just taught about the slave trade. They just say what happened. They came, they participate. Yeah, they admit some of these commanders and the chiefs or the kings they participate in it, because they started like carrot, umbrellas, gin, and those things they're drinking and those things, and this will happen. And the some of the teachers can say, oh, that the Christianity you're seeing is like let's pray. They give you the Bible. They take over your people and the land. But it's not that the white man or the white man just no. It was also the Africans was also heavily involved.
So, so this was a business. This was a business between.
It was a business for it was a business for the Africans, and it was a business for the Africans. It was also a business for the white people. They're already in a battlefield. They're already fighting each other. So it was a battle of domination. So if you're like a weak tribe with weak soldiers, weak army, yeah, the struggle will challenge you. You understand? We challenge you. So they were ready to fight. So every battle, every king have his own spies, his own things. But inside those kings, inside these men also, they were also picking their people also, that the king is even ruling on, chasing, catching them, selling them, and all these things also. So it was not like, oh, they were only selling the other side of the tribe. No, they were also selling their own people. You understand? They were also selling their own people. That's why I say, if your land is so fertile and they don't like your face, and some of these kings, up to today, they're still there. You understand me? Or some of these proteges have become kings. So that was said when the Ghana man came with reparation or whatever Africa would need or that shit. Africa don't need that whatever the man is talking about. It's the people that suffer this thing, people that they took away. They're directly involved with this atrocity. They need that money paid back, or I don't know what to call reparation, or sorry my accent or my language. They need those things. You understand? Africa have their own economy, their own oil. They have the white man, they pick their oil, their gold, or their diamond. You have to understand, in Nigeria even, the white man, they dominated the market.
Right.
They did dominate the market. When the white man tried to dominate that market, it was called the cane business. They made oil out of it. They used it to use this their lamp. The women fought them back immediately. The men and the women there was a battle. They were fighting each other to death. So the British quickly said, no, we don't need this. So it was a business that the Nigerian people were doing later with the white man, even during the colonization time. So that's true that even during that time of colonization, most Nigerian tribes or even town never been, they either never crossed a white man. But how they come across the white man is through church and hospitals. They were building hospitals, they were building churches. And some of these reverend fathers, they were so heavily nice. And these hospitals, they also have like white people from Britain, from America that was there. And they were also nice, treating the indigents with Freemason and teaching them the English way of making money, which is capitalist business. That's why the Igbos are so very good at business. Because the Igbos will be introduced to a capital system of business by the missionaries. You understand? By the missionaries. The Yoruba just know how to read, book. You understand? How to do book work, education, and everything. The Igbos are more into business. You understand? The Northern ones also, the Northern ones was very difficult to convince because they also have their own business towards this desert business, everything. But still, they still learn. So it was not like, oh, the white man treat us bad, just like the way what you experience in that zone. It's not like that. That is very difficult. It's very, very difficult for a West African person to feel your pain or he might understand with you, but he will never be able to feel it or be in your shoe. So he will be shocked listening to you. But you have to understand is the mindset, and what that mindset is totally difficult. I've never really come across this white man that's bad on everything. No. They'll be looking at you because the Africans just want opportunity, and that opportunity is what they are. It's not their father. Their great grandfather has already stored in them education.
So they've always seen the white man or the opportunity to go to the white man's country as opportunity.
Not to go to the white man country. You understand? The Africans were not coming to the white man country until really 1980s when when our leaders went
70, yeah.
When our leaders went rogue.
Yeah.
When our leaders went rogue, Nigeria started in the 80s really, but some of them were already going to. You have to understand there were also Cold War at that time. The Russians were coming to Africa, to Nigeria to recruit people for study. It's not about I'm the good person. The Americans also doing the same thing. Most Nigerians that came to United States to study, they were all on Nigeria scholarship. Nigeria feed them there. Nigeria because Nigeria was also looking for teachers, educationalists to handle our education system. Because the Indians came at that time. They were the one doing the job, and the Indians they were heavily paid. So after Nigeria said, because if you finish your high school and you're very smart, you can be a primary school teacher. But at the time when Nigeria started having these men back, then they started telling the Indians it's time to go. You understand? It's time, you have to go now. So the India left. So it was Nigerians who took over the educational system. That's what I said. It's just about education and how to run the system. But when our leaders started going rogue, they want to be like the Queen of England. They want to stay in castle and become top rich. That's where the economy started dying. And they just don't care about the people. That's why a lot of them started coming in, what's called economical immigrants, started coming inside the late 80s, the 90s, till today. You understand? So not all of them, but you have to understand, not all that came are very rich. There are also some poor ones that also came.
I don't really get to ask Nigerians this. Most diasporans have a very high percentage in Nigerian DNA because Nigerians were Yoruba, Igbo, Ifik, Esan tribe were some of the highest. There's large numbers of descendants of enslaved people that have high numbers of Nigerian DNA. So there must have been a lot of traffic, traffic coming out of in food houses.
Yes.
There must have been a lot of traffic coming out of Nigeria. So for so many people to have been taken out of Nigeria, Calabar, Bani, those areas. It's really strange to me that people don't know that, or aren't eager to understand what that was and who was taken and why and where
It,
they
it,
are now.
it's
Like,
not the start knowing. It's not the start knowing. You have to start, not the start for the at least for the past, let me put it, 20 years, when this internet and all these things started pumping out. And what really made them really understand a lot also is this DNA test that start coming in now and start showing and all these things. But before you just start, they also have their own problem to deal with. So that's why I said, even after or during the slave trade or after the slave trade, it's not just all that peace like that. It takes them time to build that peace,
mhm,
communication. Let's live and let's live together.
yeah.
That's just how it is. So it takes them time also, because you have to understand when you start seeing the handmark of slavery or what happened in the past, you start looking at Nigeria. Nigeria was always the largest population of black people, even at that time. That place called Nigeria. You
Right.
understand? So you have to go towards the cocoa, the people that live on top of the water, between Lagos, they call it Makoko, between Lagos. Those are people also who also running from the slave business also, between the Daumi and the Oyo Empire and all that ones. They
Built
are,
those houses on the water, yeah.
oh, the water. That is a footprint of a slave business that people are running. They don't want to be, not with the Daumi, not even with the Ashanti. Yes, they were not even with the Oyo. They were running for both of these evil people.
Right.
You understand? So you start seeing it, but it takes you time when you become older. You start saying, how did they come over there? Oh, okay. The story started coming out, because they all have stories. The story started coming, it's a pity what happened, because what happened is it touched also every household in Africa. If I give up my DNA, possibility I will start seeing people that connected towards me.
Yeah,
But
that's true.
but I never know nothing about, because I can trace to my 50 grandfather and their descendants. You understand? Because we live in a tribe. So I can know, oh, okay, my great into 50. I can trace it to and their compound and their land. Because some of this land still belong to us. Every household started taking land.
Basically, the heritage, you could trace it based on where they've lived, but not
Yes,
Gotcha.
where they live and the land they left for us also. The farmland and the land that is close to where they live that belong to us now,
Right.
that most of us now shared as our past. So we start getting older. Like my grandfather have his own set, he shared it to my father, then my
Mhm.
father shared it to us, and by grace of God, I also share it to my own children also. You understand? Oh yeah. So I just saw.
For me, like you asked the question when you first came on here, you said, how does it feel to have that because you said you come from a tribe and you know who you are based on the fact that you came from a tribe and you know who you are and so for you, you don't have a question. And you said, how does it feel to have I guess you were trying to say to have so many different admixtures. Is that what you were saying? No.
Yeah, yes. That's how do you, because when you start watching YouTube, right? You start seeing
Like when you like this, right? Like this is me. This is me. Like so when you look at this,
when I look at this, right, you have a huge, you're African, because African nowadays, you have to be very, let's be honest. Africa also intermarried nowadays. You cannot say, oh, that 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 I'm a fully African now, because with this modern way of traveling and easy way of communication, and you can just take a flight, you already in somewhere like Nigeria within let's from America, let's say 16 hours, right?
right.
Yeah, you can just have somebody you love, or this man that went to London to study, and others. Me that is talking to you, I'm not married to a black woman. You understand? You
Yeah.
understand? My children they all have. You
So
understand?
that was a good question, and I want to answer you because you know what? It's a good question, and it's funny. I always wondered, what do continentals think about this admixture that we have? Like, when people say that we're different, I've heard a couple of people say, we're not the same. You guys are different. Or I've even heard diasporans said, we're not the same as they are. We're different. And it's because of this admixture. Some of us even have European. I have European, but I can't claim something like that because it wasn't through good reasons. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
so a lot of us are going to have a little bit of European and maybe some Indian. I have some North American Indian. Um, we were treated like mules. We were taken for the most part. And you see, all of these people represent this Nigerian, this Ghana, Liberian, Sierra Leone. This all of these people were
Yeah.
forced to be together. And
Yes.
and they were forced to learn to see each other as one, meaning that you see the difference between us and you. And on the continent, and I'm learning this, and I don't know everything. I'm still learning so much about the continent, but I do see that there is still so much a divide where people do identify themselves with their tribe, first with their country, then their tribe and their people, where we were pushed, our backs were pushed against the wall, and we were forced to identify ourselves as one people. We didn't have time to do the intertribal thing and figure out who's what. We were one people because we were put in a room with others that treated us like certain something. So that's something that we had to become one and be strong to be able to maintain in it. And it's funny because it's not unlike Africa, because Africa's in this world, this world that we're in is really in the same situation, because you're in a world where there is so much supremacy as far as powers around you that are, let's say, overpowering you in so many ways, and everybody is demanding or telling Africa what it wants, and Africa's really put against the wall. And instead of Africa, all the people of Africa looking at each other like one and empowering themselves, unity fait la force. That's French to say unity is where our force is. That's where our power is. Instead of Africa using that, you are very much still broken apart. Like, I don't know, it's funny because I envy you in some ways, because you held on to a lot of, I guess, culture, but I felt like that culture is what weakened Africa in a lot of ways, because that culture or that tribe connection, or the way that we look at ourselves not being so different. And maybe that's why history didn't matter. And maybe that's why, what happened to those people. A lot of people were claiming that they were not their people, didn't matter, because people only cared about who was in their little village or who was in their little cipher. And that weakens a people. And I think that has weakened a great continent, a continent that is greater than any continent on this earth, because it's not really a continent. It's really small pieces of clusters of ciphers all over the place. And that's exactly what they want to keep it at. I want to share something with you, because I think that it's important that, while we talk about tribes, we need to understand that this has always been something that they've used against us. I found this clip not too long ago, and I thought it was very interesting. Although this conversation has gone in a different direction, but hey, to the Most High Yah.
Hey, I was a conscript in the South African Army in 1988 and 89. Used to have to do 2 years. 1989 was the last year of having to do 2 years of compulsory military service, as Nelson Mandela was let out of jail and we moved towards the first free and fair elections in South Africa. But I was based up in northern Zululand near a town called Matubatuba in 121 Battalion, which was a Zulu battalion with a small cadre of white officers, but all the troops and a lot of the non-commissioned officers were Zulus. And one of the things that was going on in my area, because I was the law officer covering a very large area of northern Zululand up to the Swaziland-Mozambique border, was a small group of recce officers. That was like our equivalent of the SAS, Navy SEALs type soldiers, training local Zulu men to go up to the townships and the mine hostels around Johannesburg and in the Transvaal to deliberately foment racial tension and violence with other tribes based in those hostels and townships. And this was a very deliberate strategy of the South African government and the South African military at the time to create black-on-black violence, to detract from the potential for black-on-white violence, which in those days was very low because we had a very strong and violent police force repressing that side of things. But there was this massive deflection that went on right up until I left the army at the end of 1989. And a lot of white people don't know that, is that there was a very deliberate strategy, because what white people in South Africa at the time, and no doubt for some period afterwards, were often saying is, you know, these blacks can't run a country because they're always fighting each other. These tribes hate each other, right? The Zulus hate the Xhosas, who hate the Ndebele, who hate this guys, the Pondos, and this kept saying that basically that blacks were too violent to run a country. And what most people have no idea of is that violence, that intertribal violence, was fomented by the white South African government, army and police force very deliberately. So we need to revise our idea of history, not just the recent history, the pre-apartheid history of South Africa, but the entire history of European and white domination of Africa, and the way that that was presented to us through our education curriculum, the things we believe about the history of Africa and colonialism.
So, for me, a lot of the tribalism and a lot of the fighting that went on, and a lot of the tension that still goes on in Africa, and a lot of the pride that we have in having this different identity than others that look like us is our big problem. Because you see, a lot of it is fabricated, and it's been like that for a very long time. The Arabs used it against us. The Portuguese used it against us. We've used it against ourselves. And Europeans come from different places and directions. I mean, it's not just this man. So many people have spoken on this. And it's like, are we going to get that this thing that we do where we see ourselves as different is our biggest weakness? Our superpower is our unity, our ability to see ourselves within ourselves. And until we can do that, we're just open season to everyone.
Okay, do you want me to be honest to you?
As honest as you can be, sure.
Okay. Africa generally, I'm talking about sub-Sahara. You mean Africa is big. You start involving Morocco, Egyptians, and those things. When we Africans said African, we talk about our close relatives. We talk about Ghana, the name called Ghana today, all the way to down to Mozambique, to Angola, down to the Zulus and to the Swahili, down to the black Namibians and all those ones.
Right.
Those are the ones we say Africa. And you have to understand, black is not in our mind. We know we're black, but it's not in our mind. Oh, I'm black, I'm black, I'm black.
Why do you think that is?
Because this tribe of it, you cannot kill it. Don't let any Pan-African tell you, oh, no. This tribe has been formed thousands of years. Yeah, it's not a tribe just be formed now. You understand?
Oh no,
It's a,
what did you
it's
say? This thing, this tribal thing
this
is.
tribal thing have been formed thousands of years. You understand? This tribe are not tribe that just formed. It's like 1800 something or 1500 something. This tribe have been
So
existing.
this tribal thing, is it because you're on the continent? Because how did
Look, in the continent here, your tribe first, even before the country.
I just want to give you an example. You did mention earlier that we're different. Why do you think we're different? The ones that left. And even your children, some of your children that leaves, and let's say are not too continental, why aren't they tribal?
Look,
Yeah,
that's okay. Okay, let me give you talk about admixture, right? From there, I would.
You didn't answer my question though.
Yeah, I would.
I would like to hear the answer.
When I mean you said Africans, when Africans say, "Oh, we're not the same," because you have admixture. What that I said, I told you that even in Africa, because of this easy way of communication, you have to say, if not the plane or the internet or education and all these things,
Yeah.
the communication of other race or other people would have been very difficult. I don't think a Nigerian man or a Nigerian person that live interland will go and will marry a Ghana wife. You understand? He will marry close to maybe a little bit far away from the village, because you're not allowed to marry from your tribe. You must have to go and marry from the other side, because to make the children stronger. You understand?
Right.
So that things will not be funny. So you marry from the other tribe. The other tribe might be in your place or marry the other side. But what you should understand, now in Nigeria, right? Now in Nigeria, Africa in the continent, doesn't because you are mixed with somebody, Portuguese blood, whoever, that you are not an African. You are an African. You understand me? You are still an African, because once you have their blood,
Right.
you are their children. That's what I said in this place. Don't let some people can be emotional or want to paint that like, oh no, this is most Africans here married to foreign women. Those children, just imagine if you watch a Nigerian man, when he married to any race,
Right.
white or black American or white American or British, anything, those children are his children. Those children, he will fight those children to carry his family's name. Those children, the eyes he look at those children are not just another children being born, oh, is this or that. It will tell you, these are my children, and these children are from my tribe.
Okay.
Straight up. And those children will inherit whatever he owns on earth. 100%. Because children, you can have money, but you don't have children, you are as useless as something else. Is in Nigeria. It does not mean anyway where you're coming from, or in Nigeria culture, children is children. If mother is white or the mother is black or is not even in Nigeria, those children is tribal children there before Nigeria. You understand? So we hold our children very dearly to us, because those children contribute.
So if you hold your children very dearly, why not the descendants of those slaves that were, why isn't, because it's funny to me, because you said that it's kind of like, I don't know, Amina, are you getting it, or is it just me? It's like, it seems.
What am I supposed to be getting? I'm lost
I'm
in all the
lost.
diatribe. It's
I'm
I'm lost in all the diatribe. To me, it doesn't.
matter who you
It's all hollow. It's gaslighting to me.
If it doesn't live in the system, it can be hollow to you.
No,
Let
no.
me tell you what.
I don't need to live on the system. I don't
Let me
need
tell
to
you-
live
let
on
me
the
tell you-
system.
let me tell you
No,
one
no,
thing.
I'm done. I'm good. I'm good.
Let me tell you one
I don't
thing,
need to live on a
madam.
continent.
Let
I'm
me tell you
good.
one thing, madam.
As
Don't let
as
nobody.
we
Don't
all
let nobody
know,
tell
we
you.
all know, we
Don't
don't
let
need to
nobody tell
live.
you.
We don't need to live on a continent to get it.
Please, I really want to understand.
Don't let nobody tell you
I want
we
to
can break. Don't let nobody tell you we can break the tribal system. It's not going to happen.
Where are you at,
It's
Amina? I hope that was a mistake. Come back on here. Okay, so that being
it's not going to happen.
I want to say this. I truly believe, to be honest with you, I truly believe Nigerians love their children. I do. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know too many Nigerians, but what I know of the culture, I do believe they love their children. My thing is, when we first started this conversation, we were talking about, you said, how do we feel? We don't feel like complete Africans. You're right. I don't think you can as a diasporan, you can feel as a complete African when you're not made to feel like a complete African. Even if you want to feel like that, it's like it's like anything else. It's like a situation where even if you want to feel like a complete African, if you're not welcome to feel that way, you're not going to feel that way.
No.
Yeah.
For you to feel more African, you have to live in Africa. You understand me? You have to live in Africa. You see, she get irritated because is not what she expect to hear. That's why I say, can I be honest to you? That's what can I be. Look, Black Americans have this attitude of, if it's not their way, they get irritated. It will never be your way.
Well, I appreciate the honesty.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you right now. Must I be honest to you? The honesty I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to lie. Well, we're going to lie to you. Why must I pander towards what people want to hear because they have that dream of this thing? We don't think about Egypt. We don't think about Morocco. We don't think about Algeria. We that live in sub-Sahara Africa, especially Nigeria. Egypt's not in our mind. You understand? When you have a child,
slow down, because I want to understand you. You say you don't take it back to Egypt, meaning you don't go in the past. You just What are you saying exactly? What is he saying tonight? Welcome to Nigeria.
We live where the tribal land is, and that's where our mindset has been set up.
So basically, these things, these people, these slavery people, these things, this is not something that you're living in. We're not going to talk about Egypt because we're talking about the descendants of enslaved. So what you're saying is that you're not thinking about those people. You're thinking about the people that were in the sub-Saharan Africa with you, basically. Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure.
You don't think about the area you are, the environment you are. I'm not even thinking about Ghana. You don't think about the environment you are.
You're like, look, I'm not even thinking about in Ghana, Gambia. I'm only thinking about Nigeria. That's it.
So in Nigeria, because we live in that space called Nigeria, I will understand Igbo because you're coming across them, neither in school or in businesses or in the supermarket, in the church, in your day-to-day life. And you recognize them as Igbo. You respect them as Igbo. You respect their tradition and their languages and whatever they carry along with it. Just the same way they also respect who am I. That's why I say I have to be honest towards you.
Right.
But if once an Igbo woman have a child with a Yoruba or have a child with Hausa, automatically that child is an Hausa child. It's not an Igbo child. You understand?
Because
so that will say to you, so when you have a child, when you have a child with a Nigerian man, the first you hear Nigerian man started saying, he will measure his tribe on that child's name. If he gave an African name to that child, it's his tribal name that is given to that child.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So he's giving his tribal name to that child. And that child in the future, that's what Nigeria fight hard to make sure their hands grab to their children.
So I understand you. So if you, let's say your daughter has a child with another tribe, another country, that child is not yours. Is that what you're saying?
No. If you have a child with an Ashanti, that child is from Ashanti.
That child is for the Ashanti family, not
for the Ashanti family. But Ashanti is my in-law.
But it's still your grandchild.
Huh?
It's still your grandchild.
It's still my grandchild, but you cannot inherit He cannot inherit my land or whatever I have.
Oh, you cannot leave it anything or.
No, he have to go to his father's side where even when let me tell you, even when the child dies, if let's assume the child died, it's the father's village that will bury that child. So the woman have no right, because you cannot come to Nigeria with a child from a Ghana and the child dies. You want who's going to bury that child?
Right.
The tribal people bury people here. You understand? Nobody that live in Lagos all come from the
It
tribal
wasn't
people.
always that way. It used to be women used to have land.
In Nigeria, for a woman to have a land, the father have to give the land to the.
In Nigeria, the history women used to have land.
I don't know nothing about, but what I know is in Nigeria, for a woman to have a land, the father have to give the land to the woman when he's still alive. When he's still alive, it's okay. My daughter, this is for you. But since education, since inside 70s, late 60s, Nigerian men started training their children far more than what happened inside 50s, 40s, and all these things.
I will say this, and then I'm going to welcome Nigeria to. I'm going to welcome to Niger to the discussion. I will say this to you. You said something earlier, like I'm going to tell you what makes other nations great, and I think this is the weakness in Africa, the weakness in Nigeria, the weakness in you. And I'm not judging you. I'm just saying that basically based on our conversation and I think that you're saying that what matters is what's in front of me. Where all others say that everything matters to them and they claim it all, even if it's not theirs. You see, the European, he knows everyone's history. It's important that he understands it, he knows it better than you know it yourself. He knows your history better than you. You're right. For me, a lot of the research that I do about Africa, I go to the Dutch, I go to the Danish, I go to the Germans, I have to go to the French, I have to go to the Britain or America. And it's sad. There's very few African historians. There are some, but very few that I can go to find research on our history. And I'm talking about our history. Now, and it's sad because when you go to other people like the Germans, the Danish, the French, of course, a lot of it is a little doctored up. You have to go through, meaning that I have to go to this book and that book and this country and that country and try to pull the truths out of lies. But it's kind of sad because you see, when you don't know your history, and I say that to say, what's in front of you is not all of you. You have to know what it is. You have to understand the past for you to be able to propel to the future. Yes, Egypt matters because it's important that we understand that we were in Egypt. It's important to understand the Yoruba connection in Egypt. It's important for us to know that because guess what? It's knowledge in that. It's power in that. It's respect in that. It's privilege in that. It's the esteem that you've put into your children, letting them know that they did that. It's important, yes, because if they did it before, they can do it again. And I'm gonna tell you something. It's an invisible type of power, but it's the source that other people use to and it's not even theirs. It's false for them, but true for us because they take our history and make it their own. And we sit around saying that doesn't matter. What matters is what's in front of me. And let's not talk about the things that we're ashamed of because it makes us look bad. Well, everybody talks about, the other nations don't have a problem talking about the stuff they've done to people because guess what? They know that it invokes fear in others and invokes respect and it invokes power and all kinds of emotions. And I'm gonna tell you something. It makes stuff move. Africa needs to start telling its story to its children because it's important that they get it from you because they're going to get it from the world. And the version that they get is going to make you look small. And that's the part. And that's the part, because if you're not telling them, don't think that eventually, like you said, now we have the internet. Now we have people that are, the truth is out there in every way. So you can't lock people up in dark villages with no lights no more and tell them that this thing didn't happen. People are going to find out. And now, more than ever, people are finding out, and they're, of course, finding it out from other sources, which is a little frustrating, because what happened to our history? Why couldn't we tell, even if we were just to tell our children the truth, and they would tell their children the truth? But we were, like you said, a lot of the people that were in the higher positions denied us the opportunity to even tell the truth, and we denied ourselves it because of, I don't know, I don't even care at this point. It doesn't make sense to only care about oneself. It didn't work in the past, and it's not working now for Africa. I want to welcome Tunisia in the discussion. Welcome, Tunisia. Tell me what you think about what we're talking about today. This discussion, y'all, was supposed to be about this finding I found about these people that were these bones that they found in Maryland that matched me. A very interesting story. Me being from Haiti, it's strange to have found bones in Maryland, but I have an understanding of how that could have happened, and I'm going to share that. I don't know if you guys saw the first clip. I could share it again. Big Dog has really turned this conversation around, but I'm happy he came on board. I'm sorry, guys. I got to add some fruit. Stayed out and got some fruit flies, but I'm happy he came on, because this was really, I think everything is meant, and I think that was important, and I'm happy he came and shared what he shared. It was honest. It was true. A lot of people that are on a continent really are just living their lives, and they don't want to think about, they don't feel like they have to think about, Ghana don't think that, some people in Ghana don't feel like Nigeria needs to even be a thought. Some people in Nigeria don't think about what's going on in Gambia, and it goes on, and especially us, those that were taken off the continent at least 300 to 500 years ago. We're definitely the last thought. So that being said, is that a problem for Africa? I think so. Welcome to Niger.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a while.
Okay.
And I think this guy's in Nigeria now, so you are beginning to understand. they are troublemakers, obviously. So yeah, the truth is, I think it's correct to say that many Africans and Nigerians, not excluded, often focus on what is around them. I guess the real question is, what do the elites think? The elites too refuse to contemplate this type of thoughts, and that is where the issue is. Because if the elites and the ones that know better, that travel overseas and everything, engage with this type of thinking, maybe we wouldn't be where we are today. Is because many of them still tell us that, we just need to do what we are doing now better when they know full well that we are not like other countries. We don't defend ourselves like other countries. We don't have our say like other countries do. We are not even Nigeria is not even part of the BRICS at all, like something that South Africa even managed to join. We are not even like that, but we don't ask ourselves, why do we look so small compared to others, even if we have the numbers? Those, I believe, the elite in Nigeria, for some reason, have shut their mouth and not saying anything. I don't know why. I saw a video the other day where somebody was talking about how Nkrumah, when he was alive, they were saying certain things about Nigerians, because Nigerians, the way they think, I can't even imagine. These people, they compete with each other to their own detriment.
Yeah.
They don't even see beyond themselves. Even when they can see a greater threat, they will still carry on fighting each other. These are the people that somebody will be robbing their house, they will still be fighting while the armed robber is coming, taking everything out, and they will still focus on themselves. It's like a conditioning like no other. They refuse to back out of it. You know, I was speaking to somebody today about this, and I told him, you know what, this stuff is coming. You know, we have all kinds of bigger challenges, and all you are doing is saying that we should just stand still until we come to an agreement on how we are going to live together. That you don't sit in a house, somebody's breaking into your house, and you want to have a discussion with the landlord. You deal with the burglar first before you start worrying about discussion with the landlord regarding tenancy agreement and all the rest of it. But this boy, he said no, he would rather do that for eternity.
Hmm. Wow.
That is the kind of mindset. I hope he shifts from that position, because this is the first time he encountered me.
That's got us a laughing stock all over the world. We're just waiting for everyone else to disappear. It's not going to happen.
It's like, I don't understand. It's like they don't even, some of them even go after saying, oh, the Westerners are not the issue. They don't do anything. That is us that is just the problem. But they don't understand both can be true. I'm like, both are true.
Yes.
It doesn't mean they are not doing anything to you. To pretend as if they are not doing anything to you, that is extremely ignorant. And you let them know this, they still persist with the same. It's almost like these people have been programmed somehow to keep repeating the same mantra to the people. You know, I've seen Nigerians come on TV, a presenter on TV, he talks on Nigerian TV all the time. He uses Sri Lanka as an example, that this is how Sri Lanka dealt with their security challenges, and Nigerians should do the same. Then what he failed to tell Nigerians is that by Sri Lanka's military standards, Nigeria should have 4 million soldiers, when the actual amount of soldiers Nigeria has is around 140,000 that is actually active. So that's magnitudes of more than 10. Like magnitudes.
What is this thing, Nigel, with continentals, that they don't see the need for unity? I don't understand. Like, what is this thing that they don't see this need to come together and be, stronger? What is this thing that, other than tribalism, what is this thing that stops them from making themselves stronger? I mean, connecting with diasporans, making themselves stronger, connecting with each other on the continent. Why don't they think that? I don't understand. What's this thing?
I mean, you see that thing you just said just now? That's exactly how I refer to it. And somebody said to me, this thing, what is that thing? I can't remember, because I can't make sense of it too. It's like they understand it. If you ask them, they will tell you, yes, we know unity is good. We know we should work with each other and to solve our problem. We know this problem is on all of us, but they'll tell you, but we still have to. They refuse to allow that knowledge to filter into their decision making and the way they perceive the world. And that is the conversation I've been having with them. This is why I'm not. You don't often see me on the listing most of these panels anymore, because when you have this conversation with them, and they will tell you that they understand that, because Nigeria, you know how they like to show how educated they are educated people, but they simply refuse to budge from the tribalistic approach of things, or parroting the conditioned thinking that, oh, we need more technology, we need more, we need to have change our constitution, we need to end corruption first. These are the kind of things they've been programmed to think is the issue. Many of them, there are some of them that understand this. You know, you do see them now and again, they show up and they really back these type of ideas, like we need to organize ourselves and deal with the challenges. But the vast majority of them, as a matter of fact, they will start hating you like you are telling them what to do. Like you should tell them not to hate the Fulani guy or the Igbo man or all kinds of stuff. You know, one of them actually came online to argue that tribalism is important, that we maintain it. I like,
What
this
was
is
the argument for that?
His argument was that because tribalism helps defend your interest in your country, that you need to add. And I tried to let him know that you don't control anything now. When you are busy fighting each other people are coming to take everything that you are supposed to control. That tribalism, and I say I don't have any problem with you loving your tribe and all the rest, is the toxic aspect of it that is divisive,
But
that
then
makes us weaker.
but they go out of their way to go to countries that have uniformity and have organization and have and
Irony, isn't it?
the funny thing is the dream. The dream is to be able to go to those places. I mean, I always joke, and I say this not about just Africa, but I say it about Haiti too, that we raise our children to leave the country. We raise our children, and the initiative is to grow up and be able to leave the country. And so these things that we don't allow or we don't want in our country, which the uniformity, the organization, the unity, working together, where a country is working to these things, or in the case of Africa, continent working together. These are the things that work in other countries, and we like to be in those countries because we feel secure. We feel that there's organization. We feel that there is a way to move forward, but we don't want them for the continent. We want to be able to go to them and prosper and come back and build big walls and drive cars and watch other poor people. And this is the thing. I have to tell you, there are some people that want Africa to stay broken because they want some Africans to always be below them. There are people that do not want Africa to be like, let's say, America or France or Britain or they don't want Africa to be strong and have unity and have for this leader in this place to know what's everybody working together. They don't want that. They want to live in a place where that is, and they want to go to Africa to show how prosperous they are. I mean, because it has to be that. There could be no other reason other than you have people that sit in the seat of power that want certain people to always be poor. So you want people to struggle. You could only feel good when you go around other folks or be in a place where you are better than others. Because if that's not the reason, then why would people in positions of power or people that are used to organization, like in places like Europe, places like America, places like Canada, go back into Africa and be like, oh, I think tribalism, I think this culture that we have, this separates us, is great for us.
Madam, let me just, you see, as that's, I'll be honest to you, very, very honest to you. I will not pretend or try to give you something. Look, we can come just the way they come to. You see, Nigeria is formed from a nation. About 5 or 4 nations or 6 nations from Nigeria. So these nations already have their own identity. You understand? So, these nations already have identity. The aspect where you see this is you live in a Western world that different kind of things are happening there.
I'm from one of the poorest places on this earth.
No, I understand.
Don't judge me. You don't know where I'm from.
No, I know you're from Haiti, but you see this in an American point of view.
No, I don't. I'm saying what I'm saying. There are people that are privileged and are in privileged places that keep people in this state of, we are going to do this in a tribal way, knowing that it doesn't work for them. That's not what's working for them. What's working for them is going to Europe, going to America, going to Canada, living in organized places where there's uniformity, where there's rules, where there's where they can go into places and expect certain things, where they can turn a switch and always have light, where they could turn the faucet and always have water. See, these people that are going back there and upholding these systems do not.
The problem we have in Nigeria, even a politician that come from the same tribe with you can also treat you very badly, and they all corrupt. You understand? They all corrupt, and this corruption started. You have been there. It's not about, oh, this tribe is favoring this own tribe. No. Even when they come from the same tribe with you, he will still want to pack the money into his own house alone, not care about the tribe. The only thing that they can confront him, or if they want to go after him, they can go after him. You understand?
I don't
It's
know.
the tribe. What you should know about Africa or a Nigeria tribal mentality. One, he can live and die for his tribe. When you have these two things, that I can live and die for my tribe, it's a very powerful something that you can think you can just switch it off like that. And you as an African, if you live in London or US for a very long time, you start losing your identity, who you are. You become more depressed. You understand? You become more. Or if you even if or some you when you born there, but when you move from Nigeria at one certain age, you made in Nigeria, they groom in Nigeria. You live and stay in America for 40 years. Then you're not coming. You become even depressed. You start missing.
See,
You start
you,
missing.
you,
You
you,
start
you,
missing.
sorry, you said something about dying for your tribe.
Yes.
How is it that we cannot understand that when you come together and fight in the context of this thing, Nigeria, you are, another was fighting for your tribe.
How did they come together for
It's not
independence? They came
because
together for independence.
no,
How
I
did they
mean
come
when you
together?
fight for Nigeria, you are also
How,
fighting for your tribe. It's not only
how did they come to ask for independence? Awolowo, Azikiwe, Atwe
see.
Nahuru,
No,
and
no, I'm not talking
they all
about
come together.
independence. I'm
They
not.
come together. How did they fight? How did they able to fight for South Africa? They came together in the UN. They were working out. They were
Then,
all
but
working out.
everything
You
you are
telling me
saying now. Hold on,
any
hold
black
on,
male
hold
that
on.
speak
He's not
during that
listening.
apartheid time?
Big dog, give
You
them
see
Hold
any
on,
black male
hold
that
on,
speak?
hold on. You are saying that we were able to come together to achieve something. At the same time, you are saying that we remain tribal that has brought us down. What we have to understand is by fighting as a group, we are also fighting as for our tribe too. Because when the group does better, because that's how the world operates now. When the group does better, our tribes do better. Everybody is more prosperous because we work together. Because we are not working together, that is why we were enslaved. That is why you see this lady before you. The very reason she exists before you across the ocean is because we were not organized. If we get
It's not some,
organized,
it's
we
not
will
something that
we will fix
it,
most of our problems.
it's not something that you cannot look. I'm very honest to you. I don't know how long you've been in London, but it's not going to happen. Not in my time, or not even in my generation. But we can have good people who can take the interest of, so let's root together. Let everybody have opportunity, not just for his tribe alone, but generally. This everyone was having opportunity those days in Nigeria. When you look for a job, you have a job. But when the people started, these greedy people, these corrupt people started coming in, it can even be your own tribe. You know, it's very corrupt. This man is not good.
See, let me tell you, Nigeria is not as bad as people think. Let me give you one fact that you may not even be aware of. Do you know that Nigeria is mostly run? I think Mike is there. We were having this discussion. He occurred to us that Nigeria has been mostly ruled by people from minority groups.
Mm, mm.
How is that even possible? The so-called most tribal country, we are so tribal. How is it that most of our leaders are from minority groups? From Abacha, Babangida, go on. Good luck. Even Buhari's Fulani is minority. What's is the other one? Fulani's this thing name. Just name them Murtala Mohamed Fulani. Hausa is not ruling. Igbo
Do you
man
know
run
why?
around country for
I
6
thought
months.
they were the majority.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Because some of these people are also mixed. Buhari is Hausa Fulani.
No, he's not. Yeah, Abacha is
Aba-
Kanuri.
Abacha is Kanuri, possibly mixed also with Hausa. Molata Mohammed is mixed.
It's
You
not
understand?
mixed with Hausa. Their Murtala Mohammed is Fulani.
So what you should understand that when you miss, and they also have networks. It's just the way we ask for independence. When a
they
lot
are
of
not
these
mixed.
religions
These people are
come
known to
together, my
be.
brother,
Babangida
then
is
they
from
see what their
Nupe.
identity.
No,
See,
hold
now
on.
talk about
Let's not mix. You are mixing facts here. Let's get it straight. Babangida is from Nupe. Abacha is from Kanuri, and Gowon is from somewhere in this in I think the Plateau, and he is even this is the Christian on top of it. So Most, if you look at Nigeria, has been run, majority of our leaders are from minority group. Good luck if from Ijaw has ruled Nigeria longer than Igbo man, than an Hausa man. An Ijaw tribe has ruled Nigeria longer than an Hausa man.
Nigeria problem is the corrupt leaders, and some of these leaders belong to our tribes and other tribes. It's an elite thing. What I'm just trying to ask the madam there is, how does, because I know she's African. That's why I say when she say, oh, you talk about the administrator or Africa, say, oh, you people are not African. What I try to say, madam, you people are pure Africa. There's nothing like 100% African nowadays. Let me be honest to you. If Haiti woman married to a Nigerian man, automatically, the children of that woman belong to Nigeria, and that woman, it can assimilate into the Nigerian culture. And once Nigerian man can behave Westerners to you, if it's in America, the moment he brought you into Nigeria, his character will change. He will start teaching you the norms and the ethics of his where it's coming from, because he wants you to blend in. He wants you to know a lot. He wants you to fit into the society. So with that, I say, how do you feel? Because sometimes I look at you. You have communication with other. Yeah, you communicate with more other race than we that live in Africa. We that live in Africa, mixed blood started coming to Africa even right inside 18 something already, but it was very few, even to the 60s. But you have to understand, then the Nigerian men are not bringing these children back home until inside 1950, 40 something, when they hold a meeting among the tribes and start saying, if these children be born by these foreign women, who are they? They said, it's our children and this our blood, and they are ready. Because you see, Christianity is a just figurehead in Nigeria. Deep inside us, we still worship our voodoos. When it's too hard, they go and consult all these babalawo and native daughters. You understand? That's what I said. If you don't honor those your children, black or white, if you don't breed those children, and if let's assume a foreign man give birth to you and to your first son, that your son is the head of the family when you're gone. Even when you are around and you are 70, 80, the man started grooming his children when the man even become 50 to take over from him. You understand? So that's what I'm trying to say, is that how do you people feel? Because in the YouTube space, you say, I'm not Africa. A lot of they hate us a lot. You understand? So when you see Nigeria people start giving distance to some of these YouTube ones who hate Africans, it's not because, we don't know they are blacks, but we just, okay, this is how they feel. You just give distance. You understand?
I think Nigeria, I think that Nigeria, for some reason. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
What did he just say?
Yeah, pardon?
What did I heard him, but I want you to break down what he just said.
What he just said was he's trying to say that some this in diaspora, are sounding as if they hate Nigerians, and because of that, Nigerians are backing off from them. They don't come close to them or something like that. Personally, I don't buy that. I think Nigeria, because of this poison that we somehow have swallowed, I don't know how we did that. And that because we are so divided because of religion or something,
right,
where we swallow this idea of being individualistic. We've always had that. We had that even during the time of Nkrumah. That's why we spoiled everything Nkrumah was trying to do. And to an extent, Nkrumah didn't help himself a lot by being too because Nigerians, they always want to control everything. That's the problem. Right. And you have groups in Nigeria like the Igbo people that always want, if they are not the ones in control, everything is rubbish to them until they have control. So you can imagine how they would treat Nkrumah. And as a matter of fact, Tafawa Balewa was calling Nkrumah like he wants to be an emperor or something like that he's not in Nigeria and that he's going to control and all the rest. That is, the Nkrumah people even accused Nigeria of, reading from London's sheets to divide the continent. You need to see some of the things Nigeria did at that time. It's funny because later on, it's Nigeria that is acting as if, we are so pro-Europe, African, fighting for African countries and all the rest. But when we had a chance to come together, this poison that we still parrot every day, we don't even recognize our country. We think our country is extremely tribal and extremely religiously divided. But yet, if you look at the way our leaders are chosen and the people that emerge as leaders, it doesn't indicate we are so tribal. Even in the UK, you will find it hard to find a Scottish man rule the UK because the English people will not let that happen. But in Nigeria, that happens over and over and over again. So I don't, and yet we still think we are extremely tribal. Oh, this one is our problem. It's conditioning. I believe it's conditioning, and until we as a people start rolling back from that and start understanding that by fighting together, we are all better off for it. It's not very controversial.
It's
to
really
say,
not safe for us diasporans to even, like, you're sitting here, Big Dog, and I don't mean to cut you off, and I just wanted to hear what you had to say, but I want to say this and I want to make it clear because I come on here and I talk about unity, and I talk about, for months, for a year or two now, I've been talking about the diaspora and the continentals, we becoming one and understanding our differences and appreciating our different situations. But I'm starting to realize something, and I have to be completely honest. Like you, Big Dog, I'm a very honest person. Some of you, we're not safe with you. Because you don't even like your neighbors. You're not even willing to take in some of your brothers that are like right there with you on the continent, like right in the next village. You don't even see them as your people. And you're right to ask me, how do I feel with all of these different admixtures? I always wondered how, when a continental that probably only have like one country, and they look at us, those that are coming in that have all of these, how do they like this is me. I have I'm all over the place in Africa. And the reason is for that is, if you know anything about slavery, you know that there was a lot of interbreeding and when we went across those oceans, we were forced to give up tribes and we became one people because we were dealing with a greater enemy. We were sure of who the enemy was. There was no confusion that we had to be one. There was none of that time for us to sit there and find reasons to not like each other because we were every day woken up to understand who we were and who we were not. So in a space like that, we were fortunate. I think it was fortunate because when I look at the state of Africa now, it being the most powerful continent, mineral wise, every wise, really, it having the most resource to offer the world and basically feeding the world while letting the world make you think that it's feeding you. And the reason that the continent is struggling is because of the people that's on it. The continent is struggling because of the people that's on it, that see themselves so different that they cannot stop talking about their differences in enough time to come together and make the necessary movements that is required to strengthen themselves from outside invaders. And you know what? I really don't care how some Africans feel about me right now, to be honest with you. I have to be completely honest with you. I was completely honest when I said I just wanted y'all to love me. But at this point, I can't expect love from people that don't love themselves. I don't even think you understand what love is. Some of you talk about love and then y'all start talking about my people and these people and and then it's clear to me how what this man said, how it works every time. How they don't have to play a new game in Africa. They don't have to pull out a new bag of tricks. They don't have to do anything different. They just have to do this.
Hey, I was a conscript in the South African Army in 1988 and 89. Used to have to do 2 years. 1989 was the last year of having to do 2 years of compulsory military service as Nelson Mandela was let out of jail and we moved towards the first free and fair elections in South Africa. But I was based up in northern Zululand near a town called Matubatuba in 121 Battalion, which was a Zulu battalion with a small cadre of white officers, but all the troops and a lot of the non-commissioned officers were Zulus. And one of the things that was going on in my area, because I was the law officer covering a very large area of northern Zululand up to the Swaziland-Mozambique border, was a small group of recce officers. That was like our equivalent of the SAS, Navy SEALs type soldiers, training local Zulu men to go up to the townships and the mine hostels around Johannesburg and in the Transvaal to deliberately foment racial tension and violence with other tribes based in those hostels and townships. And this was a very deliberate strategy of the South African government and the South African military at the time to create black-on-black violence, to detract from the potential for black-on-white violence, which in those days was very low because we had a very strong and violent police force repressing that side of things. But there was this massive deflection that went on right up until I left the army at the end of 1989. And a lot of white people don't know that, is that there was a very deliberate strategy, because what white people in South Africa at the time, and no doubt for some period afterwards, were often saying is, you know, these blacks can't run a country because they're always fighting each other. These tribes hate each other, right? The Zulus hate the Xhosas, who hate the Ndebele, who hate this guys, the Pondos, and this kept saying that basically that blacks were too violent to run a country. And what most people have no idea of is that violence, that intertribal violence, was fomented by the white South African government, army and police force very deliberately. So we need to revise our idea of history, not just the recent history, the pre-apartheid history of South Africa, but the entire history of European and white domination of Africa, and the way that that was presented to us through our education curriculum, the things we believe about the history of Africa and colonialism.
Okay.
Well, when I say this to say, I share this again to say, sometimes when we start talking about the reason we're so different, we are so passionate. And my thing is not understanding that the reason, the passion that we have for these differences and the arguments that we build for the justifications of these differences and all these things is what other people see and use against us. And guess what? It's our weakness. And I don't understand why. And I have to tell you this, I'm being completely honest with you. I don't want to be in a weak place. Who wants to be? And that's why a lot of you leave Africa. That's why a lot of people leave the continent, because they want to be in a place that is strong. They go strengthen themselves and go back to the continent. And even when you go back, your children have to go strengthen themselves and come back. And your children's going to have to go and strengthen and come back. And then you see, the thing will never change. People will always have to go and come back, because what's happening is that you're not strengthening each other. Everybody's individually getting what they need from other sources and those sources, trust me, they're putting in the work to strengthen the whole. They're strengthening the whole. They're making sure that everybody eats, and they're making sure that even if you're you in America, you understand one thing. If anything goes down, you're an American, and that's it. They don't care. They don't want you to specify you German. They don't want you to specify you Russian. They don't want to specify you Danish, that you're Italian. None of that. And the leaders, that's how they run things. And the reason they run things like that is because the business at hand is making this ship move. Our ship is sinking, and everybody else is coming and taking all the spoils and making us feel like we're the hungriest people on this earth. And it's affecting all of your children throughout the world. continent, what happens to the continent, the respect that the continent get, the respect the continent do not get, it ricochets and affects everybody throughout the world. All Black people have to deal with this because until Africa is empowered, until Africa goes out there and gets the respect it deserves by becoming the power it needs to become. And you're not going to be empowered doing these little ciphers that you're doing. These little ciphers that you got going on is not empowering.
Madam, I understand. See,
my name is
that's South Africa. That's a South Africa video you played, right?
Me, Gina.
Okay, Gina. Okay, I think you're married, so I just
I am
us here. When you married, we don't call you. I don't know your name. I'm not in position to call your name. That's your husband's name, right? In Nigeria, we call you by mother.
I don't have that. I'm not in that tribe.
Okay, that's good. Okay. See,
go ahead.
South Africa, right? The white people have a full foot inside South Africa. For the Blacks to have independence, that will also happen in Congo. What they have to do.
About it just happened in South Africa, the big dog.
The South Africa people, the Zulus, I don't understand. Maybe they want power on their own, or
just South Africa. He was talking. What happened in South Africa happened throughout all of Africa.
It happened throughout Africa during the slave trade time. But inside the 30s, 40s, they start coming together even before they start coming together to create peace. Mm-hmm. Because who were dying? The Africans were the one dying.
Right.
The Africans were the one dying. So South Africa, maybe now they have space to hit. Okay, if you check South Africa, upon all those they have formulated trouble, it's a tribal problem. And at the end of the day, the white people still give up the power. So what you're saying, these things will not last for too long. And I'm telling you the truth, and not yet, but the truth.
What are you saying won't last for too long? I'm confused. What part won't last for too long? What am I saying that won't last for too long? What are you
the Blacks in South Africa take over their country, right? Through all means of democracy. And they fought hard.
They don't have nothing. They still don't
see at least if you have to think where they're coming from. No Nigerian person died for South Africa. It's South African people that were dying themselves there, fighting hard. The students.
You know what? The fact that you're sitting here justifying it really just not understand. You didn't get it, did you? Did you get it?
I get it. You see things this way in the Pan-African, and you are two Nigerian cities.
I'm not Pan-African. Hey. Did I tell you that I was Pan-African? Listen, big dog, I don't talk to people that I can't comprehend. I'm gonna sit here and we're gonna talk. You're gonna speak to me clearly where I can, like you said, this thing is not gonna work. What thing are you talking about? We're gonna talk about this thing first.
The utopia.
The utopia. Oh, so you think empowering yourselves and coming together to be a strong force is utopia? All right.
Not me empowering myself. It's me saying things. In a different way from you.
You think staying weak, claiming your
weak.
No, you think claiming your little small ciphers is utopia?
Not claim mouse cycle. We can come together and do things together, but not in the way that you try to create. Go out there. Even Ghana and Nigeria cannot even be. They can come together and do things, but not as a one entity. It's not going to work.
You know what? You are a part of the problem. You're one of those people that just talk.
I'm just honest.
Yeah, no, you're honestly part of the problem. I'm telling you.
I'm just honest.
You're honestly part of the problem, big dog.
You see, what these people don't understand is, I grew up watching Stalin, seeing what the Khmer did and what the Chairman Mao did, how these people slaughtered millions of their people, attacked their professors, destroyed their institutions and everything. And I asked myself, what drove the people to this type of madness where they destroyed millions of lives? Hold on. I'm trying to let you understand.
One person.
I'm trying to let you understand. Because when I saw those things, I thought they were so inhumane and horrible things. That human beings turned on their own people like that, turned on their own gods, turned on their own institutions, they were burning books.
Right.
I was like, what kind of madness drives people to that point? It's because when people have become so fed up that they just feel like, okay, enough is enough. We've had all this tribalism, we have religious division, we've had all these things, and now plague on both of your houses and they rip everything up.
Right.
What we are trying to do, you might not like it, but I can tell you that personally, my own heart of hearts, I don't want that kind of bloodshed on the continent. But I can tell you that the signs are already there. When Adiola on our channel asked Nigerians to tell them what to do with people that are corrupt, do you know how many politicians, how many Nigerians responded that they should kill them? One of them said they should keep killing them until only 10 million people are remaining in Nigeria. Then we will sort the rest out with that 10 million. These people now believe, a lot of Nigerians now believe that our biggest problem is corruption, tribalism, and religion. If, God forbid, you have one person that emerges that is of northern heritage, southern heritage, and has a wife from both sides and speaks with such conviction and says enough of all these things, and people follow that leader, you'll be surprised the kind of destruction you're going to see. What we are trying to do is preserve those things because we don't want such extreme reactions. We have seen societies that they reacted like that. So when you keep saying let's hug tribalism, I don't understand the logic. I'm not saying you should not be tribal, but to be tribal also means to protect your children. To be tribal also means to protect your customs. And to do that, you need to be operating, you need to be able to operate at a higher level. You can't just remain small when you know the threat is bigger. You can't see an elephant coming and you just stand there and say, let me stand there because only me can stand it. No, you need a lot of people to come together and stop it. Because only you will fail. What use is that to your children and to your tribe? That is the logic. It's not about kumbaya. It's common shared interest. If we all do work together, we are all going to be richer for it. And this is why I don't even buy the argument that our politicians, some people just want to keep everybody poor. That is why, because if everybody becomes richer, then they are well to become less. I can tell you right now, the American rich people are doing better than the Nigerian rich people. It's not contradictory. If Nigeria does better, the rich people in Nigeria do better too. Thank you.
Okay, so before you go, Big Dog, I'm gonna let Kwame come in and say a couple of things. And yeah, Kwame, tell me what you think about what we're talking about. I know this discussion went completely off, but it's okay. Let's flow with it. What
All right, hi James. Hi, this is Gina.
Yes, welcome.
As Africans, we still don't understand things that we still a race that are not coming together. We think that just because Europeans and Arabs, we think they are so-called friends, but they're not our friends. Never have been. We've been still. We use the word so-called tribalism. I don't like that word. We're not tribes, we're family. Let's get that clear. Those ones who call us tribes disrespected us because they didn't see us as human beings. But then I see myself as a human being. We have to, as African people, we need to use words. We use our words properly. That we're a family, yeah. No matter what we go through, we still are a family, and it affects all of us, not just Nigeria. But Ghana, where I come from, Ethiopia, Tanzania, Congo, etc. 54 of our countries, Gina, 54 of our countries, we have our ups and downs, but we're a family. We're not a tribe. We're not a tribe.
So,
okay, Gina, let me go. I'm leaving now, but I only just try to tell you the truth. That's anybody take it or not. Somebody cannot be sitting in London thinking he can come and change here in Nigeria something in a very passive way. It's not going to change. The truth have to be said. You can't change the tribe. You can't change the culture.
We're a tribe. We're a family.
You know, so don't come and say we're all family.
No.
If you don't choose it, it will be forced on you. You watch out.
You are very funny. Goodbye.
You're just talking about these Europeans. They use those words to divide and rule over us. Remember that? Yes.
So you see, this is a big aspect of this is a big aspect of it, y'all. There's a lot of gatekeepers for and this is why, and I have to tell y'all, you know, the diaspora is not even the question anymore, because it's not even like Africa's not even safe for continentals that want unity.
Exactly.
It's not a safe place for people that want. There are so many people that are against unity or against working together, against I mean, the thought of coming together and really reinforcing ourselves is something that they find. I mean, I don't know how they've cemented this in their mind, but they need to believe that other people are different, are less, and this is just the way that it is for a lot of people. And there's a lot of people that stand in a place of power that see that way too. And that's the reality.
They just they wallow in it. They've been so neck deep in it. It's almost like because they've grown up with it, it's hard to dislodge from their way of thinking. This is why, you know, I'm beginning to understand what sometimes I can fire, and some people often say that you need to discard the generation that is existed now, because those ones, they are gone. And you see the same pattern when Shaman Mao came in. They were attacking the older generation, because the younger generation that they used actually to attack the older generation. And this older generation, they will refuse to move. Even with logic, you are telling them 1 + 1 is 2. You are going to do better from it. They don't care. It's illogical. It's really weird how human beings can be so this way.
Insulting their way of their. It's like you're saying what they've been doing is wrong. How dare you come and tell me what I've been doing is wrong? And I'm gonna tell you something. It's funny because people that cannot adapt die out. And that's the reality of it. Like, even, I mean, any species on this earth, be it plants, be it animals, be it parasites, if you're not able to change when you need to change or adapt to a certain, and I'm gonna talk about adaptation. When you talk about adaptation, what do Africa need to adapt to right now in this world?
Exactly. And for me, anybody that sees that video you just played just now and still goes on harping about tribalism, then you know what? Those type of people, they are not ready. Just set them aside, because they are not. They are welded. They are not logically. They are not logical anymore. They don't care. If you bring them, if you tell them now, you show them a room where white people are having meeting about how they are going to invade us, they still won't care.
So this is the thing. If somebody tells you, this is what I do, this is what I did. I was in the military. I used my influence to set tribe against tribe. This is what we did in Africa. You're now going to argue the point to Zulu and the this and that. So you're doing more arguing for the tribes. You didn't hear the part where he said he used his influence.
They don't care. They don't care. They are blinded to it. They just can't move. That's the problem. I've seen this over and over again, and I'm like, I can't make sense of this. Either some of these people are bought off people, or they are just there like gatekeepers, as you said, or they truly are welded. Because I've seen Nigerians are not as tribal as they make it sound.
I don't think people are, but I think what happens is that you get some of the loudest people, right? That, you know, you get certain people that are in certain places or certain positions that makes it seem like that's the direction we're going in, and people just follow. That's just the reality of it. But it's not just with it's not just something that continentals do. We do it too. I don't know if it's in our DNA where we just tend to just like don't want to come together for strength. I don't know why. Because when you think about the diaspora and even the diaspora itself here in America, we're not we used to be empowered to come together and be, you know, during the times of Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. we were a people that used to come together and we were empowered and we moved things and changed things, but we ourselves are becoming a little tribal. You see people acting a little tribal, and it's funny because we think there's strength in that. It's funny because it's like an oxymoron. There is something to it. It makes you feel like, yes, I have my tribe, and you feel strong. You feel strengthened by it, but really, the deception is there because your cipher has become smaller, and so you're now weaker, but yet you feel stronger. But you're not looking, what you're not doing is you're not observing outside of the circle where the real danger is. You're looking right at the person across from you, but you're not looking outside of that circle where the real danger is. And where the real danger is they're the ones that's wanting you to focus on, just like what's going on in Haiti right now. Everybody, there's so much going on because people, what's happening is, trailer loads of guns and machine guns and our ammo is being sent to Haiti from America. I mean the stuff you see in the movies, y'all.
Yeah, we've seen that in Nigeria too, We've seen this in a container of machetes and stuff in Nigeria. We see from recently.
Who is sending this stuff? Okay, so it was delivered from a Episcopal church, Catholic church, to a Catholic church in Haiti. So the church is involved. So you have I don't know if it's systems or corporations or individuals that are.
I think there are saboteurs amongst our. I'm beginning to believe that now. It's beginning to be very, very strong.
I don't know if it's us, but whoever it is bringing all this stuff in for people that only make $2 a day. You're not only bringing that, you're bringing drugs. So you're weakening an already weakened system because people need drugs when you're hungry, when you have young men that can't work, that don't have jobs.
Hi.
They finish school, they don't have jobs.
How our people cannot see this?
They don't have any way. They're just sitting there dealing with hunger every day. And so now you give them an opportunity. You give them drugs. Drugs help you forget shit. Drugs make you think you're happy when you're not. Drugs make everything look good. The dusty looks good. You put on that little, you think everything you do looks good. As long as you stay high. And then you say these same people, now you get them addicted to this stuff. So now the next step is I need to get this stuff. So now you give them weapons and you tell them to go out there and rob, steal, kill to get that stuff. And so these people that have $2 that can't even make $2 a day, that's the amount. Where are they getting machine guns that cost like $2,000 for one, or $25,000 worth of ammo? Where are they getting shiploads of this stuff, and how are they getting it over there? So think about it. This is the same thing. It's like some of us need to really understand. We sit there, and I guess if you are looking inside, you're like, look at this. They're messing up their own communities. Look at this. These people, they're doing this to themselves, but then you're not thinking outside of the circle. You're just looking in the circle. If you think outside of the circle, you're able to see that there is something greater maneuvering stuff and maneuvering it in a way where you're not even looking at the person bringing all the stuff in and the person, and you're not even using your mind to calculate how can this person afford this stuff. And you're not even saying, well, how could this young man that used to be so docile become so whatever? Could it be the drugs that they got them addicted to? Could it be poverty that made them start using the drugs? Because you see, it's an interesting thing to be in a space where these young people have no power, yet you give them this power. You give them the power to not have to deal with their hunger, and they have this thing now that makes them feel like they're happy when they're not. And now they have to do whatever they need to do to keep getting that thing that makes them feel good in a space when they're not. So now they become violent for that thing. And you see, this is a thing that they do. In some spaces, they don't even have to use drugs. All they have to do is use scarcity.
Yeah.
Lack of food will make people kill other people.
Oh yeah, people become stressed when they are suffering, and you see bad behavior come out. It's just for me, I just pray sometimes. The fact that I have to resort to praying, or try to persevere and find better ways to reach people, because this thing that is happening, that it's scary. When you talk to people, they just refuse to budge, and we need enough of them to see, because if the people change, our people cannot be manipulated anymore. The moment they change, the problem is the machine that is responsible for keeping them with the same mindset is so strong and dedicated.
But it's not just a white machine. We have white colonizers, we have black colonizers. I say that all the time, y'all. And
that's true.
We still have white colonizers and we still have black colonizers. In all systems, in all spaces that we are in, we have people that look just like us that benefit off of others being in a lower state than they are. And I'm gonna tell you something, they use us all the time to keep us down. And I'm gonna tell you something, we use them to keep us down. I'm saying it like that for you to understand. We have our own people that go looking for people to use so they can build themselves while leading others.
Oh yeah, it's like an Olympic sports now. They want to compete each other. They want to outsell us out. Like that's what's going on. Like they're competing who to sell, because I think that's what they do. Like it's like, even especially in Nigeria, they go and think, okay, since that tribe is gone to the Europeans and made their case, we need to go and do what? We need to offer them more. Like it's like an Olympics of how to sell your people out.
Right.
It's crazy what this will do. I've had a governor talked about.
You do.
Pardon?
You being the European, wouldn't you take advantage of that?
Oh my God, I will be so happy. I'll be so happy.
You got two brothers. One of them coming to you saying, I can get you this, and you have another one coming in, and what you gonna do? You gonna take advantage of both?
I'll be so happy. I really will not I will not finish thanking my God for making life so easy for me.
And I always say this: I have no beef with no Europeans, because they just taking advantage of opportunity.
Of course. Why would I said, well, if I was them, I always tell our people that if I was Europeans, I would do exactly that to you, and I would be so happy. I would thank my God, because you guys, the way you operate is so low level that is scary. Like as a matter of fact, I won't be shocked. A white guy will be like sitting on their own, and a black guy will want to come and sell their people out. He will be thinking, are they trying to set me up or something? Exactly. Are these people this crazy that they are competing to sell each other out?
And that's what exactly happened to us. I bet you, I promise you. And you see them every now and then. You'll see a couple of Europeans that come out and tell the truth, and they're like, I still can't understand. I told the truth. Why are they still?
They don't care.
Just like this man came out and said, yes, we use tribalism as a tool to keep Africans divided. And what happens? People
immediately he still defended tribalism. Right there, they still defended it.
So when you have such an easy target, and you try to move, I'm gonna tell you something I found out this weekend, because I've been last weekend I was researching this antebellum Maryland connection that I have, and I was doing a lot of research into the response of Europeans. And right around the time, so I found this database that shows how when Britain had stopped slavery, what they used to do was they used to go to certain ports. And let's say people were trying to sell slaves from Gambia or trying to sell slaves from Sierra Leone. They used to stop the ships and take the ships over and bring the slaves back. Sometimes they would take them back to different places. They didn't care where they took them back to. They just took them back to Africa. They didn't care where they took them back to. And that was around the time that they stopped, when Britain stopped.
Yeah.
So there was a discussion between the African king and one of the Britain. He was upset. He said, because they were trying to explain to him, and I'm gonna bring that this article. I'm gonna bring the article when I have that discussion. They were trying to explain to him that, it's illegal. It's no longer allowed for you to sell slaves or whatever. And he became very upset. He said, how are you going to stop me from selling my slaves? You might have laws that stop you from, but you can't stop me. This is something we want to do. And he said, don't you understand that it's that what your people are going through, and we're trying to this is a good thing that we're doing. And the king was like, no, it's not a good thing. This was this was, and he was adamant about how this was what we needed. This was the business for us. This was what was good for us. You don't what's good for us is to sell our children. Wow. Could you imagine? He didn't say sell children. That's not what he said, but he was saying,
yeah, basically.
But could you imagine the European sitting there listening to that? And then
it's sad. It's just sad.
He said, "In the greedy savage," that's what he called them.
Because that's what they are. That's what they are. Because they are greedy savages.
I walked away disgusted with seeing him or something.
They should be. They should be disgusted with what our leaders did.
How embarrassing!
Because you've sold your people so much to them, and they've grown the economy so much that now they don't even need your workforce anymore. They become mechanized. That you are still in the mindset of selling your people. That is a savage.
They were like, we don't think it's right. He brought up something about, the God we serve or whatever. But he was saying
that's a lie. It's because they become mechanized.
Their stomachs were full. Their stomachs were full, and they didn't want too many more blacks over there.
Exactly.
So, that being said, so he used that excuse. But that African chief or king or whatever he was upset. He was like, no.
Jesus Christ.
How am I supposed to, this was the only, they had stopped doing everything else. This was the only way that they were doing business.
Yeah. Sad, isn't it?
And I'm like, this is another aspect of it. For me, it's another aspect of it. Now we always wait for them to tell us what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong.
Yeah.
And it's embarrassing.
Extremely embarrassing. That's one of those clear-cut cases that tells you what our problem is. Because how is it that the people you are selling your goods to, your human beings to,
tell you
they got over it, and you are still hell bent on selling more?
Inhumane. We don't feel right. We don't sleep at night. This is not right. And you're like, what do you mean? What do you mean you don't feel right?
Yeah. And that white man is even making himself look better, because the truth is both of them are just as terrible as each other, but they are doing what they are supposed to do. And he could have just told the guy, you know what, we've bought your people, now we have machines, we don't need them anymore. That would have been the truth.
What would it be the truth?
Yes.
Of course he's not going to say that. He's like, the God we serve, of course, but
he's still on code on their own side.
Exactly. But
he's still on code.
This is what he uses now. When they say your people sold your people, they have it. You see, they kept records.
Mm-hmm.
Of
course.
It's funny because earlier, Big Dog, I've never seen an African call himself Big Dog before, but the Big Dog said, we don't, we never learned about slavery. We don't know anything about slavery. It wasn't something that was, important to us. And I was like, well, okay, you didn't learn about slavery. You didn't know anything about slavery. It wasn't important. But don't you understand that others know? your history. They know their history. What makes, you see, you talk about, because he mentioned that the most important thing was to education. You know, our parents, they told us to go out there and be like the white man and be educated and be, and be intelligent. And I'm like, well, if you were doing that, then you would be intelligent, because the white people, they know your history. They know their history. They know everybody's history.
Yeah, and they've shaped it as they see fit. This guy keeps saying that we cannot have an identity. People have multiple identities. I don't understand how, when you tell them that you can have multiple identity, you have your own driver's license, don't you? You have your national identity. You have your work identity. If somebody tells you that you have to have a racial identity, it's not very confusing. They are basically telling you that the world is operating at this level. They operate on a racial level. There's a reason why no African country is by accident is not doing as well as European countries. Exactly. Because they are discriminated against us. If you don't want, you have to band together so that you do better. It's not about kumbaya. It's common sense. I don't understand how this is confusing to people.
As a diasporan, when I think about how Africans respond to unity, I want to be a part of that. You think, because earlier he was like, we starting to feel some kind of, I don't care about who feels some kind of way about me anymore, to be honest with you, because it's not that you're sitting there saying that you're in a good place and I should be like trying. I hope that's not what diasporans don't want to come to Africa because it's great. Africa is not great. It can be. It's a great resource to others. But Africa, diasporans want to come to Africa because it's home. And we've never been home. Now, you take away the home factor and you take away the factor that it's a place that welcomes you and wants you to be there, and a place that organizes itself and loves the people that's in there. Now, what the hell is that about? You think I want to be in a space, or I dream about being in a space where people don't even like the people that's right across the street from them? Get the fuck out of here.
They don't value their heritage. They simply don't value the importance of what their heritage. They don't care. I tell them that they don't control anything.
No, that's not the issue. You see, people now, they've got it all confused, and people are getting in their little high horses and sitting back making statements like, that wasn't what it was about. We were coming home to our brothers and sisters. We were coming home to a people that were like us, we thought.
Yeah, I saw the topic about that reparation stuff by the Ghanaian. African millennial is here, so it reminds me of the Ghanaian.
Huh? I'm trying to be as honest as I could on that one.
Yeah, you see that topic. I don't know what he was doing. I've not seen the video fully, but for me anyway, when I heard that, I thought the direction they could have gone was African countries supporting the diaspora to get their reparation.
There you go.
If they had done that, the diaspora would definitely get it.
Or earn it. You can earn it. You can earn it by going into places like the people that need you most. Not just saying the year of return. Come on, all you people that could afford to bring me money. Bring all you ballers and shot callers, superstars, and all the people that can fly out and pay for the visas and all of that, come out here and the year return. How about going into some of the poor places that need you, like Trinidad, Jamaica, Haiti? There are diasporans in those spaces too. And
did you know that Nigeria was paying some teachers in Trinidad in the 70s? I didn't know that.
Shout out to
Nigerians were paying teachers and some civil servants in Trinidad as far back as that time.
For that, shout out to Senegal, because I'm gonna tell you something about Senegal. Senegal, not once, not twice, but has reached out when Haiti was at their lowest and gave full visas for education, for shelter, gave land. Shout out to you, damn it. Merci beaucoup. That's all I could say to my people. Shout out to Senegal. But I'm going to tell you something. There are a lot of people that sit in spaces and talk about how we don't want them to come and we don't. Please. I came on here a year or two ago and I just wanted so much to go to Africa. More than anything, I still want to know Africa. But I want to be completely honest with you. Bijoux Noir sits in a 7-bedroom house. I live in a very, very nice gated community here in Georgia. I'm not doing bad. I've always said that. I've never made it seem like I was poor. I never said that. I've always wanted to go home to my people. But if my people don't see me as their people, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something. I don't think it's okay for Africans, for diasporans to go put themselves in spaces where they're not wanted. And I've seen so many people get on their high horses about what they don't want or what they do want or whatever. It's not even important.
The question you have to ask yourself is,
you haven't been there for 500 years and y'all acting like a bunch of weirdos. It says a lot about our humanity towards each other. I still want to go to Africa. I want to go to those that want me. Those don't want me, don't worry. I ain't there for you.
See, the way I look at it, exactly. I don't care whether if I'm part of a family, I don't care whether you want me or not. That I have a right to be there just as much as anyone else. That's how I would look at it. And secondly, the others are not taking permission from us before they show up. The Indians don't care whether we give them permission. They will come and do what they need to do. So why would you restrict yourself because of some silly people that are in Africa?
I'm not restricting myself because of that. I'm just saying that I don't necessarily, I don't like the way they treat us. I don't like the way they deal with us. I don't like the way people I don't like the way they're dealing with us. It's not right. It's not,
because they deal with each other badly too.
I'm not even talking about the lower level echelon people. That's YouTube. Those are YouTube.
Yeah.
You know, parasites. I'm talking about the people that's like on the level of leadership level.
True.
I'm not even talking about the parasites that are on YouTube talking smack. That's never been I'm not contradictory about that. My thing is when the Ghanaian president came out with that, it kind of bothered me because I feel like, and I didn't want to, it's funny because this conversation was about something else, but I'm going to talk about it just a little bit just to give you what I felt like. I felt like lately there's been a lot of talk about getting our stuff back from, let's say, the stuff they stole out of Africa. You know, the stuff they have in those museums.
Yeah.
Right? And a lot of people have stood up and said, it's not right. It's not right that people, hey, Ms. Ami, I haven't seen you in a while, sis. I love you much. I'm putting get in here if you want to. But I've seen a lot of people, and we should want our relics back. I say our because I believe some of our ancestors might have had some things to do with that. We should want our relics back. We should want those things that belong to Africa back. Something hit me, though. I was thinking, why is it that they want those things more than they want the people?
Exactly.
The other day I was watching an article. I was watching a YouTube video, and there was a little documentary on reasons why we shouldn't send artifacts back to Africa. And I think I'll use it for a discussion one day. And the white man was like, it's funny how, and he said exactly what I was thinking. He said, it's funny how they're making such a big deal about the artifacts that were taken. They never asked for their people back. And it was like, and it's funny because he said, well, the Jews, they wanted their people, the Irish, they demanded that their people be able to, why haven't the Africans? He said, it just seems like, they think it's worth some money. And it was like, he was an asshole, of course, for saying it. But he was right.
He does have a point. The thing about our leaders is that, I've said it before, it's like they are not our leaders. They are running the countries as caretaker governments.
Yeah.
They are not thinking independently. This is what you have to, because the way they think is really strange. They refuse to operate as a sovereign people.
Yeah.
You can argue that maybe they are playing a funny game where they do everything in a kind of reverse order that we've never seen before. Because if you look at, no, let me explain this. Because I'm really trying my best to figure out what is going on, because it doesn't make sense. What I see is that they don't seem to want to approach this problem as individual nations.
Mm-hmm.
They seem to want to operate at a continental level, hoping that is going to fix the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have this continental free trade agreement. They are talking about the continental space program. They are talking about a continental counter-terrorism force. Not just talking about it, they are actually implementing it. Right. They are talking about so many things on a continental level. But when it comes to, like, from a national level to do things,
right,
even in diaspora, they address it with the 6th region stuff. So right, it's almost as if they are using a different tactics that I've never seen before, and I don't understand it fully, because this doesn't make sense.
That 6th region is for, like, continentals that left Africa. That
includes the
they just threw us in there, but
come on, man, stop it. It includes everybody. See, African countries have been on the down low, working with the diaspora, I think.
Book. That is not for us.
You know what I think? I think when the truth comes out, we'll find out that African countries on the down low, maybe they are afraid to do it openly. On the down low, have always been working with the diaspora, because I just found out from a woman that is aware of the history at that time that Nigeria was actually paying Trinidad salary. And she was talking about based on the fact that Nigeria is in a dire strait right now. Now, Nigeria was doing so many things for so many different groups at that time. So these truths will start coming out in time. It's not because, and I feel like our leaders, our main leaders right now, the way they are behaving doesn't make sense. They refuse to secure their countries individually. Everything seems to be done on a continental level. And I don't know why. Why they are going like that.
I would have to see that. I'm going to go research it, right?
Definitely research it, because I was surprised when the lady said it, because you were just saying it in passing as if it's like normal. Some people are really old in Nigeria that know the history, or they don't even say it from the point of view of knowing the history. They just said some of the things Nigeria has been doing. She wasn't even talking about it from the point of view of being a Pan-African. Right. She's just talking about some things that Nigerians were doing those days, but now look at where we are. That's what she's saying.
I don't have no words for Africa until it I have no positive words. I'm gonna say this right now. I'm not a liar. I'm not gonna lie. I have nothing positive to say about African leaders until they start making the necessary moves for those that need it the most. Those that need it the most in the continent, and those that need it the most outside of the continent. You can't even start talking about diasporan enslavement money until you start reaching out and putting your tentacles out there to diasporans and making sure that those enslaved descendants are okay. Look at what's happening.
Isn't that sad, though? Isn't that sad that the Ghanaian president didn't even make sense of that? How did he not know that if he has supported the diaspora to get their reparation, they are more likely to get it? Do you know when a powerful state, a country backs a group of people within another area. Can you imagine the African continent pushing for the diaspora to get reparation? How quickly they will resolve that problem? Because you know what will happen? As a matter of fact, that's a very good way to try to start helping the diaspora. Because if they did that, Europeans will be forced, Americans will be forced to do that. You know why? Because they are gaining so much from the continent that they will think that money is not a lot of money to pay.
Right? Canada has stepped up, and we know if Canada's stepping up, helping help Haiti, they already helping them for themselves. Everybody's running to the oil because Haiti got oil now. Everybody's trying to get to the diamonds and to everything else that's coming out of there. Africa is so, I don't even understand. Like, you see, I don't know if they go to Africa and say, hey, we don't want you getting involved with the diasporans. You know,
I suspect so. I suspect so. That's also a fact.
That would be the only reason to justify. But even then, nobody else is stopping any other leaders. When if something goes down with the Chinese community here, Chinese embassy and Chinese country, China is on it. They're getting an apology. If something happens to the Jews here, Israel's on it. They're getting an apology. If something happens to anything, their country's coming in. So it must be the only people that are getting the memo to not help your people is the African continent leaders, right?
Because they don't have the strength, they don't have military power to defend whatever they say. Anything they just ignore you.
You know, I'm gonna tell you right now, it's really humbling to be Haitian right now because you know everything that's happening in Haiti right now. Shout out to my Zos, shout out to my Haitians. But you know, we took a hit. We took a hit for the whole Black race, y'all. And I'm gonna tell you that again. We took a hit. Not just for the diaspora, but for the Africans throughout the world, and for the African community on the continent. To like hardball, leave us out like that. Yo, I don't have no love for that. I don't have any love for that because I can't understand it. Like right now, Africa should be. I'm not saying go out there and whatever, but I don't even see it in like African media talking about Haiti. I don't ever see African media talking about shit that's going on in Trinidad and I don't see it being talked about on what's going on in they don't talk about what's going on in Jamaica. They don't talk about what's going on. I mean, like shit that's going on where we need them to represent and need them to have a say and need them to say, hey, you know, the inner cities in America, the shit that's happening to us throughout the world, they don't talk about it. And it's okay. Yeah. The first time was George Floyd, and that was, I think it was only because it was a fad because the whole world was talking about it. Because otherwise, it's just not done, and that's the part that hurts. Like right now, if the whole world starts talking about Haiti, Africa's going to talk about Haiti now. Africa's going to say, well, we need to do something about Haiti. Well, shit, I guess they can't focus on Haiti. Shit is happening in Mali. Shit is happening in Nigeria. Shit is happening everywhere, and nobody's talking about it, and they right there next to each other. And that's the part that's fucked up. And that's the part. It's like, how can I expect you to love me? I'm a stranger. I'm a distant cousin. You don't even like your brother that's right there. How the hell you gonna love me? How you gonna give a fuck about me? How you talking like these days when I sit online and I hear people say, they're not us. I know you don't think I'm family. You don't even fucking think the person that lives in the other country is family. How you gonna look at me like family and you don't even see the person that's like right in the next tribe as family? So
it's crazy. Do you know what this organization of American states are? They say they are admitting that they destabilized, they destroyed Haiti, and because they're admitting to be fair, that is not exactly a secret. Everybody knows that this country has been targeted for all kinds of reasons. You know what? Like, you know, when I heard that debate last week and I heard some of the stuff that was being said, because I was on a different channel and somebody was telling me that Missy Rukoya went off. I was like, okay, what was that all about? It turns out that it was this debate, and I don't know what the Ghanaian president is thinking.
Right.
I guess this African millennial will tell us what your president was thinking when he went and thought it was a good idea to mix up compensation for Africans with that of the diaspora. If he was very clever, he would have really, oh my God, that was an own goal that he missed there. He could have focused on the diaspora and they would have had a state behind them now. That is a powerful thing.
I don't care what his intentions were. I'm gonna put 10 toes down and tell you that's some bullshit. First, he had to be a return.
Yeah.
Bank.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame.
Now, and you know, all that bank, you see shit happening to diasporans, and you ain't on nobody's microphone going, yo, these are my people, and and then now you're gonna talk about we want reparations for what? I don't want to hear that. And you know what? And I don't want to hear it not because we don't have people that were affected in Africa by slavery, because I don't think that everybody hates us. I believe we have our tribe.
But he has opened a door to something, though.
I believe we have our tribe of people in Africa that truly wants us, that for a very long time thought about those people that was taken away. And I believe that don't. But at the same time, that man is not thinking about us like that. He's thinking about opportunity. Your return was about opportunity. This situation right now is about opportunity. If it was not, then we would see his tentacles in places like that need him. Not just reaching out to the rich, not just reaching out to the people that are fundamentally gonna be like, you know, don't come to Africa poor. Well, what the fuck?
Gina, but he has opened a door to something, though.
You know what I mean? Because it's like you only want okay, so you only want people that can benefit Africa to come to Africa. Well, only those that we benefited when we were sold, and you want us to come back benefiting again. Usury is usury. Fuck that. I'm gonna be straight about it. I want to bring Lonzo into the conversation. Okay. And then AM, African millennial, long time. Darth, long time. Darth, don't come in here and start nothing.
that is a nice guy. He's a perfectly nice guy.
Start nothing.
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
Bit of everything I keep telling y'all. I'm gonna put it back up here again. I'm gonna show this before everybody talks, because I need you to understand something. That brother said earlier, how do you feel with all those different tribes? You see, I got a little bit of everything for everybody. So, you want it? I got it. So don't come with it. Okay. Nice to see you, Dark. Just joking. I want to welcome Lonzo to the conversation. This conversation got a little derailed, y'all. I was supposed to be sharing my deep dive ancestry. I found some family in Maryland, but that's okay. We'll get to that. Lonzo, tell me what you think about what we're talking about. Welcome.
So it's like I'm torn, right? As a Haitian or African born in Haiti.
I said.
Nabule.
Man, what's Haiti, Papa? Yo,
it's crazy. It's crazy. You know, it's you know, sometimes I just think, you know, okay, so I understand that Haiti did something in the Western Hemisphere. They escalated the end of slavery. You know, and we forever will, will be tormented because of it, right? Because it fucked up a lot of people's bread. Oh man, that shit kills me.
Yeah.
So it's crazy. Like I'll be on like a clubhouse or something like that, and then I'll hear like some of the crazy, vile, disgusting things like a Tariq Nasheed say, or the lies he'll say about Haiti and
that Two-Face. I say it. I don't care who goes back and say I'm gonna tell you what he did. He used the Haitians.
Yeah.
He used us to get all the information he could. He got that CD out the way, and then he started shitting on us. And this is a prime example. Prime example of that shit that people do that I truly am tired of in our community. You take all you could take, and then you go and talk shit.
But then the crazy thing is, so many things that he said was just lies. You see what I'm saying? That's what hurt the most. Like, I mean, he's a grifter, right? So we understand grifters are gonna grift, right? Like, that's just what it is, right? He's being used by white supremacy. Like, this is just like a thing.
Right.
But to lie like that on a nation that did so much, not just for themselves, but for Black people globally, you know, that's what hurt. When Simon Bolivar, you know, was a freedom fighter, and he was kind of, you know, liberating a lot of the Spanish speaking countries, like, you know, for the Black people that was there, the Africans that were, you know, that were getting tormented. He came to Haiti. He came to Christophe to seek refuge and to seek, you know, guns and ammunition and manpower, right? This is why.
That was not just it, though, bro. You don't in 1800s, not way before some Boulevard, around Toussaint Louverture, right after we had at least 13,000 African Americans come over.
That's a fact.
We used to pirate the ships.
Before they
went to Canada, before they went to Cuba, before they got to America, we used to pirate the ships, guns and all.
That's a fact.
And they stir them ships straight to Haiti so those Black people would not be enslaved in those places. We got a bad name because we became pirates.
Right.
Pirated over 60 ships.
That's a fact. And it's crazy too, right? Because when I try to explain that strong history, that we should all hold our heads up high. It's not just a Haitian story to revere and the whole pride. This is an African story that we all should like revere and keep our heads up for.
They were Africans. They were Africans from Africa. I mean, from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Kenya, from everywhere.
That's a fact. You see what I'm saying? So this is something that Africans globally should take pride of, right? And to understand how, you know, how we use Spain to fight France, and how we you know, kicked Spain out. You see what I'm saying? Like, we were the first country in the Western Hemisphere to ban slavery. DR was number 2 because Haiti made sure that their neighbors, you know,
I didn't ban it. We did it for them. We went over there. We did it
respectfully.
And that's the part that they need to interject into every statement.
Respectfully.
And now they're treating us like, but everybody shits on us.
Oh man, it's crazy.
But it's cool.
Listen, and then when you find out that Haiti just found that it actually has more crude oil than Venezuela,
and not just oil, we have that shit they used to make spaceships. And it's funny. The funny part, they don't have it on the side with Dominican Republic.
Wake that up.
It's like, you know, it's funny because I always wondered, why did the Haitians choose to take the smaller part of the island? It's like they knew.
Wake that up.
But this is why right now they're bringing drugs, loads of guns. That's why they're stopping people from even wanting to know what Haiti is like. People think that this Port-au-Prince that they have infested with drugs and guns is all of Haiti. You know, and so that's another aspect of targeting, just like they target Africa, just like they target the inner cities of America. And then it's funny because we see it happening to us individually in different ways, but then we still laugh at each other. We don't put in our minds, damn, this thing that they're doing to them, they did it to us at one point. They called us this at one point. They called us savages. Or they called us nothing but drug addicts. And they calling these Haitians whatever. We never put 1 and 2 together to say that the same tricks are being used on us. What we do is we laugh at each other. We love to see each other fail. We love to think that the other person is better than us. We love it. Disunity, yes. Ways to talk about each other, yes. Ways to say we're different, yes. This is the shit that we ride on. And I'm gonna tell you something. Our people right now, if I want to get people on this channel, all I have to do is talk a whole lot of shit about people.
Right.
And folks will just come in line. That's what I have to do. I know how to do it. But this is what our people feed off of. Our people feed off of the negativity that we do to each other. Not facts. Not what strengthens us, not what brings us together, not the stuff that we need to heal, but what keeps us apart, what keeps us weak. I don't know why that is, bro. But I'm gonna tell you something about Haiti. I'm gonna tell you something that I'm starting to come to terms with. The one thing that we were able to do, we did it because we were able to let go of all disunity. We were able to see we were so many different types of Africans. I mean, and we were first generation Africans because, you know, Haiti did not get to live past 7 years on that island. You died within the first 3 to 5 years.
Facts.
7 was a blessing.
Facts.
Those Africans were straight off the boat. Straight off the boat, 7-5, whatever.
But isn't that how we maintain so much of our African culture?
Exactly, because most of the Africans, they basically after the revolution, we tended to just we kind of became one big tribe.
Facts.
And the languages, you know, they have a city in Haiti called Igbo land. They have a village, you know, in up north, in Congo. We kind of kept a lot of our stuff.
You know, one scary fact that I see in this, you know, when you used to mention Haiti before, you said before they even started, they went after the ones that are going to cause problems, that may cause problems. And you know why that is scary to me? I really hate turning on our own, but it's quite consistent with history. Whenever a group wants to do something, they go after the people that are going to stop them. They tend to succeed. Rollins is another case. The Chinese are another case. Russians are another case. Right. Whenever they go after the people that will stop them, then they get things done.
And you know what? I want to reply to this. He says, Tunisia.
What do you mean by that, Tunisia?
I'm gonna go to the next person.
It's like when you want to make a change, you go after the people that could cause problem for you. It's crazy. Consistently, any people that do that, they tend to succeed with that mission.
That's what you do. That was the first thing that was done. Because I'm gonna tell you, there was three tries at the revolution in Haiti. There was one with the first one, and it was derailed by one of us. He went and told. And then there was another one. Well, by the third one, we understood. And shout out to the Gambia, yo. The first leader was from Guinea. He was from the Guinea. Shout out to him, and shout out to the Gambia for that Mandinka Bookman, and shout out to the people, the Ghana for that sister that trained Dessalines. I believe she was what's that?
There's a movie coming out about them.
She was one of those
she was a fighter. She's a warrior.
She was one of those people that was capturing slaves. What do you call them?
Forget her name. She was
Dahomey. She was a Dahomey.
Yeah.
Warrior. Well, they what they did was, and I got the history on that. I'm gonna share it. They shipped a whole bunch of the Dahomey warriors to Haiti later. Around maybe around the 1700s, but we got the history on that. But that being said, shout out to all those spaces, because you see, it's funny because a lot of the people that were responsible for the slave trade ended up having to be in those spaces themselves, and had to come together and realize and worked with other people that they wouldn't have probably worked with before, and became one. But there, like you was going back to what you were saying, Tunisia, there were 3 tries at the revolution. The first one started early 1700s, It was derailed because Makandal. It was derailed because there was a snitch. One of our own people went and told them that we were planning a revolt, and it happened again. By the third time, we realized that we had people spying on people, meaning that you had people spying on people, spying on people.
The coons.
Everybody was watching everybody. So it got to a point where that's how we had to move so we can you could catch the people, and it worked. And you know, shout out to our ancestors, because to be honest with you, a lot of people don't understand that. If it weren't for that, we would have freedom nowhere on this world. There was no intent to stop what they were doing, and the intent was to let it ride until they had all of Africa, because what they were trying to do was take over the world. Okay, so that being said, I want to welcome, thank you, Lonzo World, for coming through. Toujours remè wè on Haïtien passe vin wè. Vous comprenez? Ça ka privé Haïti kounya. We just got to stick together. Okay, so that being said, I want to welcome, I believe African Millennial is next, and then you, Darth. I believe that's how it happened. And then Jude, be good, Jude. African Millennial, shout out. Been a long time. Welcome to the study.
Thanks. So, okay, so let me say like this. Between the Haiti and continent connection, from what I know, it was only DRC and Senegal that has recently helped Haiti, like with the earthquake. DRC. But I agree with you. The continent.
DRC, is that the Congo?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
But yeah, I agree the continent can be doing a better job. I don't know what to say about it, because I honestly feel like most Africans are not taught, or they're not aware of what happened. Like, there are some who know, but I don't think many Africans actually know what happened, because I didn't even know about Haiti until like 5 years ago. Like, I had no idea about that. And I feel kind of I feel kind of bad about that, because that wasn't taught in my home, wasn't taught in school. My cousins don't know about that as well. But yeah, in case of the year return,
didn't you have some bloodline connection or DNA connection with some Haitians?
Yes.
Ancestry. I think you and Rakoya.
Yeah, I do.
Interesting.
And also, in case of the year of return, I will say that it's twofold. I don't like it when people just say that it was completely a scam. Yes, Ghana did benefit financially from the year of return, but I seriously don't think it was just those reasons, because people have been coming to the continent, mostly Ghana and Nigeria, for years. Like, I remember in the 60s and the 50s, we had Brazilians, Caribbeans, a whole bunch of people coming back. Now, what I'll say the year return, I'm not gonna lie, it did help the economy tenfold, and I think that's one of the reasons why Nana Akufo-Addo is pandering to the West right now, because obviously the economy is doing bad. Going to the IMF is not a good thing. But one annoying part about Nana Akufo-Addo is he makes these decisions by himself. Even this whole talk of reparations, I know it wouldn't benefit local Ghanaians. It would basically benefit the elite. So I definitely think that would be the reason why he's asking for it. Now, I obviously know it's not going to happen, because it's just not, like, there's no way you could ask for reparations, but you're also taking money from the West. Like, you're also giving cocoa for free. You're not getting any money from the gold, and you seem to be really cool with the UK. So I highly doubt that's gonna happen. Anyways, another thing I wanted to say is that I really just feel bad about everything that's going on, but I definitely just wanted to give a reminder that this is mostly a certain group of people who are doing this. Like local Ghanaians don't really have a say in any of this. Like there's protests in Ghana right now. There's things going on right now. People are not happy with how the country is moving. And that's basically what's going on. Now, in terms of this Pan-African history, I recently did say that Ghana should stop being Pan-African. And what I meant by that is Ghana should stop working with other West African countries primarily, because when we try to do the Pan-African thing, like a lot of these other African countries are trying to act brand new. It didn't support us. Like they didn't care about this stuff. So it's
But
like
I thought Ghana was always Pan-African, wasn't it?
Yeah, since Kwame Nkrumah.
Yeah,
There's
Kwame
there's
Nkrumah.
no
Well,
country in Africa that is Pan-African. They just talk.
Oh, what? Oh, Jude. Hi, Jude.
African
well,
melody.
I would say Ghana is more Pan-African than other countries. But in any case, my point was I
What is
think that Ghana should stop being or doing most
Pan-African?
things in regards to Pan-Africanism, because we tried reaching out to other countries, West African countries specifically in the past, and they spat in our faces. Even this whole ECOWAS movement that we're trying to do, what other West African countries seem to be in the way. So I think Ghana should reach out to the Caribbean more, and we are. Like we're working with Barbados. We're working with some of these other nations, and I think that's the focus that Ghana should be doing.
I think that South Africa is more Pan-African right now anyway than Ghana, especially when calling out nonsense that the West is doing and standing up to the West. The Ghanaians, the truth is they've always talked a level of Pan-Africanism, and when it comes to acting it, they don't tend to do that within the continent directly. So it's good that we actually call that out to a point. Nigerians, definitely, when it came time for, like when Kwame Nkrumah was around, Nigeria was a spoiler.
Imagine.
I know that for sure.
It would be so black and not. How could it not have a voice when, like, how could it be so loud but silent?
There's no country in Africa that is Pan-African. That's just a fact.
What I'm trying to understand with Nigerians, though, is that they're loud and silent.
Maybe Jude is right that no country exhibits clear Pan-Africanist streak.
At least Ghana fakes it till they make it.
Not today. Not today, to Niger.
No,
not today. That's the problem. Not today. That's the problem. Maybe Kwame Nkrumah was once.
Nkrumah was 100% doing it. He was trying.
No. Nkrumah was using it for his own potential. You know, Kwame Nkrumah had a one-party system where he controlled the whole Ghana, and that was one of the reasons that he got.
But that is the whole point, though.
He got taken out.
Either way, somebody has to control something. Stalin, if you say Stalin was doing it for himself, so be it. But it was for the good of Russia.
But what I'm saying is now, okay, look, for instance, right? Ghana out of a sudden was deporting Niger Republic citizens from Ghana because they consider them as beggars, right? Say people were begging on the street and it was foreigners begging. So they were shipping them out of Ghana.
But Kwame Nkrumah wasn't responsible for that. I thought it was after his time.
No, I'm talking about now. Just few.
No African country can
but
be.
You said it yourself, Jude. There's no Pan-Africanist country in Africa. You said it
That's
yourself. Not now.
Exactly.
Well, can I say something real quick, right? It just kind of like frustrates me sometimes, right?
You see me, I'm just like,
yeah, it frustrates me sometimes, like when I hear like brilliant Black people speaking against their best interests. Listen, these white countries, right? You know, whether you're talking about NATO, whether you're talking about the European Union, whether you're talking about any G6 or G7 forum, right? Where these white specific countries, they find no matter how many differences that they have, no matter how many beefs that they have, these generational rifts that they have, they understand how to come together when it comes to subjecting Africans globally.
Right.
Why the heck? What is wrong about the African, and me included, right? What is wrong about us, right? You know, that so many of us think that that's a negative thing to come together,
I don't know.
right? And
I don't
put
know.
differences aside to unify, to be able to combat the BS that's literally killing us by the millions. I don't understand.
I
In
think
general,
that,
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
yeah, I think the head is compromised. So because the head is compromised, the rest of the body doesn't operate. So the rest of the body is not functioning, is not motoring properly as well. So if the head is compromised, because the head, some of these leaders, they have to
leadership. I
like,
just want to get that. I just want to do layman's terms. Leadership head.
the leadership, leadership is very much compromised. And like I said, like I agree with African Millennial with her first part of the thing, analysis of political situation in Ghana, that I think yes, he is pandering to because although people, I think Pan-Africanism is not going to work, it shows how much power on undercurrent and power it has as well. So he knows that, to the point that he's gonna pander to it as well, because he's suffering politically as well in Ghana, because people are rising up. So he's towing the line between pleasing the IMF, his masters, and making sure he taps into that Pan-Africanist fervor to show that he's a man of the people and all that kind of stuff. So he's trying to survive, make sure he's trying to survive his political career as well. That's what he's doing at the moment. So that's the situation. So I've noticed that a lot of politicians as well, so they are finding that space to manage between pleasing them, the external influencers and their pandering. So they're pandering at the moment, and of course that's what we want them to do. We want them, to an extent, we want them to keep up pandering like that. We want that to be the demand as well. So at the end of the day, it's what to what you said, Lonzo, as well. Yes, the head is compromised in Africa, and because the head is compromised, there is no movement or any kind of forward trajectory. It's just disarray, and nobody's committed to anything like that, so they don't produce any results. So you have a lot of people who are contrary to it, that come in and just keep pushing negatively towards it, because the head is not steering us the right way as well.
But
you understand what I'm trying to say.
These heads are coming from our households, mothers and fathers raising them, our communities, our villages, our tribes, our culture is raising these people to be selfish and not caring about the community or caring about the people that need them the most. We're raising people to want to leave the country.
Exactly. See, this is the thing, right? In Europe, right, some tribes were submitted in Europe. That's why if you have Europe today, the unity of Europe came because the diversification was reduced. Because in Africa you have all these tribes, and no tribes want to go into submission. This tribe think, oh, Igbo think I'm powerful, Yoruba think I'm powerful, Mandikan think I'm powerful. In Europe, some of the bigger tribes were submitted. So if you go to Europe, out of how many tribes they had, you only had bigger tribes that came in. That's why if you go to UK, right, you see that even though they have so many tribes, but there are people that when they speak, everybody listen to it. But in Africa, because of this diversification and tribes, it's causing chaos. Like nobody wants to listen to there's disunity. Nobody trusts nobody. And that's why you see things are not gonna work in Africa. And man, I don't know, man. We are in
I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this right here. If things don't work in Africa, in a couple of generations, you won't have an Africa.
Exactly.
Facts.
I don't know if you understand. This is next level.
I understand.
You have India, you have China, you have Russia, you have Canada, you have everybody. Everybody understand what Africa's worth is right now, but you.
Right. Take for instance, right?
To compromise. Do you not understand the compromises that are being made around the world to get to Africa?
Exactly.
These compromises that they're making they're making big compromises to get to that territory and own it. And guess what? They're not trying to just lease it or get resources. They want it. Do you not understand? Everybody wants it for themselves. So what's happening is, while we're all sitting around, not wanting to put differences aside to do what's necessary to build ourselves, everybody else is empowered.
Exactly.
Together in ciphers, the ciphers that they're in, and sometimes work together in clusters of ciphers to achieve what they need to achieve on the continent. And they're so tired of having to deal with the middleman.
Right.
They have the land, they see the resources, and then they have to deal with you, the people.
Right.
The people. And so eventually, and I'm telling you this, there are civilizations that was on this earth that are no longer on this earth, y'all.
Exactly.
And and I know we think that we're like roaches, we can't be taken off this earth. I know we think we can't be taken off this earth, yo. I know that we think that we will, even though we'll always be at the bottom, we'll always be here. But I'm telling you something, if Africa do not fortify itself, Africa and all of its children worldwide will pay for it.
Right. See, Gina, look.
People will prosper in it. Period. That's what happened in America.
Fact.
That's what happened in the islands. There were people in those spaces.
Right.
So,
you see, there are projects in Africa that have never been implemented. When we keep talking about the unity of Africa, when people do little changes, they come and make noise like to Niger. Oh, this is happening. Those are surface changes. Things are not happening. You know, things that people are clamoring for is united. Even if people don't want to open borders, come up with a common currency that will benefit every African person. You know, one currency, one language, all those type of things. Those are things that people need to start working on instead of coming with little changes and think, oh,
who's not African and who's African and who's not African, and I'm more African. I had somebody reach out to me this week, and their whole thing was Bantu people came and they just went and took everything, and that's why we had to sell them. And he gave me a big, he was from Sudan. Shout out to you, my brother. I'm not putting you down. I'm just saying, I mean, these were probably facts from what he knows, but basically he was saying how and I sat there and I was thinking, if that was the reason, then we all the people that died, all that the power we lost, we were already years ahead. We could have been so much more ahead because we lost a lot of minds, a lot of brilliance. Do you know how much ingenuity, how much creativity have been lost off the continent?
The problem is that could we have how clever could we have been when they were already selling their people? These people they had chances from 500 years ago when they encountered Europeans till just 100 years ago when we became colonized. They had a chance to learn everything Europeans knew. They never bothered. They were just selling their people.
Gina,
you have to ask ourselves serious questions.
Tunisia, I think
share something one moment, Dart. I wanted to share the video, and I'm going to share it maybe not tonight, maybe tomorrow, because I can't get through it. But the people that helped to build cannons and to the metal workers that they took from, I don't know if you guys know this, but I found documents or a database that shows that the Europeans would go into Africa and they would say, we want certain people because we want them to be able to make metalwork people. So they went into Africa. They saw Africans making metal masks, right? So they wanted those people.
Yeah.
So they went into Africa. They saw there were people that were planting food really well. They saw great farms, and they didn't want just any people. They wanted those people. They went into Africa. They saw people that were able to do great fishing and whatever. They wanted those people. So they went into Africa and they took the best of everything. And I'm not just trying to say because I'm diasporan.
I can back you up with that, Gina, because I had that thought myself. I say, when you look at America and the industries that were operating at that time, it seems like they were like minor industries within the African continent, within the sub-Saharan Africa, and they just completely shipped it to America, used those people to do the labor, and just expanded it as well. But those were industries that existed in Africa, not in Europe. So they used
like the metalworking. The things that the people
rice, sugar cane, all that stuff.
All of those things. I mean, the design they kind of helped with
textiles, all that stuff.
Textile, all of those, the railroads, all of those was us. No. And guess what? They knew. You see, they go into Africa and they do it today. They go there and they sit there and they study.
It's funny, it's because when you look at the world,
Africa still today, they're taking the most educated doctors, lawyers, engineers, and they're shipping them across the oceans, and they're turning them against Africa, and then and that's it. And they'll deplete. They're depleting, and it's funny because
they don't even need to take them. We are shipping ourselves to them. This time.
And like I said earlier,
we are taking the ship ourselves now.
Decided that they had enough skilled people. They had enough people over there. It was too many Africans. It was like they were being overpowered. They had to fight with the chiefs and kings because they were like, nope, we want to keep selling. This is how we make money. Because at that point, they had stopped doing all business. The only business of the day was selling people.
Yeah,
it doesn't unite.
How disgusting is that for us? And now it's like, to be honest with you, when we think about it like this, and when we think about the reason that we felt comfortable doing that, going back to that Sudan guy, was he said, well, the Bantu people, and a lot of it had to do with, well, sometimes if you saw your brother and he had more land than you, that was one way of getting the land, right? And he was laughing. I'm like, what the fuck?
Right.
Yeah, there was an industry already there. There was an industry there, so Europeans just came and exacerbated that industry, made it bigger.
They played upon our greed, our wickedness, our evil, our negativity. And we're still doing it now because think about it, our leadership, right? And I'm not just talking about Africa because it's happening in Haiti too. It's happening in our African communities too, where we have leaders that fill their pockets and keep it moving. Well,
yeah, they're slave traders. Our leaders today are akin to slave traders. Am I wrong in that, Tunisia? Isn't it akin to slave trading?
They just sit there and allow our people. They train our people up, then leave them to go overseas to go and serve.
They're black.
Yeah, they're caretakers.
What are they caretaking for?
They are black colonizers. We have black colonizers that are even more deadly than white colonizers all over Africa, all over the world. Oh my God, XDMC. Where you been?
But I want African millennial to speak, to be honest. I want her to say, Tunaja, what the point you were making, I think when human beings exist in a state of fierce competition, they are willing, and they kill so much, they are willing to do everything necessary to ascertain the best technology available to kill your enemy. But I don't know if Africa existed in that state. Maybe we were a bit too docile in order to realize, like the Japanese, they quickly what's the word? Copied that technology right away within 2 weeks of seeing it. But in Africa,
we were. See, the thing is, we are not docile towards each other. That is the thing. We are just docile towards outsiders.
I'm gonna have to watch this movie. XDMC, thank you for the super chat. But he said something here. I see a movie about the future called Logan Run. I gotta watch that. And there were no black people in it. White folks ain't playing. So it was in Africa, and there were no black people in it, or was it in the world and there were no black people in it? Oh shoot! I gotta watch that. You see, this is what I'm talking about.
One thing about life, Gina, that I realize is, like cells, living matters. We all live. We all continue because we consume each other. You understand what I mean? Right. Other living beings consume each other to keep going as well. It's only human beings that kind of put a stop. Lions eat lions, so we all have to like cells consume each other to keep growing. So right now we are the ones being
See,
consumed.
if Africa does, there's not a few years. Oh, sorry. The biggest solar panel energy in Morocco. They were supplying electricity to Spain. And when they asked Morocco, why can't you supply electricity to the African continent? And the electricity that they have, electricity to the whole African continent.
Yeah.
He's right about this, y'all. Juday's right, and so is this guy, Ra Ganeme. How do you say this, y'all? Ra Ganeme. I apologize. I love you still.
Ra Jingame.
Ganeme. Okay, thank you. I want to read
it. Moise.
It's Ghanaian. He's got to be Ghanaian. Well, she knows him.
I like that. You got a lion picture. I like that. Okay, so it says the moves African countries make in the next 30 years. Yes. Well, not even 30. I don't think we have 30, yo. Oh, 10. Let's give it 10.
Let's put some positivity into this. Like, let's put some positivity, Gina. I think
10 years we need some big moves in 10 years.
Let's put some positivity. Let's not just be. I think there will be too much going on. There will be so much dissatisfaction. Look at what happened in Ghana right now. The Ghanaians are waking up to realize
let's read his comment, and then I'll get into it with you. The next 30 years will determine the fate of the entire Black race for the next 300 years. And possibly forever, depending on the resilience and if the European Asian willing to genocide. Whoa! I love that.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I think we will probably make the right decisions, Dina. I think we will have a new class of leaders to emerge in the next couple of years and all that stuff. And I think we will make the right decisions.
Where do you see
I don't know about that.
Where do you see this at? This glimpse of hope that you're saying?
Because I'm seeing so much agitation, so much frustration as well, and it's just going to build up as well. I was surprised to see that this guy, it was only a year ago, he was very, very famous, very, very popular in Ghana, and it didn't take long for people to just be dissatisfied with what he wants to do with the IMF and all that stuff. So
same thing in Sierra Leone. I'm really happy to see what's going on in Sierra Leone.
Yeah. Well, what's happening
What's happening in Sierra Leone? I think there was a riot the other day, right?
Yeah, they're well, they said that the general reason why they're rioting and protesting and they even burned some police cars is because the cost of living is going up.
Inflation.
Yeah.
So those are positive signs to me, although some I know like they're kind of positive signs. Like right now, look at Mali. They have managed to flinch themselves off the French, although I don't know how Tunisia feels about that now.
This tells you a lot. If America sneezes, everybody catches a pneumonia. My friend said that. As soon as we saw that, that's the first thing she said, and it's true. Africa should not be affected by what's going on in Europe, and Africa needs to buckle up and understand that if
America will be too contained by Russia and China, they'll be too busy dealing with Russia and China.
What's happening in Russia, in Ukraine, and what's happening in America should not be affecting the way you feed your people.
It will, because every country is an individualistic.
If you were not being fed by other people, then you would not have an issue when they're not feeding you. And that's the problem.
Mali has made some moves recently that I actually like. They make quite a lot of them actually. There's one of them, that they want to bring the military that they have with the rebel group together, and they are almost about the same size. So they are doubling their military strength, and these are the kind of things that is pointing in the right direction. But it's still very tiny.
You can only do that when you have the space. You can only do that when you have the space to do that, right? Yeah. So before they didn't have the space. So all these other African countries like Ghana and all this, they're all part of the IMF world order, the new world order. So how much space do they have to pander to the Pan-Africanist feeling, sentiments, and also please their masters? So that all has to change. Sorry, Gina. Sorry.
All right. Africa could go in circles all day long until they start bringing their tools all across the world where they have power in places like the Caribbeans, like African millennials said, in the United States, in the inner cities where they have people, and in the middle, and wherever they have people. You see, Africans are not using the same collective like other people like Chinese and Israel and Jewish people. They know they use their people in those other spaces to prosper. The same thing. Do you not understand that the Jewish community is one of the most powerful communities in America and the most powerful community in the Caribbeans, and it empowers its home base because of that? And you know who empowers it here? Israel. You know who empowers the Chinese here and everywhere that they go? If you go anywhere in the Caribbean, the Chinese have business everywhere. Do you know who empowers it to do that? China. Africa needs to start looking and reaching out to its descendants and to its diasporans, even the ones that are just, I'm not just talking about the descendants of slaves, I'm talking about the diasporans.
Yeah, to an extent, I agree.
Networking, putting its tentacles out there, putting business, instead of us having in every corner in Canada, America, and in all those spaces, in every corner, instead of having Chinese restaurants and Chinese stores and Arab gasoline stations and Arab stores and things like that, Lebanese businesses, we should have African businesses that cater to African Americans and Haitians and everywhere else that we're at. Africa's not even, it's like, it's funny because I don't even see businesses like that. Like they open up businesses and they only cater to continentals. Like open up a damn store that sells regular steaks and feed everybody, make money. Oh, hire people in the inner cities. Do things like that. Get the inner city involved and get you benefit from the community. You go into your community and network and build like the other people do. Africa's not using its power base. Its power base is the people that are in powerful places. It needs to build businesses in those spaces. It needs to network with those people. You see, this is how you show people that you care about them, that you want involvement, and from that it will grow.
But don't you think what African millennials said, that the Caribbean, reaching out to the Caribbean is a good thing? Don't you think that one is a good example, Gina?
Definitely a good example. Let me ask you something. Do you know where the Chinese have? Do you know where? Okay, Haiti alone, right? I'm gonna show you something real quick. I know you. Even though Haiti is poor. The thing about it is, I don't think that people understand how the rich lives in how certain people are really benefiting from your. I don't think the continentals understand how other people like the Chinese, the Lebanese, are benefiting from other people. The Arabs, the Jews, they've all made themselves rich off of your descendants. All of them have made themselves rich off of your descendants, the ones that you don't want to claim. They've all made themselves rich. And then they'll go back and say, these people this, these people that. But I'm going to tell you something. Ask anybody. Don't believe me if you don't want to. Where are the nail salon shops? Who made them pop? Who made having long nails pop? Who made having weaves pop? Who made certain things started? Where do you think these people started getting their profits from? If something is gonna be fly, do you know what they do? They try it in the Black communities. That's what they do, and then they go and sell it other places. They know that, but Africa has never. It's funny because I've always wondered about that. Like, you want to be prosperous in this world. Why is Africa not doing what other people are doing? I mean, build your power base. Your power base is, you're talking about investment. You can't invest in in your own. You have to go where the money is, get the money and bring it home. You have to find a way, and you can't do it in little pockets of just.
So what Akafu did, President of Ghana did, getting the African Americans to come to the country do you think that was a smart idea from his side, looking at that power base and getting the money for the year of return? Do you think that was smart?
That wasn't, I mean, to be honest with the year of return was just, like I said, I don't mean anything negative. I don't think it was, that's not how it should have went. It went like that because, okay, you got that. A lot of people walked away feeling like it was a money grab. And that's what it was.
All right. Yeah, okay. But when you say at the same time, they must look at the power base, the money and all that, they must look to get investment from the outside, like the Chinese did, like the Jews did. So what he did there, was it a good thing or was it a bad thing? How do you feel about that?
Well, they care about their people too. Like, the Jews, they could go home. They have free reign to go home. They're all citizens of home. Mm-hmm. Same thing goes with the Chinese. Same thing goes with the Mexicans. They come back and forth and they build their communities. They're not. See, the thing is that you have to build relationships while you're building networking connections, and it's got to be a real thing. It can't be a thing where you're just trying to benefit.
Yeah,
you could tell. I mean, you could probably get away with it for one time, and people might, and you're right. Diasporans are always gonna want to go because Africa is home.
But how are we supposed to know that was not a genuine thing or something? Because it's just people saying it's not genuine, isn't it, Gina? How are we supposed to know if it was not genuine or something? Because like some people had bad experiences, some people had good experiences, some people stayed, some people feel like it was a money grab. Either way, it was a move.
That he should have rented. If it was about the year of return, if it was about diasporans and our people being away, why didn't he reach out to the people that needed him the most? Why did he only reach out to the people that why did it feel like the people that were invited were the people that could afford it? And
so you're saying the African Americans and that
exactly the African Americans.
I don't think it was not necessary. I don't think he reached out to only African Americans. I just think African Americans are the loudest about it.
Talking about Haitians didn't get that. We didn't get.
I think African Americans are the loudest about it, but those who could afford from the diaspora could.
No Haitians was invited to no year of return. We didn't get that call.
I don't think he necessarily made a call specifically to African Americans.
No other Caribbeans, other than Barbados, that kind of reached out to him.
I don't remember him making a call specifically to only Americans.
It wasn't no damn call, Dark. I'm saying he was reaching out to the people that could afford to come. Period.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that could be any diaspora. That could be any diaspora.
No, any diaspora with money. Yes.
Yeah. Exactly.
So
isn't that the point you were trying to make as well?
And that's what I'm saying was the problem. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Because maybe you didn't hear last week when I said this, but I'm gonna repeat it for those that didn't hear it. If you had came out and really, okay, let's say when you saw like 10,000, they said it was 10,000 Haitians underneath that bridge, right? Why didn't we get a couple of African leaders? I'm not messing with Ghana because Ghana's not the only African country on the continent. All the African countries, why didn't we get any of the African countries or leaders stand up and say, hey, it's time to have a conversation with Haiti. They need to know that they have an option in Africa, or maybe there's some kind of business or industry we could go put in Haiti. Let's go to Haiti. Why was there no response? Like there was no collective response from African leadership about what happened under that bridge. That's what I'm saying. And not just that, but just other things that happened to us throughout the diaspora. Just things that happen to the least of us. Now everybody wants a rich cousin. Everybody wants a rich family member to come over. But it's real love when you want those that don't have it either. You just want that cousin that you know ain't got much to offer, but that's when you know you're loved. When you ain't got nothing and that person still wants you around, that's when you know you're loved. Of course, if I have lots of money, anybody's gonna want me to come around. Nobody wants to be used, man.
Yeah, that's true.
Nobody, and especially not a descendant of a person that was taken out of their land forcefully. You don't want to be manipulated and beguiled because now you're in a space of I really want to go home and now people are now making you feel like they're pulling at your heartstrings. Do you know what it feels like when somebody pulls at your heartstrings and act like they give a damn about you when they don't? And so that's it. So it's, for me, real talk. It's about that the pulling of the heartstring part. Hold on, let me share this with y'all. I'm gonna have to mute this a little bit. I hope I put the right video up, y'all. But these are the top richest people in Haiti, and I want you to pay attention to what they look like. Look at what they look like, and look at how much money they're making.
Yeah, I remember this video when you showed it.
And none of these people are from Haiti for real. They just came in, built business, and of course, this motherfucker is my language.
You don't like him?
This guy right here, actually, all of his money, manufacturing industry is in Haiti. Made it in Haiti. $350 million. Paying those people nothing. This guy right here, born in Haiti. Look at him. Do he look like a Haitian to you? He was doing so well. His people was doing so well. They actually gave birth to him in Haiti. They never left. This guy too, born in Haiti, but he's a mixed Arab. Born in Haiti. These are the people that are profiting off of Haitians. You see how much money these people are ranking? Just individuals. And this money, I'm going to tell you something, is being made in Haiti. Don't be confused. Other than Wyclef, these dudes are the people that are making money in Haiti. This is a politician, y'all. This was a guy that was a president. Look how much money this dude is worth. And all he ever was a Catholic pastor, whatever they call them, priest, and a president. How do you have all this money? So you see, we have Black colonizers everywhere.
Slave traders. That's what they are.
Well, and then we let these people come in. Jamaican, Haitian. He's not no Jamaican or Haitian. You tell? This man is a Lebanese or Arab or something. Calling himself Jamaican Haitian. Look at him. He's not Jamaican nor Haitian. So you telling me there's not money to be made in the Caribbean? Haiti's the poorest country in the world. How are these people making all this money? Look at this guy. So his country is Italy, Jewish, Haiti. Where's the Haitian part?
So I suppose the former president was getting in their way and they somehow managed to get rid of him or something. Is that what it was?
He was just a puppet, man. They paid him real good. You saw that, right? So the reason I shared this was to show you that even a country that happens to be recorded to be the poorest country in the world, can Africa not make a profit there? You kidding me? Do you know who's bringing in certain things right now into Haiti? China, other countries. That could be Africa. Africa could be bringing those things. Africa could have businesses, factories and stuff in those places, or having, interchanging things that Africa don't have to be going over there. Africa could be doing that in all the islands. Africa could be doing that in this inner city of America where its people are at. Africa should be doing that. That's what everybody else is doing. That is what empowers other people in the countries that are outside of those spaces. Like, why is Israel so powerful in the world? Because they're empowered. Wherever their people are, they're there. They're supporting them, so they have a system in place in those spaces. And the Mexicans are smart. They're starting to do it too. Everybody's starting to catch on. The Indians from India, they do it too. The Pakistanians, the Lebanese, they do it. They go into other people's spaces, but they are working. But in those countries that they're from, support them, and they are working in conjunction to build the whole.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know where I'm from, and my people represent me, and I represent my people, and we're working together as a whole. And that's what
African millennial left.
Shout out to you, African millennial. Thank you.
I wanted her to come back and all that stuff. So, anyways, never mind.
So that being said, that's yes, I agree with her 100%. That's what needs to happen. But will it happen? Of course not. Because guess what? You know what? I listened to a lot of Haitian, and I'm sorry I can't share them because they're in Creole or French, and you guys, some of you would probably understand, but some would not. A lot of Haitians now are talking about Africa. Africa comes up a lot now, not just in the Haitian community, but throughout the whole diaspora.
Gina, I agree with you.
It comes up in a conversation, and people were saying, they're starting to realize, like, we've always, African millennial mentioned earlier that we've always there've always been people moving back to hate Africa. That's true. But when I think it's now time, reciprocity, Africa needs to start moving its tentacles and showing its not just its interest in our pockets, but its interest in our lives.
But I think first you have to have the infrastructure to bridge back that relationship or to build back that relationship in it. And I agree with you. I think we definitely need that. Even the Chinese themselves,
That's how China built its infrastructure.
Even the Chinese themselves are realizing how they have not spread themselves across the world. Because when they're competing with Europeans, Europeans have spread themselves across the world, but they are contained within that area. So I think China also looks at Africa as a way to kind of push some of their population there so that they can have another.
That's what their intention is. They're not just looking at
so we already, through unfortunate circumstances, we do have other of our peoples elsewhere. I think, yes, that bridge, that relationship must be there. But first, but like the political climate or the infrastructure needed must be there to actually actualize that relationship. Otherwise, it's just rhetoric. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this, right? China built itself with its diaspora.
Yeah.
Israel built itself infrastructure-wise with its diaspora.
Yeah.
Everybody that ever
it's a collaboration.
It's a collaboration. Yeah. So until Africa understand that first step one it needs to work together in conjunction with all the countries that it has on that continent,
including the diaspora.
Two, the diaspora is an extension of that.
Right.
I don't really see, to be honest with you, I don't know
how I see it is
diaspora's trying to be in the continent because the continent just want to sink. They don't care.
Yeah.
The leadership is not going to let us win.
Yeah.
We are not even considered. Those of us that aren't even continentals aren't even considered Africans. When this thing goes down, we would have invested into a situation where the people that do have the ability to write, sign, and make things happen are going to let it sink. And
those are the people I worry about. Yeah,
we don't have nothing. Yeah. So it's better to go into the Caribbeans. And I say that to Africans that want unity too. Get out of there. Let them sink. Because guess what? They're not willing to come together and build. What's going to happen is everybody else is gunning for Africa.
Yeah.
They're already together with their people.
Yeah.
And they're going to do whatever they need to do. And all they need now is just like that person, just like we had on that one super chat. This is it right here. This is it. He says 30. I say 10 or 20. At the most.
I think it's 10 or 22. It can't be more than that.
30. I mean, I already see some signs.
But Tunaja, honestly, I think there's just so much anger at the moment and so much agitation. Like it's just we're approaching that kind of dead end on the wall. You understand what I mean? We're approaching that dead end. I was speaking to Tanzania or something and say, what does it take? You have to be backed up to a corner. And I think we're approaching it to an extent. That's why you see, even in a place like Ghana, that's known to be very peaceful, people are already protesting. You understand what I mean? So Africans are starting to learn this kind of stuff. I think in the next coming years to come, even the president of Senegal, he almost lost power recently. You understand? There's an election that happened. He's no more the majority. You understand? He's lost his entire majority. So there's a lot of all this talk what we be having online, all these conversations, they are actually having an impact on the ground. This telecommunications era or this media communication era is actually having an impact because people are sharing more information than ever. If you say it like 30 years back or a few decades back, how would you find Ghanaians, ordinary Ghanaians, worrying about the president trying to get a new loan from the IMF? You understand? They wouldn't worry about that. They live in their villages or where they didn't have access to that information. Now they know and they're arguing again. So you see how the Malian people supported the military. So I think we're getting to that point where the agitations are getting stronger, and that's why you see Akufo-Addo for last-ditch effort is trying to pander to Pan-Africanism to try and save face. You see what I'm saying, Tonaja?
I see the pattern. The question is what is actually happening, because we have to be careful about jumping to conclusion, because these people are ahead of us. They have planned things ahead of to forestall anything we are trying to do. You saw how the eco currency went too. So you also saw the Arab Spring when it happened, and you saw how it ended. So I've seen patterns of things happen in the world, and you have to understand there is a crunch going on in the world where the cost of living is rising for so many people because of the fallout from the pandemic and the Ukraine war. So you get this problem. Like Sri Lanka has had that problem. Quite a lot of countries are having similar problems, and Nigeria is even facing a situation whereby they might not even be able to pay their service their debts. And if that happens and it leads to serious issues with the system, then you're going to see protests on the street. So it's a lot of problem, and the question is the source of it. If you look at it, most of the source of this problem is from the West. They are squeezing, because when the COVID-19 happened, they talked about the reset, and then they triggered the war in Ukraine. And this is one of the things the Russian leader went to Africa to tell African leader. He said, when grains are not leaving Ukraine, it's not because Russians are stopping it from leaving. It's the Western people that put embargoes on it. And but the West made it sound as if it's the Russians that are preventing it because of the war, when they are the ones that blocked it. So, and that is why you see this in the West or Americans send their Secretary of State immediately after the Russians went to Africa to go and counter what the Russian is telling African leaders. So there is a pattern, and there's something here these people are playing at. They are, and a good thing, at least to an extent, that tells you that Africa is important, is that America now is paying attention closely.
But you see tonight, right? They are so preoccupied that it's not the same situation or the same environment in which they were necessarily unified, or they didn't have so much opposing force during the Arab Spring. Right now, the world is so there's so much conflict, like so much opposition from different sides as well. So I don't think they will have the space to kind of commandeer revolutions to come or something. Commandeer any.
CIA, they are very efficient at doing these things on the continent.
So this day thing that we do, we need to stop that.
Sorry, Gina. Sorry.
No, I have to say this because it's not a day, it's a us. They're taking, I mean, we talked about this earlier tonight. These people see opportunity, they're taking advantage of it. We're the ones that's putting out the opportunity. Every time
you saw that video you played now.
No,
sometimes they go in there and cause problems too.
You know what he saw? He saw tribalism and he took opportunity. He took advantage of it. He saw people that was hating on each other. And if I was in a situation and I needed to eat and I see two people fighting over food, what am I going to do?
Make more trouble so you take the food.
Period.
But we are already suffering, you see, and because of that, it's easy to divide us.
It's a we. It's not a they. It's a we. Dividing. The thing is this, right? We could spend another 300 years saying they. But come on now, it's us.
I have to have a term for it because the two of them is true. That you can do something doesn't mean some other person is not there stoking the this thing.
You should expect other people to be there, waiting for. Okay, so I don't know if you watched the video the other day when I was talking about how when Pelosi went to Taiwan, everybody was waiting to see if she was going to go or not go. All the countries were waiting because you see it's an opportunity to take America down. America did not respond to China's threat. Everybody wanted to see how America responded because guess what? At the end of the day, it all goes back to one thing.
What's that supposed to mean, Gina? I don't understand it myself.
The powerful consume the weak.
It's obvious. I just wanted to just I wanted Gina to elaborate.
It's there, right there. It all goes back to this. And understanding that means this. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. That's why I don't even sit back and talk about them or let people talk about them too much on my channel, because to be honest with you, not because I'm afraid, it's just because I've come to terms with the fact that our position is the position that matters.
So what do we have to do in all this conflict going on in the world? What is our position, Gina? What is African leaders?
Decide what we want most. Do we want?
But what we want is correct representation. Correct representation.
That's just the words.
Exactly.
What do we want most? What do we want most what do we want
security,
most?
I say.
Okay.
So if that's what we want most, then think about it. How do we secure ourselves? How do we secure the whole continent?
You need a strong defense first. And that is the key. And because if you want economy, you need a strong defense force. If you want education, you need a strong defense force.
In this world, you know how? By pulling all your pieces, making sure that all your pieces are with you.
Oh yes, you're right. There's one piece. We don't forget about that, Gina. Don't think in this analysis we're forgetting about that other piece. It's just that the peace that the peace in the continent.
If you forget about it, it's going to be used against you.
Oh no, we're definitely not going to forget about it. We're definitely not going to. It's just the peace in the continent.
My continental.
Yeah.
If you allow your blessings, be it, and I'm gonna tell you this, the diaspora is a blessing for you. Any diaspora, be it that the ones that just left the continent or the ones that left 500 years ago. If you don't nurture that relationship, if you don't understand that is the relationship that you need to take care of. It's like having a plant. If you don't water it, if you don't fertilize it, it dies, and it might even turn against you.
How can you have a relationship with somebody that's mad in the head? That's a madman already. Can you have
something?
That's a good one.
That's the problem. You want a relationship with the head. You're never going to get to the top because the relationship you're trying to have is with the enemy. And guess what? The only relationship you should be trying to build is the one with yourself. And I'm talking about with yourself in all places. Because you are the head. If you put yourself in that position. You see, that's what China realized. That's how it grew. That's what the people that are in Israel realized. That's how it grew. That's how these people grow, because they realize that, okay, I need to position myself. I can't keep trying to get underneath their umbrella. I need to position myself in a place of power. And that's it. It's just that simple. It's just about saying, okay, so what do I want? What do Africa want? Do Africa want to just be in everybody's shadow forever? Because that's where we've been for a very long time. Because the first thing that the big dog said when he came on here was, when we were growing up, we didn't learn anything about slavery. All we was told was to go to school and to be better than white men. Well, you're not better than white men, because white men know everything. They know history. You said you didn't know anything about slavery. White man knows all about slavery. He knows your part. He knows his part.
Check this number out.
And he teaches both. So you forgetting your part, your history. He admitted that that nobody knew there. So you forgetting your history shows that you're not trying to be like him, because he wants to know everything. He don't want to just know his little portion of he don't want to know what his culture teach him. He want to know everybody's culture. He want to create other people's culture. He want to change your culture. You see, that's knowing everything. That's being able, going into something, into a space and being interested in it when it's not something that you think affects you. And then realizing that thing that you have learned empowers you. And see, empowerment is something that Africans are not. We're not used to power. We don't understand power. Because when we think of power, we think being powerful is being able to make money off having them pay us, or having them get something from us. Or that's not power.
We live in a country where we have 70 million accounts at least. And if they just pay $10 every month, we can build a very, very strong, formidable defense. But we wouldn't even do it. We can build a hospital every 2 months if we wanted to. But they won't do it.
I'm a supporter of your solution, and I think it's a very pragmatic solution. You know, what you talk about, transparency, security, these are all these. I'm a big supporter of that. But it always comes back to, why don't we do it? Why don't we do it? And I say, but tonight you know why it doesn't happen, because these people have no intention. Like, look at our African millennials said, a good idea, integrate the ECOWAS, like how East African countries are moving. You have Ouattara there, who kind of drove a wrench in it. You understand? So Tunaya, when you say why don't we do it, it's not like it's rocket science. It's a simple, pragmatic idea. Why is it not done? Why
because
do you
we
think
have
it's not done tonight?
saboteurs. Look at when Buhari is there calling for AFRICOM to come into Africa, and then recently I hear that Nigerians were even threatening to leave ECOWAS. It's like, what kind of madness is that? So this is kind of silly thing that is going on sometimes because they are accusing the others of nepotism. This kind of behavior leads to some of the things our people do. It just leads to problems,
Right.
and
So you see why I said like correct representation, like that whole elite class needs to change. Like, something drastic has to happen.
Well, stop. I don't know what you mean by elite class. We're raising elite class people.
No, what I mean is that political class, the political class that is like slave traders, that needs to change.
Households in Africa. This is the dream, to be able to raise your children to be elitists in Africa. Not just in Africa, but we train our people to be casteisms.
Yes. We don't have the. That's what I'm saying.
How do you
change
that
right now, Gina?
How do you change it in the family? How do you change it in our households?
How do you change it in the household? Okay. From that point of view, I say it starts with how mothers raise their kids to have pride.
Fathers not raise their children.
Fathers, to an extent, fathers can teach children how to navigate the world in a pragmatic way, how to navigate the world, the things they need to do to get things done. Yeah. But it's what a mother instills in a child that remains as a lesson. That's
another thing too, Darth. Let's not get into that, because African men love giving women full responsibility for the mindset of children, and that is just something that other cultures just do not do. Stop it. That's wrong with our children. Black men just completely delete themselves from the process.
Black men are more culpable in this, but it depends on how you want to look at it. You can say, why are the men tolerating? Why are the women tolerating such weak men anyway? Or you can say the men are supposed to do the job and give the women set the pace for them.
Very clear. We're expecting women to raise men. And we keep thinking that it works. It does not work.
Yeah,
it
doesn't. That's true.
To raise men. And then these men grow up being just as weak as women and being just as petty as women.
There is some truth there.
And they don't understand why these men are going around acting like prostitutes to these nations.
Yes, I think that there's some truth there, because our men don't understand honor. They don't understand sacrifice. Most of our men don't.
But it's like they can't help themselves because they themselves was raised by women, and so they think it's natural. It's not a natural thing. Men have to take a position in their homes, and it's funny because you see, it's like that in African homes, but when you go into places like, and I'm not talking about those crazy places.
But is that enough alone?
I'm not talking about like crazy places that are not organized. I'm talking about organized places where there are men in power. They don't just leave it on a woman. You can't leave manhood on a woman.
No. It's not a kind of leave it. It's kind of like there's different roles for people, right? No. The men should raise the kids to be very pragmatic and make decisions, take hard decisions. You understand what I mean? And the women should instill the pride of the.
We are raising our women to be men, and we are raising our men to be women. And that's the reality. Women can raise women, but women cannot raise men.
It's men
that raise a boy until he's like 12 or 10, and then that boy needs the guidance of men. I mean, men. And men have to be present. They can't just be there, just there. They need to be in that boy's life, directing him, being good examples for him, and all of that other stuff. Not just being there bringing money.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you to an extent. I think
that's why that money, that's all that matters. It don't matter how you get the money. It don't matter what other communities, it don't matter how other people are dealing in your community. All it matters is you bring the money, and it excites women and your family, and that's all that matters. We're raising a bunch of people that don't care about the communities. All they care about is self-preservation.
That the reason why that is correct is because if you look at all these nations where you see they have this warrior culture and they are able to defend themselves a lot, you find that it's the men that actually bring the children, especially the boys, up to be tough people. Like in Russia, that's what they do. In South Korea, China, is the same thing. It's not the women that generally say, "Oh, you have to be a warrior," and all that stuff.
But to have a motivation to Niger, to have the motivation to fight for your people, fight for your family, fight for your home, and all that stuff. These are stuff that a woman instills, that love for the people, love for your tribe. These are things that mothers instill. A father teaches you how to do the farm, how to do the grunt work, how to do the fighting, the war. That's what men are supposed to instill.
Let me say this right
to make
now.
the tough decisions.
Let me do this.
You know what I mean, Tunaja?
Let me say this.
Sorry. Those men love their families, but the difference is that they don't have the warrior part. They don't have the supremacist part that says, I shouldn't succumb to other people. I shouldn't allow my family settle for the survival of my family from other people. That is what is missing, and that part of it is the man's equation. It's not because African men hate their moms; they love their mom. Black men, you can tell now, they all love their parents, but they don't defend them enough.
Yo, what's his name? I now recognize your name, Simon UGUK. In the comment section, you should come on. You should come because you have a lot of mouth in the comment sections, especially underneath my videos. Last week, you had an issue with me bringing up the fact about slavery and how I feel like the Ghanaian president shouldn't be asking for whatever. I stand on what I said, 10 toes down on what I said. You know, a lot of people tend to think that just because, I don't know, just because you went through one tragedy, I shouldn't be able to claim this tragedy. That's some fuckery. We all have things. We all have, like I said, I stand 10 toes down with my brothers and sisters what happened in colonization. And until Africa shows until African leaders, not the people, but the leaders show some concern, real concern for the diasporans, I don't think they're in the place to be talking about reparations for slavery to Africa. I stand on that. I just recognized your name. And now you're in the comment section disrespecting people still. You're just like one of those comment warriors, I guess. You need to come on here and get some.
Tunaja, I agree with you. Yes, it's men that teach it. It's men that teach about expansion. It's men that teach about that. But that's why I say isn't there like a role for women to do, Gina? What's the role for women in this, Gina? While we establish what men do, what's the role for women then?
What you say?
What's the role for women to raise those young leaders in the future that we need in Africa? What's the role for women?
Role for women?
A role. Like what do our women supposed to do then? Because
what's the role for women?
Yeah, what are women supposed to do then? And
women you don't feel like women do enough?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I mean, I've given both where women can do something and where men can do something.
I mean,
and there's emphasis made on men not doing enough. Okay, and I accept that. But
what can women do? As far as leadership is concerned, leadership is something that you learn from other leaders. Yeah, and we were talking about leaders, right? A man is supposed to be a leader in his house, right? In his household, right?
Yeah.
Where do you think the best guidance for a young man or even a young woman, as far as example for leadership, would be?
Yeah, you're right. It's only from a man. Yes, I suppose not only from a man, but
if the father is
you can't have somebody that has leadership qualities, but you can't have somebody that has leadership qualities but lacks the love or the care for the people.
That's what you have in Africa. You have people, and that's the kind of fathers you have too. You have fathers that bring home money to feed people, but they lack care and they lack empathy and they lack.
So you see what I mean? Like somebody asked me once, Mohamed, he asked me, Daf, what kind of leaders do you think Africa needs? Do you think we need more intelligent leaders, more very highly educated leaders, or more people who are sensitive to people, or more sensitive leaders? I replied, we need more people who are more sensitive, because we need people who are more passionate about their people.
Balance.
You know what I mean?
Balance, Darth. You need somebody that's capable of all of those things.
That's true. Not to say
you don't need somebody that's too.
But if I had to choose,
you don't have to
choosing somebody.
Choose. That's why you have a father and a mother. They're supposed to be giving them different elements.
Exactly. That's my point.
I think when it comes to what I think anyway, I would like to see from our women is to not settle for mediocrity as much as they do, and they should not hold their men too close to their breast. They should not hold their men too close to their breast, because they should be ready to sacrifice their men if they need to, because if you are not ready to do that, your men become weak, and you accommodate them, and the sacrifice is already made anyway.
And to Nigel for president. You got my vote, Nigel. I agree. I think black women are too easy on black men.
Okay.
I do. I think we've made black men. Do you see how black men get online and just trash black women all day? Who does that? Like, even if white women are nothing but a bunch of loose hoes, you think white men are gonna sit online and go, they ain't nothing but you think white men trash? I mean, think about it. Everybody knows that white woman has been bimbo. That's been the thing. White women are just, they get a little drunk and they act all loose. Everybody knows that. Now, I'm not trying to put white women down, but everybody knows that white women are just happy-go-lucky as they want to be. But do you see white men online trashing their women as much as black men trash theirs? And I'm going to tell you something. What black men don't understand is it makes them look bad.
Look, I have seen black men do so many things.
Because guess what? Your mother's a black woman. Guess what you are? A black man. If your house is not in order, then where was your father? And where was you? And so, to be honest with you, it all goes back to, you can't sit there and say, and look in the mirror and say, you this, you that, you this. It just makes you, it's an example, because what you're telling the world. You see, it's funny. I heard this from a white man. He said, what I don't get about black men is all day long they're online putting down black women. Do they not realize that makes them look like weak men? It hit me. I was like, so this is how the world sees you. You're sitting there trashing black women down every day, finding reasons. There are so many brothers I know that don't have no other videos unless they're talking about women. Black women.
But Gina, Tunija and I and Jude, we don't trash black women, do we?
But even though you don't trash black women, sometimes so much of it, I think so much of it is what Tunai just said. Black women have made a space for black men to be weak.
They model them a bit too much.
I think black women have given black men we don't expect, because we haven't been expecting much. To that much, to those that expect little is given.
So are you saying, Tunija, for instance, like some of us don't make a move because our mothers are not ready to let go of their sons potentially dying as well, so the sons don't rise as well to fight.
Exactly.
I'm not gonna rise to fight because I don't want to disappoint my mom and all that stuff.
Exactly, that is true. Because if you look at the French now in the First World War, they lost 10% of their men. Women let those men go, knowing that this is a sacrifice they may have to make, and then they still went for the Second World War. And so you have to, if you are not prepared for sacrifice when the time comes, the sacrifice is already made. It's just that you are not choosing to do it because you are going to fail, and that debt is still going to come.
Well,
because the other side.
You remember that black lady where her son was joining the protest in the United States, and she went there and grabbed his ear and pulled him back and told him, what are you doing? Get back home and all that stuff. You shouldn't be joining that protest and all that kind of stuff. You know, when the kid was protesting.
Exactly. You see, that kind of thinking.
Tell a lot of black women.
My thing is this: the only thing that that inspires me now is I understand this fact. You see, everybody's clamoring for what is theirs and what isn't theirs, and what and that's happening in the male and black man and black woman cipher. It's happening in the diasporan cipher. It's happening in the African cipher, tribalism. All these things, we're just here tearing at each other, right? When we run out of time, and I think our ancestors got to a place when they ran out of time, they didn't really have too many choices. Some of our ancestors, there was a time that we were just too busy running for our lives and trying to stay free. And let's not disregard that and don't think that it's not possible to happen again, because so many of us are so stuck on our sense of freedom that we think that it can't happen to us again. And I wonder, do we think that they were weaker than us? Do you think our ancestors were weaker than us, less intelligent than us, that they didn't have as much strength as us? Do you think that's why they were in those positions? No.
But by implying that,
it's because the thing just kept going and going, and it just became bigger and bigger. And by the time they looked up, it was too late. It was too late. Colin, first it was slavery, and some people were benefiting because they were sellers, and so it was still good. People were still benefiting. And then, only certain people were infected. And then when colonization came, it was like, oh, smack. It's funny because when you think it's only happening to those people, it's okay. But if you stick around, just stick around, stay laughing, stay where you are, keep laughing, and let's see how fast it gets to you.
You see,
you look just like them to them. You look just like them to them. It don't matter who you think you are. You might think you're different than I am. You might see me as different, but as far as they're concerned,
not much has changed. Nothing has changed.
Y'all the same. You think they're gonna look at you and say, "No, you different. You Nigerian."
You don't want to be rude. Maybe let's let Jude say something, not to be rude.
You Haitian. I can't do that to you. You think they're gonna do that? Good luck with that. Hold that, and I'll be back.
Jude has been quiet for a while.
Yeah,
probably went to sleep.
Yeah, he does that quite. Oh no, G.
Come on to Nigeria. Don't go to sleep.
I thought you are gone. You do go off sometimes.
I just have to stay quiet sometimes, man. I always want to listen sometimes and just stay quiet.
Let me do this. Let me deal with this. FBA Ados Friedman elites. That's what the man on the horse said to the Haitians in Texas. Go back and listen to the guy on the horse with the whip. What you mean by that? What he's saying?
These kind of people.
No, I want to know what he's saying, because you bring up Haitians, and of course, my egocentric Haitian ass.
I think he's being offensive. He's telling you.
What is that? Hold your own nut shit don't work when you don't understand that we all sharing the same nuts, dummy. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. There's only one set of nuts, and we sharing it. See, when Haitians fought the Haitian Revolution,
I'm getting tired of speak of this.
Excuse me. Those set of nuts represented all blacks, and it rippled. And we didn't just affect us, it affected everybody. So you see, when Haitians held their nuts, those nuts affected your nuts. How about that? This is the part you don't get. A little bit of this is the part that you don't get. And you know what? Let's hope you never have to ever be in a situation where, let's say, you were in the position that these people were in. I pray that none of my brothers and sisters ever have to go through a jungle, walk from Chile, go through a couple of whatever those are, go through the jungle, and I hope you never have to deal with such humiliation. Because I don't know what you know.
Do you understand what he's trying to say?
When people leave places like Haiti, which happens to be itself a beautiful island, but because it's been so drenched with terror from other places, like I said, 2 trailer loads of ammunition sent from Florida.
Can I try to explain what this guy is saying? Maybe because you have said similar before, that's why I'm saying it. And you may, if I'm correct, maybe you should correct me. He is saying that those horsemen, one of them was telling the guy, hold your own knots, because he felt that the Haitian men were treating their women badly. And I know that you have said here too that the men don't treat the women very well, especially the young ones in Haiti very well. So I don't know whether that is what he's trying to highlight.
He's chasing them. That's some bullshit. He was chasing them because he was a white man on a horse with a whip. He wasn't chasing him.
Exactly.
Straight treating the women badly. That's some fuckery. And for you to repeat that, that's fuckery times 2. I know we were talking about how, now I'm going to tell you this, not to say that Haitian men don't treat women badly. Not all of them do, but some of them do, just like any other black man or any other man, any color. There's men that treat women badly in all races. In our situation is this. When people are put into situations 10,000 deep and they're just trying to get across and not be seen, they might trample over children. I don't think it's personal. I think it's just desperation. Have you ever tried to flee into a country without being seen? I don't know what that's like. So that dude that was sitting on that horse with the whip was trying to justify himself. He did.
If you give so much energy to this type of people,
what he was doing with that whip with a smile on his face was basically having a relapse of slavery times and running after some black folks. That's what he was doing. And I don't want to make a joke of that because, to be honest with you, that's just not some shit to laugh about, because real talk, our people went through that. Especially if you're diasporan, regardless of where you are, FBA, non-FBA, that was not some shit that he should have done. And that was just justification. When they asked him why he did that, he had to come up with a reason. But the camera was there. We all saw it. He wasn't just running after him for that. He was running after him because he was in a situation where he was laughing and he was feeling good, and they was treating them people like a bunch of, like they said, like a bunch of black folks.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think they just like that man put his knee on George Floyd's neck? Because of what? That man squeezed down his neck and choked him out in New York because of what? There's no difference. There's no difference. They bring in drugs and stuff into the inner cities and guns and stuff because of what? The same reason they're bringing drugs and stuff into Haiti and stuff. No difference. And I say they, but I really want to take that back because there's a whole lot of black colonizers helping.
Yeah, that one is true.
And that's
there's a lot of intelligent black people on the causing all kinds of chaos.
So Tunaja, I was listening to.
So I gotta take that back because I'm not gonna sit there and make it seem like they're not using this. I'm gonna take that back. I want to stop being one of those people that blame everybody for everything. Those people are taking advantage of us because we have people that are standing at the gates waiting for opportunity to use us, waiting for opportunity to sell us out, waiting for opportunity to do things like that to us. Because the reason those people are under the bridge in Haiti is because we have a whole bunch of black colonizers that have turned the country over to a whole bunch of non-Haitians, as you can see based on that video clip that I shared, a whole bunch of people that do not even look like they're Haitian, claiming to be Haitian, making millions of dollars, while the poor black people, the nègre, they call them in Creole or French, nègre, is starving. And I'm gonna tell you something. It's Haiti's turn to suffer. But let's not sit there and say and ridicule, because I promise you, Haiti's paying for something that they did for us all. Those of us that are in spaces that are being seen as human and being treated like men and women and not animals or mules. Haiti put some blood down for that. We can't even say the continent did that for us. We can't even say nobody did that for us, but we can say that Haiti, those Africans in Haiti, they did that. So put some respect on the motherfucking Haitians, yo. Speak about the Haitians, prayer, out with some respect and understand the community is under attack right now, and that's all.
Man, Dina, you do have time for low lives, don't you? You do have time to give low lives that energy and all that stuff. If you keep going on with that guy,
that's not. This right here needs to be said. It's funny because when you type in Haiti, like I said, you're gonna see CNN. And it's funny because I used to see this about Africa and I used to believe it. I used to type in Africa and I used to see nothing but violence and turmoil and news about these people being sacrificed and news about these people chopping each other up. I was like, oh shit. And it wasn't until I started typing Africa vlog that I saw beautiful things, people with personality and lovely humans and people with intelligence and the same thing goes with Haiti. Stop typing in Haiti in the Google and type in Haiti vlog and learn more about Haiti. See things, see the country, understand that one city is under attack. There are like 11 other cities that are just beautiful and living as peaceful as they want to live. There's a reason why they're only showing you one aspect of Haiti.
Yeah,
telling you something. They do it to us all. Just like when they talk about our African-American brothers here in America, they only show one aspect. They're not talking about all the brilliance and intelligence and beautiful minds they have here. They're not talking about all the ingenuity. They're not talking about they're not showing all the beautiful buildings that were built and all the development and they're not saying that the cell phone, the computer, the refrigerator, the air conditioner, they're not saying that it's because of Black Americans. They're saying stuff like this person should black on black crime. When they talk about Africans, they're talking about, tribal violence and everything. So watch what you believe in and try to get the facts from the people instead of just listening to what you think. And yes, they're trying to leave Haiti because we're all trying to follow the money, because they go and they turn us upside down and take everything out of our pockets like they do everywhere else. They go everywhere. They go in the hood, they turn us around, take the money out, shake it, leave us broke. Chinese come in, build communities. They come in there and leave. They come take all the money out, leave the neighborhood broke. The Lebanese come in there. The Pakistanis. Everybody comes in there. They do the same in Africa. They go in there and they build businesses and they leave the communities empty for it. After they're finished, they build roads that only lead to the docks that they could take their stuff out. Same thing goes in Haiti. They came in, they took all the gold, all the money. So what do you think Haitians are gonna do? They're gonna follow the money. That's what people in the Caribbean are doing. Would you leave an island? Would you leave an island? I mean, there's mango trees everywhere, but you can't eat mangoes every day. Your kids need education. You gotta pay money to get those things. There's certain things you just need money for. You can't live off of mangoes and bananas. We're not monkeys, like they said. So those people, they leave because they're following the money. And you're going to see people leave. The more greedy these places get and get away with it, the more you're going to see people leaving those poor places, and those people that are leaving Gambia, those people that are leaving Nigeria. These people are leaving because they're Black colonizers are selling them out still.
Yep.
And that's it. There's no shame in that for the victims. Real talk. There's no shame in it. They should not be ashamed because they're the victims. And right now,
But what is the chance that machete thing is a bit weird though? But why is it that the machete coming to Haiti and machete coming to Nigeria at the same time?
I'm
Uh,
telling
To Niger.
that is weird.
To Niger. Let me
Yeah.
this was one of the reasons why I actually was popping in when it's just the conversation had moved on. To Niger.
Yeah.
You see, like how the what they refer to as banana republics, the Latin Americans, you know what I mean? This is one way to destabilize a functioning nation, you know what I mean? So those Latin American nations, this has already been experimented in order to make these Latin American nations so weak that they're not able to challenge or be any type of way as opposition to the United States in that hemisphere. So they are using the same tactic they use for Latin America and for the Caribbean nations like Haiti, for instance. They're making an example of Haiti. You know what I mean? The same tactics that they potentially would prefer to use in Africa. You know
Yeah, because that is really scary that they keep buying this thing containers of this thing machete because they
Look at
found
what's
one in
happening in
Nigeria,
Gambia.
now they found another one in Haiti. That is really
Do
something
you know
to
what's
watch
happening in
out for.
Gambia? The crime level in Gambia has gone up like unbelievable. People are now killing. Like they're saying, oh, it's just because we lost a leader. We lost a leader that is
let me tell you this. If you're FBA, you come to my channel, believe me, deal with it. You wanna be in here talking about, you want to hear from a Haitian. You're gonna hear about everything. You want to hear from me, right? You want this shit. You want the you know what I'm giving to you.
Somebody's
My
got
channel for it.
going.
I will pause, stop, reload, pause, stop, reload all day long for you. I got it for you. I'm telling you, I have no issue with stopping everything, and that's the thing.
Can't you see he's a pussy? He's not gonna come to the channel.
Put some respect on my motherfucking Haitians.
Gina, he's a coward. He's not gonna come to the channel and challenge you.
People coming out they fucking lip about the Haitians. You don't know shit about the Haitians. Go research it. If you can't respect what they did for you in the past, stay the fuck off. That's all I got to say.
Gina, he's not gonna challenge you.
Darth, I gotta say this. I don't really care what you think about us right now. You can think what you want to think, but one thing I will tell you about us is nobody's gonna take away what nobody deserves. Nobody deserves any more than what we've given. And everybody that don't know what we've done, go do your research. Like I said, I'm not gonna talk about some whip, and then you're gonna talk about whatever. I know what you was doing. You was throwing shade. You're shady. And if you think that's, and you don't represent Black Americans, I know true Black Americans. I know true foundational African Americans. They hold us down. They represent. Yeah. And you know what? There were so many of them that showed so much love. They went down there. They showed love. And those are the people, those are my brothers. Those are my sisters. All of you that are sitting out there in my comment sections, in my emails, all over the place, just being negative, trying to keep the divisive stuff going on. Understand this. Y'all ain't nothing but a bunch of Black colonizers. Y'all been doing this for millennia. Millennia y'all was doing this. Y'all the same people that was doing this millennia, because y'all can't stand nobody else to talk about nothing else but y'all. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to sit here and let you talk negative, talk about some whips. The fuck you think this is? We all got them whips from them people. So now you might think it's funny that that Haitians were being dealt with some whips. But you look stupid if you're Black and you don't understand that it don't matter that they wasn't doing that to them because they was Haitian. They was doing that to them because they was Black. And if you don't get that, then I don't understand you. You think it's because they were Haitian? No. Don't you see? They didn't have no problem with the Ukrainians coming in. They didn't have any problem with the Afghanistans coming in. They didn't have any problem with anybody else coming in but those Black Haitians or those Black whatevers. And that's the way it is. And you know what? The one thing that is sad about the situation is that you think that making jokes or making statements towards Haitian is the way to feed yourself, the way to make you feel good. I feel sorry for you. And I don't even think you ADOS. I think you're a white person that's using ADOS FBA as a name to justify the negativity you want to say. I'm really starting to think that a lot of this FBA 80 statements, people, caricatures are a bunch of white people cloaked, spreading hate. Because there cannot be so much, you cannot be that slow. You cannot be Black and be that slow. You have to be a troll, and you have to be a white troll or maybe another race, maybe even a Spanish one, I don't know. But a white Spanish one that hates Black people. You can't be Black to not understand that was
we have the likes of
that was an attack on Blackness. It wasn't just an attack on those people that came from that little island. It was an attack on Blackness. And if you don't get that, then I'm sorry. But guess what? I don't blame the white people for acting like they're acting. They're supposed to act like that. What I blame is those people that look just like me, that have the audacity to not see how that affects them. You see, because
like Nakmizi, correct?
It doesn't even. It's not even about. To be honest with you, I don't know where Nakmizi stands with that. I don't know. I don't know if he participates in that. I would hope not.
Look, Gina. The reason I'm asking because I know you like Nakmizi, but you don't know that guy is dead. That guy.
But where he stands and he respects me for where I stand, I'm not going to shift because of him, and he's not going to shift because of me. And you see, and that's the thing. You could be in a different position.
Okay. All right.
I want to say shout out $20. Thank you for the super chop. If there is no enemy within, thank you. The enemy.
I see where you're coming from, Gina. Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
The enemy within Africa is tribalism. Haiti doesn't have tribes, so they're few gangs. That's true. So you're right. So with Haiti, they're not using tribes. They're fueling gangs, just like they did in California, just like they did in Florida, just like they did in Chicago.
Gina, can I say something to Tunisia? Sorry.
Man, I don't know if y'all know that they was doing that in Philly. I was born. I'm a for real, but that's what they did there. That you're right. In communities like Haiti, or communities like where you don't have tribalism, drugs and gangs. They put guns and gangs in the communities. That's Gina, it.
Sorry, I just want to interject. I want to say something to Tunisia just in case we move on and he jumps off. Tunisia, I'm impressed with the way you handle all these heat coming towards you as well. To me, I've listened to many people and all that kind of stuff. I think a lot of people are wrong about many things and all that stuff, and I think you're always on the right track in your thought. Sometimes you do get a bit wrong, but it's not all the time. You understand what I mean? So you can't be right all the time. But I think most of the time your analysis of the situation is probably more correct. You understand what I mean? But I do know some people love jumping on the bandwagon towards you so much all the time.
This is the part I was going to say to you right now. It said, help us fight for reparation. A big part of reparation for you, FBA 80, should be to the reparation of your people, because you were that's also something that was taken away from you. I offer that to you. I offer you the opportunity to restore your relationship with your brothers and sisters. Be it me. I'm me. We were on that shit. Okay, so you're not ready to cross over to the continent yet. What about me? We might have been on the same ship. We might have came from the same womb. How about that? How about we might have even come from the same village? We might have been over. Our ancestors might have came from the same village. So you can't see. That's a part of the reparations too. Restoring the relationships. You're sitting here talking about help us fight for reparations. How about this? How about the fact that white people, what's not going to work for us? The fact that we're sitting here making it seem like slavery was such a bad thing, but then we're not even really ready. We're not even willing to repair relationships with ourselves, but we want white people to repair shit that they did to us. It goes for in-house too, slave descendants. I mean, we're sitting here, we can't even face each other. We're sitting here attacking each other over who got off of what port.
Is that a purr?
At what time? Because to be honest with you, intracontinental slave trade says that we were moved around quite often. I just found relatives in Maryland. DNA proven. I've got the facts to prove it. So that means to tell me that at some point around the 1700s, I had two relatives that were in Maryland. So that being said, that intracontinental where they were selling slaves in between islands and in America was a real thing. And a matter of fact, I'm gonna share something right now. It's gonna be quick.
Hold on, Gina. Let me complete what I gotta say.
But I have to get this clip out the way. I've been all night.
After this, I just gotta say this to Tunisia as well. So Tunisia, the composure you maintain when you're on this heat, because it's gonna get heated. I think keep going that way. I think a lot of people are just bored and they get on the bandwagon and they just jump on you. Like I'm sensing it coming, but the best thing you gotta do, don't respond to it. Just keep saying your points and all that kind of stuff. You understand? People are more clear and more sober heads are watching.
A part of sometimes responding to it is a good thing, because you need to tell people, you need to address these kind of energies. Now, I'm gonna tell you something. This is that's what's been part of the problem in Africa for a long time. We don't respond to things. We can't know. And Haiti, how the revolution went down and how we did that successfully, we responded. When people
that's true, Gina. I think so.
Step them down. You put them where you don't let people. No, you
have to be
on my block, I'm gonna knock you off yours. Period. And that's on a verbal.
That's true.
I have no problem in the physical.
But Tunisia,
you were there that day when they were talking about West African good.
I've seen it all and all that stuff. And I can see there's another one creeping in because he's too bored at the moment, so he's creeping in and all that stuff. So the best thing to do, Tunisia, is don't give that energy back and all that stuff, because you're not gonna win that, because everybody's gonna gang up on you.
Don't be afraid. It's good. It's a good thing. Let me show you something. Let me share something.
Gina wants to send you.
He's like, all my people from America, I'm not scattered, mama. Yes, you are. You don't know. You might have just come to America in the 1800s. Prove it. I got proof. Show me your proof. If not, remove FBA ADOS and Freedmen from in front of your damn name and just keep elites. You could keep elites. I let you keep elites. You're not allowed from now on. If you want to claim FBA ADOS, I'm going to need you. Okay, so that being said, that was a joke. Let me go back and play this. This discussion has gone completely off rail. I'm about to be over, but I'm going to share something that I think everybody needs to see. And I'm going to make it quick. As quick as I can possibly make it. So let's go.
Catoctin Furnace is important to the community.
Okay, so let's go back to this. So last week, I got an email from my deep dive ancestry. They said, hey, we found a connection for you. I've been doing this for a couple of years.
Are you Somali now, Gina?
So now they said they found these people, they're in green, genetic distance 16, genetic distance 17, genetic distance 13. So that's pretty good. That means that maybe 5 generations away. That being said, let's go back. And these are the people. So when I saw this, I was like, what? Furnace, Antebellum, Maryland. So I went to Google and researched. And then I found this.
Because it allows us to see our history.
Those hallowed grounds. The iron worker in northern Frederick County, a story of a darker time, a story of pain, a story of passion.
Keep this in mind, guys. Frederick County, Maryland.
And a story of hope and growth awaits. These stories are told through
same people, same faces. So what they did was they found some bones. So that first thing I showed you was a clip of my ancestry that I got, and what they do is this this site where they find bones, and if you're in the system, they connect your DNA with any DNA that matches with it. They let you know. It's in your email. Well, this came up for me as a match, and these two people, their brother and sister, they found them in the same burial cemetery and slave cemetery, and they found their bones and they reconstructed their faces, and this is what they would have looked like. And that is exactly the same two faces that was on the email that I got. And this is their story. We're going to get through this real quick, and I'm going to show you how a Haitian could be connected to them. Go ahead.
2 facial reconstructions of an enslaved man and woman who lived, died, and were interred in those hallowed grounds. Travel with us to meet these faces and watch as many hear their stories revealed for the first time.
Once I got inside the museum, of course my eyes saw the artistry of the beautiful bust of these two slaves, but I have mixed emotions because these are my people, and they were brought to this country into industrial slavery to do back-breaking work.
Seeing these faces for the first time, it was shocking. It's a real life, it's lifelike, and you see it and it makes you feel connected to the individuals who are here.
This experience is going to cause me to dig a little deeper into my own lineage, into my own ancestry, to really find out who I am, where my family comes from, and just get a better understanding of our history.
The Catoctin Furnace Historical Society commemorates, studies, and preserves the rich history of this historic industrial village. Studies such as the Recovering Identity Project are helping to identify the legacy of the African Americans associated with the late 18th through early 19th century operation of the ironworks. What an African American worker at Catoctin Furnace really experienced in the late 18th and the early 19th century is really hard for us, I think, to imagine. The enslavement is unspeakable. What we do know about the conditions is partly because of the accident of history that meant that the graveyard was found as part of the archaeological survey that preceded the construction of Route 15. And the skeletons of these individuals have given us clues about what their lives were like. The idea of having the facial reconstructions made was to create an opportunity for visitors to look into the eyes of these individuals and really see their pain, see their lives, and see their legacy. And so that's what here at the Museum of the Ironworker, this is what the Catoctin Furnace Historical Society hopes that the visitor is able to experience. It's a personal, it's a personal experience.
Walking in the room and looking at these faces, it was eye-opening, it was shocking, really speechless, lost for words. A lot of emotions bottled up quickly, and even after reading the description of the faces, it really is a challenging piece of history to look at.
When I walked in, I saw the young man. It looks like he was looking at me. You know, it's like a person that I know. You know, he saw my soul. And then the beautiful young lady, the bust of her. I mean, here's a woman, 35 years old, nearly half my age, and she also endured the harshness, you know, the labor of working here at the furnace.
I think the Catoctin Furnace is important to the community because it allows us to see our history and allows folks who have not been able to research this area or to come here to actually get a taste of it. When you walk in here, you're able to be connected to the story of the individuals who built this home, who worked this land, and I think that's important for all people to participate in.
Let's stop right there. Okay, so when I saw that, I said, well, what does that have to do with me? I'm Haitian. How would a Haitian or a Caribbean person end up there in Maryland, antebellum Maryland? So even though they sent me the DNA and they said, okay, yes, these are a connection. And what they're trying to do over there in Maryland is they're trying to get all the people that have bloodline connection to them to go up there and sign this book because they're trying to do this whole big thing. And I was like, okay, so that being said, I needed to get more research. So I emailed the lady. And she emailed me back and I told her my situation. I was like, well, what does Haitians have to do with that? So she gave me another name. She said, well, I'm happy you said that. She said, we have not found anyone from Haiti yet to step up. But she said, the reason that your people might have been intermingled in that is because of a plantation that was right next door. Let's share it.
Is pretty complex, and it's evolved over the last 15 or so years. Of recreation about Monocacy National Battlefield and the context.
So this is another plantation that they found in Frederick, Maryland, that is like maybe a couple of miles down from the one at where they found people that have the same bloodline as mine. But there's a twist with this. Let's wait and see.
For the initial overview and assessment, that led to the more recent research. Then I'll talk about the historical background on the Vincentier family and the establishment of the L'Hermitage plantation and the enslaved individuals that toiled there. Then the archaeological data uncovered from 2010 to 2012, and discussion of genealogical research about the descendants. And I'll conclude with some final thoughts and my recommendations for future investigation. So, Monocacy National Battlefield is located just to the south of Frederick, Maryland, and Frederick County.
So you see, this is Frederick, Maryland again, not too far from the other one, miles away.
Maryland, and it's 30 miles northwest of Washington, D.C. It's a part of the National Capital Region. The park itself was established in 1934 to commemorate the Battle of Monocacy, which was fought on July 9, 1864. The enabling legislation of the park is broad, and it allows not just for the interpretation and preservation of the day of that battle, but also for the interpretation of the battle within the full context of the Civil War in American history. And this is important, particularly for this research, because it lets us examine slavery as a cause of the Civil War. So the park is made up of a total of 1,647 acres and has 6 component farmsteads, which you can see here. It's bisected by Route 270 and Route 355, and 355 is historically known as the Georgetown Road. The Best Farm, which is highlighted here in red, is one of those component farmsteads and is referred to as the Best Farm after the name of the Civil War era tenant. The property was purchased by the National Park Service in 1993. Initial Section 110 studies of the farmstead were undertaken to assist with park planning measures. But after the park was purchased, or this parcel was purchased, it wasn't open to the public. So they wanted to open it for visitor access and construct a visitor center. So the historical research and documentation began in the late 1990s, and a multi-year archaeological overview and assessment began in 2001. So the most recent research, the Identification and Evaluation Survey, took place from 2010 to 2012, and I'll discuss that in greater detail later on. But I'll speak first about the history of the Vincentier family to give you some broad.
So this is where it gets into the part that involves the plantation. So what she was talking about before was the fact that they turned it into a big park now. But prior to being a park, it was a plantation. It was called l'Hermitage. I hope that's giving you guys a clue. That's French. There's a reason why there would be a French plantation in Maryland. Anybody could imagine why there would be a French plantation in Maryland? 1700s, late 1700s, 1798 per se.
Oh, I see your point now, Gina. You're trying to say that you are related with the Americans as well, because the French also had slaves in that part of America.
Well, that's on the line of that, but this particular Frenchman right here was born in Haiti. He was a white Frenchman, and right before let me just play the clip for you. Right before the Haitian Revolution, he flew. He ran and took 100 slaves with him. So let's see.
Context. From 1794 to 1827, the land that makes up the Best Farm was a southern 274 acres of a 748-acre plantation known as l'Hermitage. This plantation was purchased and run by the Vincentier family, who were French planters from the colony of Saint-Domingue, which is now known as Haiti. There it is, y'all. In Maryland, Frederick, Maryland, 1794 or 1798 or something. This man left Haiti in the city of Semak. That's where he had a plantation. He saw that the revolution was about to happen. He got out of there and took all his slaves with him and went to Maryland. Family patriarch Etienne Bellomo de la Vincentier was born in 1735 in Saint-Domingue, and I'll make an aside for a minute. Please forgive my French pronunciation. I never took French in school and greatly regret it now. But Etienne was a respected member of the military. He was a merchant and a planter in San Marc, and he served as an attorney. He also owned at least 2 coffee plantations.
Oh, there he is. Don't look like a Haitian, right? Because he was a Frenchman. He was a slave owner, but he was a 2nd generation slave owner. Well, 3rd generation. He was born in Haiti, or Saint-Domingue, they called it back then. This is him, his wife, and his daughter and his son. And they were the ones that went into Maryland from Haiti 1 year before the revolution truly went down.
Can be seen down in the lower left-hand corner of the slide. He relied heavily on his politically and socially well-connected relative, Jean Payen de Bonneuf, who I'll refer to as Payen, and who you can see here at the top left corner of the slide. And he really relied on him for increased influence in the colony. Payen owned 3 large sugar plantations and a house in San Marc. He was also a member of the military, the Estates General of France in 1789, and the Colonial Assembly of Saint-Domingue. So he had quite a lot of influence. One of Payen's contemporaries referred to him as a, quote, gangrenous aristocrat, end quote. So he was an interesting character.
So he was a gangrenous aristocrat, whatever that means. But I looked up gangrenous. He was just a trifling ass human. That's what that means.
But Etienne married a woman named Marguerite Elizabeth Pauline de Magnan, who I refer to as Magnan, in 1769. And she was the daughter of very wealthy and influential indigo planters. And so Etienne and Magnan had 10 children, 7 of whom survived to adulthood. And of note, who we'll be talking about a lot, is the eldest unmarried daughter, Victoire. On this slide are images on the right-hand side of Pauline and Adelaide. All 4 of these images we identified within the last 4 or so years. We're still looking for one in Victoire. So if you ever see one, let us know. So the entire economic viability of Saint-Domingue hinged entirely upon the practice of slavery. In 1789, the colony's population included 31,000 whites, 28,000 free blacks, and 465,000 enslaved individuals, which is a number that's very, very likely much lower than it was because individuals underreported the amount of enslaved labor they had due to attacks on documented slaves. And so the Vincentiers and their close family likely had an incredibly large enslaved population in the colony to run their multiple coffee plantations. According to 6 newspaper advertisements printed between 1771 and 1789, 7 enslaved laborers escaped Etienne's plantations, and several escaped from Payen. Some of the advertisements indicate that they branded these enslaved laborers. And some of the most brutal treatment of slaves in the world took place in this colony. 10% of plantation slaves died annually of overwork and poor treatment. And the enslaved were viewed as tools rather than humans and were treated incredibly inhumanely. In part to that, due to that, and also just the general inhumanity of slavery, slave insurrections began in the colony in 1791. They were very violent and fast, and in 1792, the revolts reached Etienne's plantation. He and his eldest daughter, Pauline, and her family fled to South Carolina. Magnan, Payen, and the rest of the family were residing in France at this time. The younger Vincentier children were being educated in Paris before the onset of the French Revolution. And some sources indicate that Magnan and the children barely escaped the Reign of Terror. There are reports that indicate that they were hiding from farmstead to farmstead, being pursued by the Royalist army, the other army, because they were assisting a Catholic priest who was slated to be beheaded. So they made it to the U.S. sometime before 1793, although they very likely intended to return to Saint-Domingue before learning of the slave revolution. The family sent for or bought with them a total of 12 enslaved laborers from the colony. Due to the revolution, American officials were concerned that the enslaved from Saint-Domingue had seen or been part of the uprising.
So they had a rule to only bring 12 slaves, but this nigga went back a couple of times and had up to, you'll see, a lot of them.
And would instigate similar revolutions in the U.S. So as a reaction, the state of Maryland limited the number of slaves that could be imported, and they laid out other restrictions, such as the nature of their service to owners, so with preference of people who were personal servants, and also when they could be sold after they were imported to the United States.
So he was not the only one that did this, y'all. This man first went to Louisiana. So in the state of Louisiana, there was a lot of people that came in with a lot of slaves. Some of them stayed in Louisiana. Some of them went to Canada. Some of them went all across America. This one, I know about this one because there's a connection there. This is where the connection would have been, because this slave trade, this guy right here, started breeding slaves and selling slaves all throughout Maryland.
So Etienne settled in Charleston, South Carolina, and the rest of the family, including Payen and a family friend, settled in Frederick, Maryland. It's not entirely clear why Etienne and Magnan established these separate households, although there's some evidence due to the timing of the birth of the youngest daughter, Helene, that there was some bit of marital strife involved. But the family settled in Frederick, Maryland, in some parts likely due to the Catholic parish there, St. John's. They had a very close relationship with the priest, and other historical documents show that they had interesting financial entanglements with the church. But the 748-acre plantation they purchased in Maryland was quite oddly placed under the name of Victoire, the eldest unmarried Vicendier daughter. Some previous interpretations of this by other historians have inferred that it might have been because she was a really strong, powerful young woman. But to me, it most likely seems that it was due to the incredible amount of debt that followed her elders from Saint-Domingue. The family assets in her name were extensive and not confined to Maryland, but it seems more likely that Payen and Magnan financed these. One reason for this is that debtors followed the family elders from the colony in France. Even though the colony was very lucrative, the plantation business was very fiercely competitive. And even when they were in the face of great profit, normally they would still spend what they had and more, and credit and loans were sought constantly to expand these operations to make more and more and more money. So they lost everything that they owned from the colony when they fled, except for their debts that followed them. And debtors, we can see, followed Payen into the States, and he really did not want to pay anything. And he wanted to keep living the lifestyle to which, they were all accustomed. And so the letter pictured on this slide was a great find that I had a couple years ago, and it was really exciting.
I want to stop right here to say this. This is all really amazing, but I really would like for her to get to the slave portion. He basically moved there and I'm not going to make you guys watch the whole thing. I'll put the clip underneath the video if you are interested. But this really just showed a lot of what I wanted to show, which was how, and I will put the clip, so for those of you that want to watch this, how a slave, how my DNA is now showing that I am connected to these people is because he was right there, like maybe 2 miles away from the other plantation, and he was breeding slaves. He bought slaves and he was breeding slaves. Short story is those Haitians were coming in through
aristocrats,
from colonization, from the Haitian Revolution into America, and then they were in turn having slaves and breeding Haitian slaves and selling them to other people. And I guess these people right here, the ones that I'll share again that we saw in that clip, they're the same people, and they're saying that there's a DNA connection, and I couldn't understand it at first, but now it makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those aristocrats, I think that what they did was just to keep their business afloat.
Yeah.
The guy moved them to America. It's funny how it's strange how they can be able to just move human beings the way they are moving athletes. Like you say, they call them imported. They imported them as if they are importing tomatoes or something to this in America and have them this in bread and some of all those things. For me anyway, I don't see there's a difference of what is happening now, the way it's happened, but in terms of this thing not being able to repeat itself again, I think people are mistaken. It may not even happen this way. It may even be in a worse way in the next 20, 30 years if we don't get our act together.
To Naja, do you see the way I imagine it happening? It's probably like Africa becoming a melting pot of all cultures, Chinese, Indians, everybody, and they having elite economic wealth. Like, you know what happens in South Africa? You know that could, if things are not done right, like we have the right leaders to put protection into measure for local industry, you could have a situation where the elite in Africa will be other races and Africans will be workers and just workers. Where do you see that a lot in other parts of the world? I don't see there's going to be any genocide of black people. There will just be a reduction in Africa itself of our status, like what's happening in South Africa.
Well, this is another aspect of what's important to be taught in Africa. Like, this is important. This is a part of what you see. What these people were doing were important. You see this iron working furnace in Antebellum, Maryland. If you guys have any time, Google that. They made all the cannonballs. They made the rails. They were the best metal working group of people. They said mostly from the Bantu. They said they went in Africa and picked certain people to be in there. There were a couple of people that were specialists, and I know that in Haiti that they had a lot of people that were metal workers, because that's why Haiti was so well protected. There were cannonballs until this day. There's still cannonballs and weapons and people that work with metal in Haiti. And it comes down from their father's father. These were people, they were going to Africa and requesting certain types of people with certain skills. And so when he purchased this guy, which happened to have been the governor of Maryland at that time, that owned the working furnace in Antebellum, Maryland. He purchased around 100 slaves, a few from the guy from Haiti, and he only purchased people that had knowledge of working with metal, and those people would have come with that knowledge from Africa. And I'm gonna tell you something. I'm not just making this up. Like I say, I always bring receipts because I like people. I want us to understand that what was taken from us. What was taken from us was not a small thing. It was not a small thing, and what we gave up. And I say what we gave up because I didn't want to use taken from us, because when you say taken from us, it's to say that we didn't play a part in it, and we played a big part in it because we hand over our power. Power isn't taken away, it's handed over. One more thing, and then I'm going to be ready to go get out of here.
I can fire once it's back to you.
This right here talks about the place that these slaves were found. These two slaves that I'm connected to is found. The enslaved ironworkers of Catoctin Furnace in Maryland. And I'm going to skip a couple of things because it's a long read. Well, it's not a long read, but it's long enough. But this right here just says, before the European began widely explore the world, blah, blah, blah. It goes into and just talks about blah, blah, blah. I want to get to the part where it talks about the kind of slaves that it builds. You see this right here? This is an example of what these slaves brought into the, were making. Decades of iron. Okay, so in Maryland, let's go. Cotton Ridge, England's transfers. Okay, so this is where they get to it, and as you can see, this is the image that I have on my video. And the reason they have this image here is because they get into the conversation where they start to say, and I think it's right here. I should start here. Okay, so England's transference of iron manufacturing could have brought about parallel doom on Maryland's ecosystem, but the Catoctin Furnace, the land. Okay, I don't want to probably go. I don't want to read all of that. The dozen of enslaved ironworkers at Catoctin Furnace were not doing work with which they were unfamiliar. At the height, let me make this bigger. At the height of an Atlantic slave trade, Africa, metal, metallurgical hotbed in the early 19th century, which would have been the 1800s. Tunisian scholar Mohamed el-Tounsy, I know I'm mispronouncing, traveled in Chad and Sudan and observed that iron products more elegant and graceful than any made in European hands. In Nigeria, Yoruba country, technology was a key part of spiritual life, and skilled artisans enjoyed elite status in society, and Bantu people also enjoyed military and horticultural superiority with the high quality of their iron weapons and tools. The African mining, and you know what? They noted all these things, and guess what? These are the people that they took from Africa: the Yoruba, the Bantu. Yes, African mining tradition also had what gendered division of labor. While men traditionally performed the smelting and smithing, women and children were responsible for labor-intensive tasks such as mining or in surrounding area preparing it for transport. They watched us really well. Catoctin Furnace Cemetery contains equal amount of men and women and children arranged in related groups, showing the families were either bought from Africa intact. Oh, so they bought families. So they're saying that in this particular thing, they saw like people that had DNA connections. You know what I mean? Which at least they had, some of them had their families. The families that were either bought from Africa intact or quickly formed. Oh, they probably formed quickly in the kind of settlement. In contrast to African enterprise, members of the Catoctin white population would have been total newcomers to the iron trade. You hear that? They would have been total newcomers. Catoctin whites were primarily Germans, German-speaking Swiss, who had recently fled religious persecution in Europe. So they were running for something. And ran right into Africa and got paid. You heard that? Most of them had once been farmers or independent artisans. So these people were once farmers or independent, thus intricate knowledge of the iron trade, such as how metal behaves, certain temperatures, would have been highly desirable to operators at Catoctin Furnace. So these Africans were skilled. These skilled African artisans were thus placed of national importance. They were at national importance, yeah, because they made all the armory and all the cannons and all everything. The stoves, the heating stoves. They were, yes. Not only were the relied on to the fuel and global shipbuilding trade, but also to form backbone of the revolution. Yes, they also fought in defiance of colonial law. The Johnson brothers, those were the brothers that owned the plantation or the furnace station operation, served as a supplier for the what's that? Munitions for the American Revolutionary War. So these slaves, they alone, you know. So do you see? I just wanted to share this with you guys. Of course, you could go look it up. This is really all on YouTube. I mean, all on It's just about the Catoctin enslaved metal workers, in Maryland. In Maryland, and it gives you the history. It shows you what they're capable, what they were doing. This is where they found bodies. It's just sad because when you think about it, all of that they did was a giveaway from Africa. Africa just threw away all of its precious and just it's like, you know, for what? For umbrellas, for liquor, for beads? What the fuck? And these Europeans were walking up. I mean, these other nations, they took advantage. I don't blame them for taking for doing what they did. They were going there taking stuff like liquor and rum and material, and then they were leaving with gold. They were leaving with people that were gonna build their. I mean, they were leaving everything. So they took all the skills out of Africa. They took all the skills out of Africa, and they didn't go in Africa looking for somebody that didn't know how to do nothing. So all those people that said, "Oh, they were war criminals," they were no.
Hold on, Gina.
No,
are you trying to say, Gina, that only African Americans have got talent? Is that what you're trying to say, Gina? Are you trying to say you guys are?
I said the Africans they took from Africa.
I'm just messing with you. I'm just messing with you.
Now they did leave. I'm sure they left a couple of y'all down there.
No, we were very talented. We still got enough. We still got enough robust people.
I'm sure they left some talent, but for the most part, they went in there and they weeded out as much talent as they could.
You have to. The chiefs may not be. They may be a little bit greedy. I'm not sure they will give out all their best. It's like selling your horses.
I don't think. Well, let me ask you something. Why is it that America? Well, the African Americans came up with the first freezer. African Americans.
Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
You see this? African Americans. Computer. African Americans. The freezer, African Americans, first revolution, Haitians, African Americans. On
you know what, Gina? That goes to show how great the black mind's creativity.
All these things were by people that were pushed away.
We're creative people, Gina. Black people are creative people.
Well, I don't know. I think what happens is this. Now, of course, as soon as they did that, what they also did was, well, let me say this. When you are under leadership that is greedy and don't even teach you history and don't give you knowledge of self, what are you? The only thing that they teach you is go out there and hustle, make money. That's not life. That's not sustainable. That's not building. That's not infrastructurally strong for a nation. And that's what you was left with. I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about leadership-wise. Leadership pushed greed. Leadership pushed self-preservation. Leadership pushed doggy dog, take care of you. Look out for your people. And so do you think something good was going to come out of that?
Of course not. They don't facilitate for that. They don't facilitate to produce something good from it. You know, all they do, like tonight, they're caretakers. They're just sitting there making a lot of money, slave trading people's futures as well. So they don't even help. You know,
and they don't help. But you go in there and you take, okay, so you got a group of people now. You got a group of people that's really good at doing something, and that person goes, and what they did was they instituted a lot of division that was already there, but they just added ammunition by giving ammunition and alcohol, and so those things basically gave more power to certain people. It didn't even come to our minds that we were depleting ourselves.
It occurred for some people.
How could you pay to depletion when you're sitting there trying to overpower other folks?
I think when it occurs to people and those leaders start acting up, they use one of their own to dethrone that leader, and then the new guy does everything they want. Because this is how if it is the other tribe, they cannot remove that leader and they cannot have somebody to remove him. They will use the other tribe to remove that leader. Yeah. It's the game they played with us over and over again until it became too late. And our people will never learn anything from it at all. It's just tragic, really.
I wanted to share that.
But tonight, when I think about, I wonder these leaders, don't they think of themselves as slave traders or something like that? They are just as akin to those people.
I think they know them, but they're just scared. The way they think is that they have joined the other class now. They've joined
They
the
join another
elites of the
club.
yeah.
Yeah. They join
So
another club.
And I hate to say this again. And when the Europeans faked and act like they wanted to stop slavery, the chiefs and the leaders did not want to. There was only
Especially that Akufo-Addo, he comes from that class, isn't he? His ancestors didn't want.
wanted to. The other ones they went to. They were like, why do we have to? They were still selling people. I mean, do you know how many ships? I have a database that shows at least 30 with Britain stopped 30 ships from leaving Africa off the coast of Ghana, of Bonny. Is there a place called Bonny in Nigeria somewhere?
Yes, yeah. Bonny in Nigeria is a part of River State now. Yeah.
Okay, so that keeps coming up. So these ships were trying to leave, and when you know, they would call them to court or to like, hey, you're not to you know, why can't, this is our business, this is how are we supposed to make money, this is, you know, how they can't just stop doing this. Like they're telling you that they feel like it's an inhumane thing, they could no longer do it, even though we know that's not the reason they stopped. And you are standing in a position saying, no, we should still be able to do this. I make money this way.
Useless people. Now that one king that came from that area is one of the things that really make me a little bit emotional sometimes when I read the past, and it's so tragic. The king from that area, Bonny, you were talking about, is called King Jaja of Opopo. You probably have heard of him. The way he felt like that leader that was still looking to sell slaves and didn't know when the times had changed. This guy was busy, you know, supporting the Europeans against further African leaders. Until his time came. When his time came, he thought he was playing it smart. Then when his time came, he became so weak, and they've already, you know, decimated some of his forces. Yeah. And they called him off for a meeting into a ship. And he told them, you know what, if I come, are you going to let me go? You know how when a king starts asking when he goes for a meeting whether he's going to be allowed to leave, he's already lost everything. That's it. I felt so bad when I read that, like, Jesus Christ. And he went there, they sent him on exile. And they sent him on exile immediately. And this is the same story of many of our leaders. They don't kill you because they need you alive as a hostage.
So that's
but they do kill you by the end, though. A lot of them.
Oh yeah, you die. They always die.
They kill you by the end.
This is why I appreciate Jude. This is why I appreciate Tunija. Darth, you tell the truth sometimes.
No, Gina. Let me say,
we need continentals to really start being honest about this stuff, because to be honest with you, it's not going to change if we don't start telling our children the truth. The minds. If we don't let them know that greed has been the issue, that a lack of morality has been an issue. We sold ourselves. we gave our gifts away. We did this. We can't say they did this to us no more, because you see, we were in a business with these people.
You know what the contrarians will say? They say, you keep saying we, but they will say we were not we were different tribes. So
no, but the thing is this, right? If we could take on the blessings, we have to take on the curse too. If we benefit from what we benefit from, we also have to take on responsibility. We have to own our history. We have to own our history to be able to move forward in our future. They own their history. Now, they may not apologize for it, but they own it.
But I'm saying
those people that say that it's just a tribe, when people say we, is because when you look at Europeans, you know they are not of the area.
I know Tujina. I'm just saying for Gina, like, when you say we, other people who are coming contrary towards it, they will say, how are you saying we? We were not tribes. We were not united. We were different people. We were not one black nation.
You know what? That's the thing. You're right. A lot of people feel that way. But guess what? Y'all keep doing that. That's why I promise you, I'm not.
But it's not just an African thing.
I will not tell anybody to go in a sinking ship and I will not go into a sinking ship. A place that has no head. I mean, it has no head. Africa is not. Africa is so divided. It's still willing to sell you. I mean, today, if a couple of ships would dock to the shores, people would fill them up and sell people.
Well, it's not already happening.
And they will do it again. The question is, I think they are already doing it now. They make the continent so terrible that our Africans travel outside all the time.
That's the kind of mindset. This is the kind of mindset that needs to, you see, this is the kind of people in the mindset that is there. The kind of mindset that there's no morals, there's no sense of, there's not a sense of being able to see the future and how that will affect. And there's no empathy and there's no love, no real love. Earlier, the guy talked about we love our children, and I was thinking to myself, how could you love your children but not tell them the truth? How could you love your children but not, to be honest with you, the moment, and it's sad because I was on a Haitian discussion and they were speaking, and I wish I could share these with you guys, but it's Creole. And it was talking and they were saying how not even a boat. They said, we have been very loyal to our culture. We love our people. We have not seen not even a canoe, not a grain of rice come from our people. White people throw crumbs at us all the time, but our people make no attempts. And that's the truth. And I'm sorry, but those are facts.
Mm-hmm.
And so I leave you with that because from this day on, I told myself, I'm going to be honest to you and I want you to be honest to me. And I need to move forward with this because Africa needs the truth. Africa cannot keep lying to itself. And we Africans cannot allow it anymore. We can't ask for white people to pay reparations when we don't care about ourselves. And especially no African leaders sitting on the damn continent definitely don't have no right to ask for anything. What are you asking for? You don't even care about the poor people that's on the continent. You're not even trying to do anything for those people, let alone the poor people that's struggling outside the continent that are descendants of the enslaved. You definitely ain't thinking about them. You just want the year returns that are happening. They're happening for the benefit of the rich or the people that could afford to come and spend money. You don't want family, you want tourists.
I think there's truth to that, and there's also the pandering. He's also starting to pander.
For the money. The pandering is for the money. It's not for the love. And that's the thing is, it's not for the love. It's not for the culture. It's not for the reconnection. It's not for reparations. Like that man said, isn't it funny how they want reparations of these artifacts, but they ain't asking for their slaves back?
That's a very fair question.
They ain't asking for their humans. We took their humans, we took their artifacts, but they over here, all the leaders have stood up and asked for their artifacts, but nobody's asking for their humans.
They're not asking for their own freedom instead.
Did he say that he was going to support the diaspora to get their this reparation? Did he say that is what he wants to push for, Kufuor?
To be honest with you, he said he first he said Africa, and then he bought in the diaspora. And then the news reporter that was reporting, he was like, "Do you think the diasporans should get their share?" I was like, "What the fuck?"
They should be the focus in the first place.
These people done lost their damn mind.
When you talk about slavery, they should be the focus in the first place.
No, tonight you don't say that, man. Gina wants to take all the land in Gambia. Gina, I'm not gonna give you your share. I'm not taking you your share.
I know. All truth be told, if we were talking about reparations, we don't want to start talking about reparations with Africa, because guess what? We ain't even asking for no land. Our ancestors had land. Some of y'all ancestors took those lands.
No, but I'm not saying Africans. I think this guy is saying that I'm saying that Africans are offering reparation.
Gina, you're gonna have to buy that land like me. You're gonna have to buy that land like me too.
And I'm not joking about that. I'm 10 toes down serious about that. But it's like those are the kind of conversations that Africans get upset about on the continent. And I'm like, why are you upset? If you loved me, if you cared about me, you wouldn't tell me to come home and be homeless.
Exactly.
Africa has a lot of land, man. Look at the Mali with all the space that they have. How many are the diaspora? 40 million, 100 million here and there.
No, tonight it's almost like when you say they repress, it's almost like the old
package. If it was real, it would come in a real package.
Gina,
it's not, because the Ghanaian president is not responsible for West Africa or Central Africa or East Africa. We should have organized it as a group.
I said that last week to Niger. I said it's not something that the year of return should have been, and it's our fault because the diaspora we jump in too fast.
Yeah,
we should have waited. It shouldn't have been something where the Ghana was like year of return, come spend your money. No, it should have been something where we waited to see them make moves to help.
That was my only criticism. I said he didn't call on other African countries.
Return and then go into places where people needed them, like Haiti and places like that. We didn't wait to see if they cared. We didn't wait. We just wanted to run home, and those of us that could afford to did and went.
But you know, Gina, out of it all, Gina, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. We can criticize and say, yeah, he didn't do this, but no other leader had that bright idea to even begin something like that.
That was the most intelligent financial decision he made. It saw him through the first. It made him look like a good leader the first, and then that money ran out, and these people started complaining again.
And his economy is suffering because of it, because a lot of inflation has occurred.
Yeah, that happened as well.
You know what you can't do though? You can't do something and don't do it from the heart and it be beneficial. Karma comes. And if it was done right, it would have been something that would have kept coming. But people started complaining. They were like, "Wait a minute, how is it the year returning?
Gina, I gotta say something very salient. to Tunisia. Gotta say something. Sorry, Gina. I know I interrupt you very much. I know that's one of the things you get pissed off about me. I know that. I know. That's
you guys are very acquainted with each other.
We've got up and downs, and the thing that pisses is that I interrupt her too much.
This is the diasporan Haitian hospitality. I hope you appreciate it.
Tunisia, Akufo-Addo was educated in Britain, right? Taught all the economics of Britain, like that video said, taught all the economics, how to do things. He was taught it, not even to question it and all that stuff. So these are some of the leaders we have from there, and they go implement policies they think are supposed to work for Africa, but it doesn't. You understand what I mean? So he believes in capitalism and all that stuff, but we're not really studying the situation as well. So he believes in that kind of conservative type of capitalism. You understand what I mean? Like low taxes and all that kind of stuff. So you see the results that he has in Africa. He doesn't question it. So I say be careful with the folks that have been educated in the West and all that stuff. And they don't necessarily there's a thing about, obviously you cannot reinvent the wheel. If 1 + 1 is 1 is the same thing. But some people fall into that stuff so much that they don't question it at all in any way. The other day I heard somebody said it was the white man that taught Africans how to farm. Like I say, where did you get that? You understand what I mean? He taught Africans how to farm. Where did you get that? He said because he read it somewhere else. Totally not questioning anything at all. So that we have to be careful of these people, and they tend to hold themselves as if they are better than everybody else and they're in a higher society. You understand what I mean? We have to watch out. Akufo-Addo, he has that same thing. He has that same pompousness about him. He speaks with that British accent.
He's not alone. At least he's not alone. He's just using a Britain wit to
So we gotta be careful when somebody's not questioning to Niger. You know, you can consume information, but you have to be able to scrutinize information and see, does it reflect reality? Do you understand?
I think what happens to them is that they fall for the idea that, you know, some of these people, they have friends in the West for decades. They are close, because they, like you said, they go to school in the West and everything, so they are linked decades. As a matter of fact, I heard Obasanjo say it once, that he was talking to one of his German friend, and he says, "You people, why do you people treat us so bad? Why are you people so mean?" Then the German guy told him that in the economic stuff that we wrote and we put together for you, did you see any line that says something about friendship and stuff like that? So that is what a president is saying about what a German this diplomat was telling him. So because he says we have to love ourselves more than we hate them. The problem is that we are not taking care of ourselves. So some of these people, they know the game. The problem is that they don't understand how radical they need to move away from them. They don't understand it.
That's what I'm. Okay. No, sorry, Gina. Sorry. I just wanted Tunisia to understand that there's some people that just imbibe. They just imbibe everything that's been shoved down their throat, and they just run with it. They don't question it. So you know, and it produces people like Akufo-Addo. Anyway, sorry, Gina.
And it's a powerful thing because they don't believe that they are sellouts. Some of them actually don't believe they are sellouts.
I don't know why you guys are blaming that one man. That one man is just a mindset of a lot of people that we're raising.
Yes,
they are. Gina, there's a lot of them even on this panel. They come on these panels.
Black colonizers on the continent. And if there wasn't a whole bunch of colonizers, black colonizers, we wouldn't be where we are right now as a people. Period. Looking like
Tunisia, you will always notice they have a conservative speech depending on their country.
But a bunch of black colonizers, and that's it.
You always notice they lean towards conservatism, either America, Europe, or Spain. They always lean towards conservatism and all that stuff. And it's like they always. It's not necessarily that they have strong points in conservatism, because conservatism really, does it serve us very well in this hemisphere? I don't even know. You understand what I mean? So
it serves them very well here. I mean, the Europeans, conservatism serves them quite well, isn't it? Because it makes them more militaristic.
Does it serve us Africans very well?
Oh no, it doesn't serve us very well over here.
What is it? Why would a black American choose to be conservative as well, or a Republican? Does it serve these people very well?
No. On that one, I don't think that any of them, they should support any side.
Yeah.
They should just care about who does what they want.
Who does what they want?
I will do this. I'm going to be going to sleep soon. I want to say thank you. I don't want to shut y'all down, but I really want to. I want to hope that this conversation had some meaning. I know we get on here, we just yap, but I hope that for the continentals and non-continentals, this thing with my DNA, this journey that I'm on and finding out all that I'm finding, it should be an example to us all. Like, for me, it was strange. It was a lesson in there for the diasporans, how interchangeable we were in these spaces, and how I might have started in one space and ended up in another. And it's funny because now I understand why I have so much DNA in Virginia and in Maryland and in South Carolina. It's because there was a whole bunch of Haitians probably related to me that was brought here. So now I get it. Now, there's also a lesson there for the continentals or for Africa and African leadership. You gave away all your power. I mean, you gave away a lot of your good hands. Not all of them, but a lot of them. You gave away a lot of your good hands, and any hand is good. You gave away your children. And now you're asking for reparations, you're asking for artifacts to be replaced, but you still haven't gotten to a place where you understand that your true possessions, what other societies have used to really benefit themselves are the human property. The human property does not matter to the continentals or African leadership on ground on the continent. I see how you treat your people there. And I'm not astonished or shocked on not wanting or not being welcomed the way we should be welcomed there, or the fact that they didn't even come with one boat like the Haitians said. I'm not shocked, because you're not coming through for the people that's on the ground. African leadership really needs to look at itself. Not just on the continent, but in Haiti and in the African communities that we're in, the leaders that we are, what are we doing in our households to make the people that come out of our household that become leaders be so hateful, be so selfish, be so... How are we raising colonizers? That's the question we need to ask ourselves. I'm going to have everybody close out responding to that. How are we raising colonizers?
I think we are raising colonizers because we have a colonized mindset ourselves. And the stuff feeds on itself. I say this to Nigerians: you cannot have a stream with, when somebody takes a glass of water from it, it's so different from the other stream. You create the leadership that you have to an extent. And if we change our ways, the leadership will be forced to change.
Yep.
And this is why I've always said that if you want to change things on the ground, change the people.
Yeah.
The leadership will be forced to follow. If you kill one, there will be another one. If you kill that leader, there will be another one to replace that leader, because the people have changed.
Exactly, to Niger. I another debate that you were having the other time. They say which is the best way to go about achieving the leadership we want in Africa. Obviously, I'm talking in terms of efficiency or expediency or ease, without having that much friction. Some people say go full dictatorship and all that kind of stuff. I think we just need a group of smart people and all that stuff to just take over things and do things by force. I say as safe. You understand? So in this situation, we are the best way out of this is the people themselves. The people have to change. The people have to make sure the leadership. The people have to, I don't say elect in a way. They have to be able to elect the right leaders. You understand what I mean? To think you're just gonna come and change and bulldoze everything with your little group of syndicates and all that stuff. They keep saying that, and I say, I've debated this with my man for a long time and all that stuff, and I say that is not gonna work because they will impede you right away. I say it's not because you don't want to move. That's why you're there. It's because you want to find the right solution, and I don't think the right solution is a tiny group of people that can take over a whole entire country. That's not gonna work. Do you understand what I'm trying to say tonight?
I'm really beginning to understand why people track back whenever they want to make a change and do something with the people that are going to sell out. Because this is, when you think about it, every time I think about the computation now, even if, let's say, you start to make changes and they see that you are making changes on the ground, because they tend to know when people are beginning to change, then you see that they will start making moves, trying to stop whatever is causing that change. Exactly. And when they start making that move, if you don't have any way of stopping them, they might succeed because they will use the power of these so-called colonizers to achieve what they want to achieve. And that is the problem.
Because an organized group is like a bullseye point. Yeah? It's like a bullseye point that they can pinpoint and they will find it and then they'll get rid of you. Right? But if you leave it, like if you make it nebulous and it's like a feeling that people have, a time that people have and arrive and the people have arrived at a certain point. You get me? If that happens, then the change occurs. You understand? But if you make it so concentrated into a small group, now you have that small group and that small group fighting with the intelligence agencies now fighting. Do you know what I mean, Tunaya?
Yeah. It has to be a very smart struggle and a very smart approach, because this technological era offers a lot of opportunities too. But it's all in theory, because this is why I'm talking to Nigerians. I'm getting involved quite a bit. I just want to see how ideas can evolve over time, and I've seen some evolve. I've seen cases where somebody told me that, what, if you know some of the people that are using some of the words that come out of your mouth, you'd be surprised. And I went to that guy's channel once, and the next time he alerted me to that. And these are Nigerians, and at that channel, what I told you, that I was harassing these presidential candidates. So these people, sometimes you don't know how things evolve, but I've not seen any change in Nigerians. I can tell you that now. They are still as dogmatic as ever.
There's somebody in Nigeria calling for adding more people into the army and all that stuff. I mean,
I don't like the way this closeout is going.
All right, sorry, Gina. Sorry, Gina. I don't want to go on to this. Let me finish with one thing.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Yeah, we got carried away again.
To Niger.
Yeah.
I've never seen one like that before. I'm just like, okay.
Gina, I'm really sorry for this. I gotta tell this to Tunisia because I watch him on the sidelines. Tunisia, don't give back to that energy.
You just went to something completely else.
Yeah. Don't give back to that energy that it's coming with. You know what I mean? Like me, of course, I'll go ballistic crazy, but you don't have to go ballistic crazy tonight. Just laugh on the background. You get me?
Gina, you need to come to Nigerian streets. You know, you need to come to Nigerian streets. Don't hide in all these only American streets. So that because I can brave it into American streets. You need to get to Nigerian streets so that you get some rough treatment.
Talking about this. Empire is right. Those Benin bronzes are worth more than us.
Just keep laughing as you are tonight. Don't respond to it.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from. You know, I just want to focus on Nigeria. That 33% Africa and Nigeria gene you have, it has to count for something. You need to go.
It says a lot, though, for real. It's embarrassing. It's humiliating, and that's why people laugh at. This is why they don't take. This is why they think they could play Africans, because they feel like they are so greedy. They like your bronzes are more important than the humans. Like you're bringing up stuff, the trinkets that were taken from you, but you're not even talking about the human product. And
which is more important.
But guess what? That says a lot about how you feel about yourself.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Well, no. Do you think the Jews would have done that? Do you think anybody on this earth would have done that except for us?
Are you sure I can't find he's saying that flippantly? He's saying it maybe he actually thinks the bronzes are worth more than us.
Oh, that's
are you sure? Because that guy has a way of thinking, you know.
Yeah. I started to notice I can fire thinking tonight.
That's
but the thing is, I can fire though tonight. That guy.
He might actually believe in the symbolism of the bronzes.
But I'm telling you, this was the most important thing that was said tonight. What he said, that's exactly what it is. Those bronzes are more important than us because right now they're worth money, and that's how everything is treated. It's not even about the diaspora. I'm telling you this straight up. It's about how Africans see Africans. Because the diaspora is cool. Even the worst of us, we're cool. Think about those people that are on the continent that are not cool. And it's going to get worse because guess what? People want that space. And if Africa, just like that clip, that's just like that young man or young woman said, I don't know who it was, but I'm very grateful for the super chat. If in a couple of years, y'all don't get it, or the continent don't get it, or leadership don't get it, we have no say. We don't have no papers. We just here. If y'all don't get it, y'all gonna get it. And the sad thing is that we're adjacent to y'all because of the skin. So how you're looked at on this earth reflects on how we're looked at sometimes. And that's the only thing that bothers me. I don't even care anymore, to be honest with you. I don't care because I think too many people on the continent just likes keeping conflict. Conflict is the most important thing. They just like to go back and forth. It's funny. It's not, none of it is funny. None of what's happening to us is funny.
I think it's all they know. It's conditioning. It's all they understand now.
It's coping. We're coping. This is our coping mechanism, but we really need to think about what's happening because this right here is not going to be funny. I promise you, these Chinese people, these Russians, whoever wants this space, India, everybody wants it. Everybody's just trying to see how they could move in and get it. And guess what? Don't be surprised if you see South Africa all over the continent. That's all I got to say. That being said, I'm out of here. I know y'all done had many
Yeah.
cultures. Jude, are you still with us, or did you fall asleep? Jude's been really quiet.
Um, I'm still on. I'm still here.
Okay,
Do
okay.
you want me to say something?
Are you okay? Are you all
Oh
right?
yeah, I'm okay. I was just following, what they're going back and forward talking about. But let me say my last point and go.
Okay.
Look, every day, every time we keep, talking the same issues, right? Things coming up, this, that. I mean, we always gonna be saying the same thing over and over, over and over, and expecting different results. And I mean, I don't think it's gonna happen anytime soon because the way things are in Africa is just completely chaos. And I keep saying that because if we are not united, nothing is never gonna happen on the continent. You can't take a country that is so small to stand against China or to stand against United States. It's never gonna happen. Economic wise, we are backward. Politically wise, we are backward. I mean, it's just nothing that is happening. So,
Yeah.
it's just back and forward. All these excuses. Oh, 6 regions is coming. These all things are moving. No, it's just nothing is really actually going on. Like they do the talking, but not the walking. So I wish one day we could actually be united, right? Because take for instance, Morocco. Morocco is supplying electricity to Spain. And where they getting their electricity is from the Sahara Desert. They're using solar panels to supply electricity to Spain. Why other countries in Africa doesn't have electricity? But you have Morocco that could even supply electricity to the whole continent. But because the continent is not united, there's problems and chaos. So nothing works. If you have a continent that was united, at least every country we have excess electricity. But this is the thing, these countries say, oh, this and that, I want to be individual. This, so it's just problems, and if we don't get it, we're never gonna get it.
Ever.
And it's just, I mean, we are too grown to keep thinking, oh, we still expecting, things to come, and we keep blaming Europeans. Oh, if we want to improve, Europeans will come and destroy us. Why? The Southeast Asia had independence the same time with Africa, and most of them have moved on. Most of them are experiencing more development than African countries. And we keep talking about the Europeans, this and that. Thank you, Gina, and thanks to Niger. Me and Niger had we went on one panel, and me and him had a disagreement on one issue. And I mean, he's a cool brother, and Dow also, we have probably had issues as well. But oh man, I wish one day Africa could unite. But thanks everybody on the panel. And
God, I'm gonna tell you something, Jude. It's you're right on the ball with it, man. You're right on the ball with it. You tonight, you see it, and I believe Darth see it too. He might fight against it, but
Dav sees it very well. Dav sees it more than anybody else.
That's the only option. And if they don't take that option,
Gina,
let's all just get ready. Choose an island, y'all. That's all I can say.
Gina, I see the situation more clearly than you ever think. I see the situation very, very, very clearly, and I think I ultimately think it's going to be the people that's going to change Africa. It's going to take the people, no matter how gymnastic people want to use or say, oh, we're going to do this, we have to get a couple of smart brains and all that. And no, it's going to take the change. It's going to take the people to change Africa.
But the thing is, you guys are doing the same thing over and over and expecting a change, which is, I mean, it makes no sense.
It's the same thing. It's been going on and going on. Nothing changed.
No, the same thing has not been done. What has been done before is a group of elites have been the ones to concentrate power in themselves. And when they got commandeered and killed off, a lot of them died. The people, they didn't engage the people. The people didn't know, or the people were not aware of what's happening. So a lot of them got killed off. So they were easily replaceable.
It was not elites that became elites. We've done it that
right. Well, right. And this is the thing, right? Okay, let's go for Gambia. The president of Gambia, who is the president currently now, was in UK. He spent his whole time in UK. He was a businessman. He knew what Gambia was facing. He knew the problems involved. And when he became president, he has not done any change. He was one person that used to talk against the government. He was one of us. So this is, and when he leaves power, it's still gonna be one of us that's gonna take power, and nothing will still change. You go to Liberia, the president is younger, George Weah. He was criticizing the female president over and over, and you think change could come, but it's the same guy. Liberians are still roaming the street. The other day people were screaming on the street because there's no job, there's no opportunities. And in Gambia it's the same thing. So it's just, and we think like if we have new people coming over, things will change, but it will not, because it's just, you know, there's no rules and regulations.
Sometimes change do, like in the case of Eritrea, some change happened there.
And those are minimal
But the
change.
very, I know what you are saying. I know what you are saying. I get where you are coming from, and it's really, and it tells you that our leaders, when they are going there, many of them don't have a clue what they are going there to do. They just think they do. They really don't. And I am not arrogant enough to think that we know exactly what we are going to face when you get there. Because you have to be ready for sacrifice. Our people, they don't like sacrifice. They barely want to pay tax for anything in Africa. Everything they expect it for free. And how can you expect it for free and that same person is willing to sacrifice their life for their people? Because his wife is telling him, come back home, you can't die for that man. Oh. That's not happening. If they want you to sacrifice, let them sacrifice themselves. I need you back home. So the idea of sacrifice for our people is very, very new to Africans, or something that we've forgotten.
And the thing is, let me say, and the thing is, we are so desperate because take for instance what happened in Gambia, right? When Yaya Jammeh left. So the guy that was coming, people were expecting more. They thought he was a change. It's the same thing that happens in like Nigeria right now. Buhari has been a bad person, but they are expecting somebody over to come. And this is the person that you might be expecting might not be good when he comes to power.
I'm telling them all the time now, you can't trust that guy. You can't trust anybody.
I get that. I get
you
that.
have to make demands of them. That's why I keep telling them.
All around the world. To Niger, I get what he's saying, but that's how we work all around the world, right? They elected Boris Johnson thinking he was going to do something great. Now he was not meeting the demand, so he's going out. You understand what I mean? So somebody else is going to go. So you either go that way or you go completely dictatorial.
Well, Johnson delivered on something. See, but Johnson delivered because they made him promise certain things and he delivered on what he promised, like which is leaving the EU and this thing. So he did what he said he was going to do before he even got out.
The idea is, do we go back dictatorial or do we keep is dictatorial or democracy the right way to go about getting ourselves out of this situation? Right?
The people is the way. It's not about the system, it's about the people. Go after the people, change the people. The leadership will do everything the people want.
That's what I'm saying. You understand me? If you go the dictatorial, it's easier for the opposition to come and point out and say, that is a dictator. So that's not me expressing a fear of doing something. I'm just saying that is like a block. You are entirely creating a bullseye for you to be destroyed before you even implement anything.
A dictatorial regime too is still a problem. A dictatorial regime is still a problem because we have gotten countries in Africa that have taken out their leaders, but they are still facing problems. We had that in Guinea. A few days ago, Guineans were revolting on the street because the guy that is there, Doumbouya, is still having problems to rule the people. So it's just right. I mean, it's not. I mean, taking out a regime still doesn't mean things gonna work. I mean, it's all over the place.
I'm not saying taking out a regime. I'm saying electing out a regime.
We gotta go. Good night.
I don't know what I was talking about anymore. I promise you, I lost me because to be honest,
hold on, Gina. Let hold on, Gina. Yeah, I don't know, Gina. You have an impression of me. I think, anyways, I'm quite I think I understand. I can get easily misunderstood and all that kind of stuff.
No, not you. It's all of you. It was you. It was Jude. It was you. To Niger. It was all of you.
All right. All I can say is I can see Jude is a loyal person. He's been loyal straight from day one, and
That's
he's been with you
yes.
entirely and all that stuff. So I respect that about Jude. He's been straight and loyal to you entirely and all that kind of stuff.
He's not loyal to me. He's loyal to himself. He's being honest. He's representing himself. He's not just
because I don't see him on any other panels participating apart from this one.
Okay, and I love Jude. He loves me. I love him. That's perfect.
All right, that's good. No worries about it. But you've been keeping well. That's where is Amina and the other one?
Here. She got tired of the back and forth with Big Dog, whatever.
Okay. But they're still around. They're still around. Some of those panelists, they're still around. Okay.
You know, East moved to Gambia, so she's living there. Wendy's living in the Gambia. We got people that are in the Gambia. Lamons lived in Gambia. So
is that so? Okay, they've made some. I'm not gonna say about it. I'm not gonna say nothing with that. I'm gonna do it. I don't do that. But anyways, that's where I'm from. Anyways, Gina. Look, so I just like to have fun with you. You understand me? I'm not out here to offend you or say anything and all that kind of stuff. Sometimes he might get a bit heated because you might say something that I strongly stand against and say, hold on a second. But it doesn't mean I have any problem with you. You get me?
I understand.
You know what I mean? So am I a troublemaker? Let's see. Am I a troublemaker? I don't think at your chat, Gina, I've been worse on other channels. I've been way worse on your. You haven't even seen the worst of it. You know what I mean?
Oh my goodness.
On this, I've been very, very terrible on other channels. Your channel, I'm not even gonna go there because we're all like mind type of people here. We're all like mind. We're all on the same wave, right? So we just might.
To be honest, I appreciate you.
We might disagree, but we're on the same wavelength. Exactly. But I've been worse on other channels, and I've learned to act. There's a lot of worse things said out there, Gina. I'm telling you than whatever could come of here. Don't mind that American guy. You understand? He's not the worst of them.
I mean, to be honest with you, that's still my brother. He might not appreciate me as a brother, but
he's not the worst of them.
Yes.
Gina, he's not the worst of them. So
the Haitians and African Americans, we have a very strong connection. Trust me.
There's a lot of terrible shit out there being said.
I don't know if you ever seen that commercial. We ain't going nowhere. Trust me.
Yeah. So I've learned and all that. I say your channel is I don't need to be all that rowdy and all that stuff. Even me and I Can Fire, we've had a go at all that. I Can Fire, he never stops. Anyway, but now we have an understanding. Now me and I Can Fire. I'm starting to hear what he's saying. He's starting to hear what I'm saying. You understand what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Happy you understand I Can Fire. I'm happy.
We're starting to hear each other out. But I told him if you try that fighting again, but I'll give you the fight back. Anyway, so Gina, there's a lot more worse shit out there on the channels. And it's really, really terrible. Like people are spreading out. You know, Gina, as this thing is starting, of course, there will be opposing forces. There will be opposing sides as well. Right. So as it's happening, there will be opposing sides. Even white man said, I told you, but the age of the internet is coming. We will control that. So they will do the best as well to control the narrative. So you do have opposing voices that's creating this friction in the interwaves. You have to be open-minded and ready to take all that kind of shit. Which I've had to learn the lesson. You know, you gotta have. I've heard a lot of shit.
Well, you know,
if you allowed your channel to be like that,
I don't really care about what people say. For me, it's about history. It's about where we are and where we're going. I don't really care about the other stuff. Now,
keep it that way. If you allowed your channel to invite that dust in,
with us,
if you allowed your channel,
I don't care about the little stuff. Yeah, I don't care.
There's too much dust out there, Gina. If you allowed your channel to invite that dust in and all that stuff, it will be worse. There will be all the spaces will be gone. There will be no more space. It will just be dusty all over the place. Okay.
Well, I'm happy this is still a place that's not as dusty. But...
Yeah. Don't, you know, some people think, oh, I can talk bad about other people. Don't do that because you're reducing the quality. If you do that, you're just.
This is the thing. This space. And I get into it and I say what I need to say about a specific thing. Like that happens with this thing that we do to each other. Now, I make it very plain.
Yeah.
You know, Darth, I'm going to tell you something. Right. There's a lot of schisms and a lot of it has to do with scarcity. So a lot of what you see is fair. And I know it's fear. So because I have fear within me myself, I know what it's like to be afraid. I know what it's like to not want to have to share something. And we're all in those positions and for different reasons. Yes, the other day I was watching
Don't need to mention the name. Don't need to mention the name.
About Haitians coming to America on boats and how a lot of people were responding about it and how it made them feel. And then I kind of put myself in their position and I was trying to really try to understand their perspective. And I understand the perspective. To be honest with you, you're already in a place where you don't feel appreciated, respected, and then you have other people coming in and those people are fighting for the same space that you're trying to fight for. And so for me, I get it. I get it because I'm able to just look at the other side, but at the same time, it's not right. And we can't chew each other off just because a situation is lack. There's lack in a situation or there's scarcity. We have to find a way to feed each other. I don't know how that's going to work. I don't know if it means that, the diaspora works it out first and then the continentals get their stuff together first. I don't know, but I can tell you this much. I heard all the rhetoric going on about the continent, some of the continentals and how they feel about folks coming. And I've heard some of the backdraft of we're not these people and these not. And I'm so caught up in the news and what's happening. And I'm afraid for us that if we don't wake up really soon, our children will not be here. So I'm just afraid with everything that's happening. I mean, all the biological, all the attacks on different levels that are coming our way. Are we even prepared for them? Because we're sitting here going in on each other in so many ways. So
maybe I should make my own YouTube channel myself. I can probably control this thing better and all that stuff. Bring some control back to this.
Grasp of it. You'll probably find a lot of like-minded people.
Or tonight, you just give me his channel and I'll host things and all that. I'll probably control this whole thing better and all that stuff, because what's happening is just.
Let's see. I might do that one day. Well, let's see.
You get me? I can basically ask the right questions and get the discussion moving, get it away from the dustbin, so that we can end up in a consensus.
What happens when you're the problem? When you are the problem?
What do you mean when you what do you mean by
Nothing, that? Nothing. I didn't mean it.
Hey, Gina, I'm not the problem. I'm the one with the solution.
Get off now.
I'm the one with the solution. Don't you see how I've mind tricked people and now I've mind tricked people and now they thinking the way I'm thinking and I'm not claiming any credit for it.
People have fallen for your mind tricks.
They're falling for my mind tricks and I'm not even claiming any credit for it. But they started to think just like slowly, but they've heard the bits I've said. Anyway, hopefully Jude is the only one. Jude is the only one that's a bit. He's very hard to get.
Tonight, Darth. Usually you get in and out. You have time tonight. I see.
No. I wanted to speak to Tunisia as well, and the discussion was quite interesting, and he was getting me to a point. I wanted to speak to African Millennial as well, so I had no choice.
Nice to see. It was so many people I haven't seen. I see me in the comment section. I got everybody. My FBA ADOS family. I love my African Americans. I don't give a damn.
And Gina, one piece of advice.
I love all my. What you say?
Never worship anybody.
I'm married to an African American. I can't help myself. I got it in me. I love my African American.
Okay, if it's somebody that you truly know,
channel and do what y'all do, but y'all can't take that from me. I mean, period.
If it's somebody you truly know, no problem. But don't be too quick to respecting or worshiping anybody. Don't be too quick, Gina. You know what I'm saying? Don't be too quick.
I love my people now. I do have a strong. I have to tell you something. I love them because I know them well, because I grew up with them. I know them more than I know really African American culture more than I know Haitian culture. But I love them because I understand where they're coming from and I understand their perspective. And to be honest with you, I am a diasporan. So that being said, it's maybe I understand my diasporans more than I understand the continentals. I am starting to understand the continentals, and what I'm getting is that we have our tribe there, but there's a whole bunch of people that are nothing like us, man.
Okay, so Gina, let me say something. Let me respond to Jude.
I'm being
Let
honest.
me respond to Jude. Jude, I do not have time to dislike you. I've not seen you for a month. I don't think you're really. In fact, I don't have time to dislike you. It just doesn't exist inside me to dislike Jude.
Have we not used my channel to talk about?
Sorry, I just gotta apologize, Jude. If you think I dislike you, I don't dislike you. I don't even have time.
Jude, know you don't dislike him. Jude's just fucking with you, and right now you're fucking with me. I want to go to sleep.
Okay, let me finish one thing. Gina,
I'm gonna get off this discussion right now.
Let me finish one. Gina, there's a lot of people with a silver tongue, fast talking, and they're very smooth with their words.
That's you.
No, I'm not like that. I'm crass.
Yes,
I'm very crass.
You.
No, I'm very crass. I'm very crass.
No.
There's a lot of people with a silver tongue, fast talking, and they do. Don't fall for the trick, Gina. Don't fall for the trick. Always cracks on them and all. Always cracks on. You know what I mean? So don't fall for the trick. When they do the slick talk and all that stuff. I'm not. I'm crass. You know. So, you know what I mean?
You know what
I mean, Gina? You know what I mean?
I do think you have a lot of love for diasporans, even though you act like you don't.
I have a lot of love. Of course, I have love. I have a lot of love. One thing I can tell you, I do not have no hate for anybody. That's for sure. I don't have time to hate. I have time to make money. I'm joking. I don't have time to hate people. Gina, how can I have my time to hate people? What have they done in my life? Like, I can't hate any other people. They have not affected me and my bottom line anyway. So I can't hate anybody that I disagree with on this thing because they have not affected my bottom line. Do you understand? They don't directly affect me.
I think you are affected. Why do you talk about it so much?
No. I'm just clarifying to anybody, like especially to Jude, thinking that I probably hate him. I don't care about that. I haven't seen the guy for months. I don't care. How does Jude affect my bottom line?
I'm getting up. You're not having this discussion about Jude on my channel the whole night.
Anyways, Gina, good to see you again and all that kind of stuff. Take care. What? Anyways, you heard me and all that stuff. So, peace out. Yeah.
Good night, Dara. Thank you for coming through. I've missed you. Bye-bye.
All right. Peace out.
Hey, guys, I want to thank everybody for coming through. Yeah, everybody. Even my ADOS family. Yes, I'm not just a fan. I love you, too. And I want to thank you guys for coming through. This has been a great discussion. I know we've had a lot of madness in it. I guess some of y'all missed me and y'all just wanted to give me hell. I've missed me too. I missed you guys as well. This has been a good discussion. It didn't go the way I thought. I thought I was just going to share my DNA and what I found out in Maryland and how it came to be, but I felt like it will still fly. I'm really excited about a lot of the things that I'm learning, y'all. I know a lot of people don't take DNA seriously. I do. I hope you do too. I hope you look into who you are and how you may be connected to others, especially with that intercontinental slave trade that was going on. It was real stuff. There was a lot of breeding going on, crossbreeding that was going on. It shows that, we're not as different as we think we are, although a lot of people want to believe it. I'm going to be out now. I'm going to tell you guys that I really like being on here with y'all. This is really good for me. And this is how I know that, we're one people, even though we have different cultures and we've definitely taken different paths. I can't wait for the day for us to realize that our superpower lies in our ability to be able to come together and do what's needful.